The CEO of BT is looking to take over this company in coordination with a private equity firm. So Rentokil in focus for us today. And Unilever, this has been the story that's been unfolding for a while, which is around its ice cream business, and reports suggesting that it is getting closer to spinning that part of the business off to PE as well. We are 4 seconds from the open. European futures pointing higher.
Yeah, do we actually see that green on the screen continue? Remember, as we do actually see going back into Friday's session, it took a couple of minutes for the indexes to actually open up, still dealing with the IT outage story. Looks like the FTSE 100 is indeed open. Kind of flat at the moment, though. We aren't seeing that much reaction. This is interesting, given that we saw such kind of vociferous, I think that's the word I'm going to use here, and you look at the futures trading. Anything that gets close to that 1% level really sets the stage for some pretty big gains, but you are seeing some outperformance just on those opening trades in Spain, of all places. So the IBEX actually higher by 0.5%. The Stock 600, Tom, higher by 0.3%. Even the FTSE MIB over in Italy, higher by 0.3%. But actually seeing outperformance again in the UK, in France. What is driving these moves, Tom?
Yeah, making up for some of the losses of last week. To what extent this is a bit of a catch-up trade. We focus in, of course, on the earnings story as well. Maybe that's where the lens is. The politics of the US, so much uncertainty. So how do you put money to play within that environment? As you were saying, the FTSE 100 posting gains right now in the first few seconds of 47 points, up 0.6% at 18,202. Over in France, a decent picture as well. So far, early days, of course, up 0.6%. In terms of individual stocks on the move, you've got Ocado Group leading the gains, currently up just shy of 5%. And then in terms of the airlines sector, you do have the likes of IAG in terms of the airlines, one of the biggest losers, down 3%. We keep an eye, of course, on Ryanair on the back of the news there. And we do not have a pricing yet, but they have said, of course, they are downgrading their outlook for prices, given the softer picture when it comes to the prices willing to be paid by their customers and their flyers. Unilever also in focus on the news that maybe they're going to be spinning out that ice cream business, currently up 0.8%. And Rentokil, another stock in focus for us today. I'm not getting a price print yet, but there has been reporting that the former BT CEO might be looking to take over that company in partnership with a private equity firm. So we focus on that as well. When we get a pricing, of course, we'll bring that to you. Lizzie.
Yeah, every single sector of the Stock 600 in the green, in positive territory this morning. But it is interesting, as you say, those individual stocks that we have been watching this morning. You've got National Grid, one of the key outperformers on the Stock 600 this morning. And they're behind it, AstraZeneca as well, Siemens up as well. Yeah, consumer products and services, really one of the outperformers in terms of sectors as we look at the opening trade this morning.
I want to also point out very quickly, we're seeing heavy volume in Zurich Insurance as well, down almost about 1%. It's not going to be one of your major weight contributors to the Stock 600, but it is certainly one that we keep our eye on as well. And I want to point out we had some outperformance in the IBEX and the French index as well. A lot of those look to be bank-led, so we're going to be really keeping an eye on what that read-through actually is, or is it simply a rates play? Of course, we're going to do a little bit more investigative reporting there. But in the meantime, return back to our major story, our top story on both sides of the Atlantic. President Joe Biden stepping down in terms of pursuing a second term in office, focusing for the remainder of his term simply on what's going on in the states, throwing his weight behind the likes of Kamala Harris. Let's get the latest with Bloomberg's Vonnie Quinn joining us out of Washington, D.C. Vonnie, I think the big conversation here, at least at the European market open, is what changes on the policy front if indeed Kamala Harris enters the White House.
Well, as Isaac Batalski of Compass Point says, really not much, because Harris and Biden are basically in lockstep when it comes to policy. But also we need to learn what Harris's positions on certain things will be. And presumably we'll do that over the next 4 weeks plus. It's 106 days till the actual election itself, so there is time. And now there is money as well, Critty, which is extremely important. We had the biggest one day of fundraising this campaign yet Sunday. And that'll tell you something, because there was more than $20 million raised 2 days in a row after the debate. We had almost $70 million raised from small dollar donors on Sunday. So this town, you know, it gets over shocks pretty quickly. 12 hours ago, it was still in shock that President Biden had finally decided he was actually going to pull out of the race. He had only told his own staff a few moments before he posted a statement on Twitter saying that, and then posted a follow-up endorsing Kamala Harris. And then all eyes went to, well, who else is going to endorse Kamala Harris? We had tweets from former President Obama, for example, praising Joe Biden, but not necessarily endorsing Harris. But then we did start to get a trickle and a flood from influential Democrats of endorsements for Harris. It does now look like she is very much the front runner. She's due to speak in Washington, D.C. at 11:30 a.m. local time Monday morning. And that follows some appearances on morning shows by some potential candidates for VP. She does have to pick her VP. She can take up to 4 weeks plus to do that before the DNC. But, for example, Governor Josh Shapiro, blue state wall, Pennsylvania, turned red last election. He could very potentially deliver Pennsylvania for Harris if he were to be on the ticket. That might be one path to the White House for the Democrats. He's a potential. Tomorrow we're going to hear from Andy Bashir of Kentucky, Roy Cooper, also of North Carolina, and also Joe Manchin is going to be appearing on the morning shows, and we know as well that he is mulling re-registering as a Democrat and potentially challenging Harris. Now, this is important, not because Joe Manchin is thinking of doing this, that's almost a side point at this point. It's important, though, because nobody else has actually talked about challenging Harris. She does seem to have full reign to move on, move ahead, bring the Democratic Party with her and unify the Democratic Party with her. And to that end, the Convention Rules Committee said late on Sunday evening that it's going to stream its live meeting on Wednesday, where it's going to put together a process, a framework for actually dealing with selecting a new nominee. Don't forget, this is pretty uncharted waters.
Yeah.
And in quoting now, it's going to be open, transparent, fair and orderly, trying to preempt any strike from the Republicans on that score.
Okay, Bloomberg's Vonnie Quinn in Washington with the latest. Thank you very much indeed for the update. Let's get the market perspective now and bring in Wolf von Rotberg, equity strategist at J. Safra Saracen. Wolf, thanks for your time. How should the markets be adjusting then to the politics? We have someone quoted one of the BN pieces today saying, I wish we were having a little less history. History is being made in the United States. How do markets adjust to that history?
Well, we need to see what will happen in markets with regards to what happened over the weekend. I don't think that at the end of the day it will be the driving force over the coming months. We may see a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, unwinding some of the moves which we've had last week. But eventually, what really matters is the cycle, is the macro data which we're currently having, and this may even change. May still change quite a bit until the election in November. And I think that's more important. And with regards to that, I think we are, kind of seeing a slowing cycle that will define the rate space, and there will be a, read across for equity markets coming from rates, which will have a much more material impact on the market than just politics.
Interesting. It's interesting you take the view that it really clearly is about the macro and not the politics. So on the macro front then, where is your lens right now? There are some within our M Live strategy team suggesting that the Fed could go with a jumbo cut in September. In terms of the central bank reaction function to that slightly softer data that you referenced, how do you see that playing out?
We need to see what they're saying in July. I think that's the Fed, obviously, they have lined out their strategy, saying they want to see 3 consecutive PCE prints, which are clearly pointing towards inflation coming down to around 2%. We obviously get a PCE number on Friday. The last 2 months, we've had a month-over-month change of 0.1% in the core. That's definitely been a very positive number with regards to the Fed's target. If we, kind of see a, let's say, slightly softer surprise or a surprise on the soft side as compared to what the consensus is currently expecting, which would be 0.2% or 20 basis points on the core PCE, then I think the Fed can, would probably, let's say, put a bit more dovish message out in their July meeting, which would, kind of follow what the market has been pricing lately, saying September cut becoming more of a consensus here.
Wolf, you're an equity strategist, but I want to bring in the currency conversation, the currency component into this, because if we're talking about the Federal Reserve and the positioning around the U.S. election and the geopolitics around the world, it feels like the dollar story is quite relevant to whether or not international investors really want to hop in to the likes of the S&P 500 at this time. Your take on the dollar's role right now?
I mean, obviously, we've seen the dollar grinding higher over the past, let's say, 2 or 3 years. It's been very much a function of the U.S. cycle. So the U.S. leading the world on the base or on the back, let's say, of a much stronger fiscal expansion than what we've had elsewhere, excess savings, driving the consumer and so forth. So the domestic demand in the U.S. was just extraordinary. And this has helped the dollar to appreciate against pretty much any other currency out there. As kind of we've basically seen the peak in this cycle. We are at the back end of this mountain. We are kind of grinding lower. It's not a big a drop here, but as the cycle in the US is slowing, and I think the consumer plays a role here. The excess savings have probably been depleted by now. The fiscal side is still expansionary, but not really providing much of a stimulus because it's not expanding from where it was last year. The dollar should probably weaken somewhat as the cycle is slowing in the US.
So does that mean you buy Europe then as well? I mean, there's a narrative out there that the European index is a catch-up trade for the States, given that the majority of companies have the majority of their exposure to that consumer story in the States. So if you're talking about these dynamics in the States, how does Europe benefit?
I mean, for the European market, it's a bit of a complicated story, I would say. On the one hand, obviously, valuations are looking very attractive. Yeah, we go sector by sector. Pretty much every sector is cheaper than in the US. Problematic for Europe, though, is that it's very much tied, or to a large extent tied, to what's happening in Asia. It's to a large extent also a function of the Asian consumer, in particular the Chinese consumer. That's where we really not seeing any, dynamics, no support whatsoever. We have seen some companies reporting over the past week or so, in particular on the apparel, on the durables side in Europe, which have given us a pretty downbeat picture on the Chinese consumer. So I wouldn't just jump into the European market from that point of view. But what we have in Europe still is more defensive sectors, which are pretty, kind of attractively valued. We look at Swiss equities, for example, not saying that these Swiss equities should, see a big surge in earnings or benefit from the growth picture, but they are just very attractively valued in an environment in which rates come down. So I would be selective on Europe, saying, look, there are some defensive sectors, some defensive elements which are looking very attractive at a point in the cycle. Stay a bit away from the cyclical side. But then, and that's, I think, the last comment on this, what we're seeing right now is a bit of an unwind of the pressures which we've had over the past 2 years, particularly the small cap space, highly levered and so forth. This can hold for a bit longer in our view.
Well, Wolf, very quickly, I'm going to get a little nerdy here. What metrics are you using to assess that the valuations in Europe are cheap, given that so much of the rally has been largely concentrated in some of those mega cap names of the sensational six? We'll get a quick check on, but the likes of ASML, Novo Nordisk, et cetera. What does the valuation metric? What is it that you're using primarily?
No, primarily the PE, the 12-month forward PE in Europe. I mean, it's at around 15 times or so, maybe a tad higher. But in the US, even if we exclude the Magnificent Seven, we are at around 20 times. So there's a big gap between the two regions. And I think that's something, which is justified by the fact that the US is definitely, having a higher productivity potential going forward, probably stronger structural earnings growth, but not to the extent which we are seeing right now. So I would think that there will be some sort of convergence in valuations going forward. Not saying that Europe should see a massive re-rating, but mostly that the US will probably see a de-rating as the cycle is slowing. And then the other valuation metric, which I think is very interesting, is the dividend yield. And that's more if we go into the, let's say, the fringes of the European market. Once again, the Swiss market looking very attractive on dividend yield. Some parts of the UK market looking very attractive on dividend yield, although I would stay away from the sectors in the UK which are looking the most attractive, be it energy and miners and those guys, because I think that's probably a bit of a head fake or, let's say, a valuation trap if you just go on the basis of dividend yield into these kind of more cyclical parts of the UK market.
Well, Wolf, is there a valuation hit then if we do get these tariffs? If Trump wins in November, and I'm going to bring it back to the politics of the US, does the valuation story get challenged in Europe?
Definitely. If Trump were to go with, like, let's say, the 10% across all imports into the US, then there's definitely a risk for European exporters, which would probably take another hit. But again, I think what's more important by the time we get there, and it may not be November, it may only be January, the inauguration. Maybe everyone will be waiting basically until Trump is actually in office. Like last time, we saw the tax reform only happening 2017, 2018. That's when the market started to rally. So when it actually had the politics or the policies on the table, the market may wait until 2025 this time again if Trump were to come into office. But if there's a 10% across-the-board tariff on imports into the US, European exporters are definitely exposed.
Okay, Wolf von Rotberg, equity strategist at J. Safra Saracen, on the lens, of course, through the central banks, but also the politics of the US. We appreciate it in terms of the analysis across these markets on such a consequential but challenging day for investors, given the lack of clarity. Let's zoom in right now on the sensational the core six European equity companies that we check in on every day, of course, throughout the trading week to get a gauge as to their sentiment. You've got the likes of Novo Nordisk. This was a company, of course, that Kriti was referencing there in terms of the valuation story. That is front and centre, of course, the maker of those weight loss drugs. Just getting 0.6%. To what extent is that company vulnerable to any political pressure in the US around pricing? We know that is part of the debate. LVMH, of course, with the luxury tilt, currently gaining 1.2%. Also potentially in the crosshairs, of course, as any further fallout between US, China and European China tensions. Ferrari gaining today, just shy of 0.2%, and some upside going through for ASML on the tech side. Of course, that was a company that fell a bit of a squeeze last week with that sell-off in semis and the linkages to that part of the business. Schneider Electric with the AI story at play there, getting 0.2%, and Nestle in terms of the consumer staples up 0.7. Let's check in on how some of the other individual stocks are on the move today, and it's an earnings story and Ryanair. Wow, what a story there, Lizzie.
Yeah, Ryanair, of course, standing out there, down 11.8% off the back of those earnings. But it's also an impact of that global IT outage, which, of course, impacted all of these airlines on the screen at the moment. They all experienced stops on their flights on Friday, and that impact continuing into this week. If we flip over, you can also see the impact on insurance stocks. They, too, impacted by the global outage. But actually, Beazley managed to eke out some gains this morning, higher 0.3%. Not so much for Hiscox, it has to be said. If we flip over, we were talking about the rat killer maker Rentokil earlier, and those shares up 11.8% this morning. As I say, this is on that Sunday Times report that the former BT CEO, Philip Janssen, is looking at potentially a takeover in conjunction with private equity firms. And the reason for so much excitement, perhaps, is because Rentokil makes most of its money in the US, so potentially this could move its listing stateside because it trades at a cheaper value than many of its competitors. Flipping over, I've also thrown in Unilever, one of the big movers this morning, higher 0.5% after on Friday, late Friday, we got that news that actually it's kicking off its initial discussions with buyout firms about a buyout of its ice cream business. The summer theme continuing here. But look, this has been something that's been going on for a while. It includes the likes of Ben & Jerry's and Magnum, and investors seeming to like the idea of this. Just finally, Ocado, another of the big gainers this morning. You've had it announcing that the US grocer Kroger, which is, of course, one of its most important customers for its warehouse offering, is going to roll out a new range of automated tech. So Ocado shares liking at this morning, higher 6.4%. Pretty.
All right, Lizzie Burden walking us through some of the major stocks to watch. Coming up on the program, we're going to dive into where Lizzie started. Ryanair's first quarter shares falling as the budget airlines cuts its outlook for ticket prices in the crucial summer travel period. Tom spoke to Ryanair's CFO. We're going to bring you some more of that conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Consumers obviously the big winner this summer, Tom. We've seen 15% lower fares into Q1, where we're talking about fares trending materially down at the moment. It all very much depends on what the close in August and September fares look like. But our strategy has always been to fill the planes and we price accordingly. We're load active, yield passive. We've got the lowest costs of any airline in Europe and we can afford to do so. Bookings are very strong. We're taking in about 500,000 bookings a night. We're carrying around about 600,000 people a day. It's just that I think the consumers a little bit more frugal, a little bit more cautious about how they're spending their money, and they want to get away. Ryanair is the lowest cost, so we can afford to have the lowest fares, and we're happy to hit the traffic targets. And if we have to price accordingly, we will do.
So demand is higher, but consumers are certainly a little pickier when it comes to pricing.
I think so.
How concerned are you about the consumer right now? How much softness do you see, and how long and to what extent does that prevail?
We're not hugely concerned because, I mean, the key advantage we have is the cost base in Ryanair. We've got 450 million worth of fuel savings already locked in for the current financial year, which means our costs are only rising modestly this year at a time when most of our competitors' costs are rising quite significantly. So we're in a very very strong position. We'll deliver nearly 200 million passengers in the current financial year, and if we have to fly at slightly lower fares, very happy to do so.
And those slightly lower fares, they continue throughout this year. Do they turn around next year? When do you see that turnaround in terms of fares?
If you think logically, capacity is usually constrained in Europe. Yeah. We've got all of the OEMs in London this week for Farnborough. Capacity is going to remain constrained for some time to come. We're already seeing the Pratt & Whitney engine issue on the A320 operators, likely to run on for another 2 years. Boeing and Airbus alike are behind on their deliveries.
So that puts something of a floor under price.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, capacity is not going to get back to, we're not even at pre-COVID levels yet. We're probably peak summer, 97, 98% of pre-COVID capacity. The OEMs are going to take at least 4 or 5 years to catch up on their backlogs, possibly into the 2030s. M&A is taking off in Europe. We've got the ITA Lufthansa deal. Air Europa, IAG will probably get the green light later on this summer, and then TAP is going up for sale. So I think capacity will be constrained for some time. Fares will be underpinned by that. And if you look at the fares that we had in the first quarter, and indeed the fares that we may have in the second quarter, they're still well ahead of where they were pre-COVID. We've had 2 years of double-digit fares, double-digit growth, and if we have to see a little bit of a pullback this year and hit the 200 million traffic target, we're still going to be very profitable.
Well, that was Ryanair CFO Neil Sorahan speaking to me earlier this morning. Ryanair being ravaged right now in the session, down close to 12%. Morgan Stanley saying the results, Q1 results, were meaningfully below consensus. We heard the CFO there talking about the cost structure for Ryanair being supportive. Morgan Stanley says, while cost performance was slightly better than expectations, it is irrelevant in the context of these results. That's the take from Morgan Stanley. But this is, of course, a company that is operating in an environment that is challenged by, of course, the supply of aircraft. And to some extent, Neil Sorahan saying those constraints will prove supportive for pricing going forward. But right now, prices are being squeezed. Good news for flyers, bad news for the profits of Ryanair.
Yeah, that's kind of on the supply side. But then, more broadly across airline, you haven't had corporate travel rebounding properly out of the pandemic. You've had the cost of living crisis, as Sorahan was kind of talking about, hitting people not willing to stump up their cash to pay up for these steeper fares. But it is interesting, this debate about whether the issue is overcapacity or whether it's consumer weakness, and Sorahan falling into the latter camp.
There's consumer weakness, there's overcapacity, then you have to factor in the likes of wage issues. You're still seeing them, especially in Germany, really show up. You are seeing supply chain constraints, as I believe Guy was talking about earlier in the program. The geopolitical narrative, of course, and even the Olympics is having a negative effect on some of these carriers, like the of Air France KLM, the likes of United and Delta, saying that they're actually taking hits on their profit because people don't want to go to Paris for the Olympics.
Except you.
Except for me, which I was going to kind of try to sneak into the conversation. That's happening in about 11 days, just saying. But I think it's a really interesting environment when we're talking about a fairly resilient consumer. I think that's part of the conversation you had as well.
Yeah, I mean, what Ryanair was saying, essentially, what Neil was saying was that we still have that demand. We're still booking up all these planes, but we're having to lower prices. The consumer's seeing a little vulnerable. And that's really interesting, just more broadly as a gauge as to the health of the European and global consumer. But who better to do a deep dive on, of course, the airline sector than Guy Johnson? And we're going to be crossing out to Guy Johnson, of course, anchor on the opening trade, live at the Farnborough International Air Show. He's going to be speaking with the CEO of German aerospace company Lilium, and we'll get Guy's take as well on all these challenges facing this airline industry. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
Names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as, moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rating World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
We're 30 minutes into the European trading session. We're seeing green on the screen across a lot of these markets on an equity level. But then you are seeing some interesting FX moves as well. A lot of this is going to be perhaps factoring or early signs of factoring in the news that President Joe Biden throwing his weight behind Kamala Harris to be the presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party. And again, big emphasis on presumptive. That has not been cleared yet. But it is something that's still being kind of early priced in to the Trump trade. We're seeing that in the FX space. Strength into some of the havens like the Japanese yen, the Swiss franc as well. Weakness in the likes of the yuan and the Mexican peso. You're also seeing gold at a record high, or at least hit at a little bit of a retracement there, but certainly one that we're keeping an eye on. That is your macro picture. On the equities front, airlines very much in focus. Ryanair, of course, coming out and saying, look, the demand story is not the concern, but the pricing very much is. They're also dealing with the fallout of the likes of the IT outage, flight cancellations still rolling on globally 3 days after that CrowdStrike update. All of that in conversation at the Farnborough International Air Show, which is, of course, in full swing as aircraft industry high flyers gather with supply and demand expected to, of course, be a key topic of discussion up in addition to everything I just laid out. We can go back there. Bloomberg's Guy Johnson on location with a special guest. Guy.
Yep. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we're joined by Klaus Rowe. He is the CEO of Lilium. What is Lilium? Lilium is an eVTOL company. Electric vertical takeoff and landing. This is a new generation of aircraft that is coming in, and we're wondering kind of how the story is going to progress. So let's try and find out. The story, obviously, over the last 24 hours, Klaus, has been what we've seen in the United States and the politics and how that has developed. Joe Biden is stepping down. A lot of people here, a lot of people in aviation firmly believe that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. How would a Trump presidency, do you think, affect how your business, your industry is ultimately going to progress?
Yeah, it's very hard to say. We know from his first term he had a certain idea about economies. I don't think it's necessarily going to affect us a lot because, first of all, we are sourcing a lot from the U.S., so Lilium Jet has a good proportion of U.S. goods inside. Also, we plan to go to the United States. United States, we believe, stands for about a good third of the market. So we will have to manufacture this aircraft in the United States.
When are we doing that?
That would be, we will set up for decisions kind of somewhere end of next year, and we would need the final assembly line in 2029. We would also make battery production in the United States because it's all dangerous goods and you need to get it close to the customers. Our aircraft cannot fly over the Atlantic, so we have to build it on the other side of the Atlantic. And from my past experience at Airbus, when Trump raised import duties and we had a final assembly line in Alabama, that was quite helpful. And I think in this regard, it shouldn't make a big difference whatever stance he takes.
Okay, but you think you're going to have to manufacture in the States? You know where in the States? I'm assuming there's a lot of senators here. I'm going to be talking to you a bunch later. Do you have any visibility yet?
Yeah, I think I have 3 meetings today.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. We would want to do it as close as possible to the key markets. The key markets will be on the East Coast, will be Florida, would be New York, would also be California. Texas would be a big market. So we would want to have some opportunities and see who makes what kind of proposals. But it should be close to the customer. So where the majority of end customers is, you would want to assemble the aircraft, but also maintain the aircraft.
So it's not just tariffs that would take you there. It's not. It's ultimately the customer that takes you there.
It's a customer. It's proximity to the customer. Yeah. It's also talent. It's logistics. So I think we have about 50 factors playing into the equation where you would finally want to go. For sure, tariffs is one essential part of it. But talent, I would say, is also one. Customer, maybe. If I have to name the top 3, that won't be the ones.
Okay. So you're also looking at a line potentially here in Europe as well. I've seen Bordeaux being mentioned in France as being a possibility. Does the politics in Paris kind of affect? Do you think the outcome of where you're ultimately going to build that? Could it be somewhere else other than Bordeaux?
It could be. So we are going for a competition. So Bordeaux is one place, but there's others around. What the politicians are going to do, I think they are very busy with themselves because in France they have no history where they ever had to find a coalition. So we are watching what is going to go on, what the final constellation will be, and then we can make our judgment if this will affect us or not. As we speak, we talk exactly to the same people. So we largely talk to BPI, so the French investment bank. For sure, there is political decision makers behind, and they may change, but we have no clue in which direction.
Do you think political volatility? You've worked for Airbus for like nearly 3 decades. You've come into Lilium now. Do you get a sense that political volatility is going to be a bigger problem going forward for manufacturers such as yourselves?
Absolutely. So what you need, any industrial company or non-industrial company, you would want to have certainty. You would want to be able to plan. And when you see huge changes in politics and people potentially taking completely different directions than before, you are losing the ability to plan. And I think in the end, it's a disadvantage for any country. If industry cannot rely long-term anymore on key decisions, people may turn their back on the country and say, I have to go somewhere else where I have more stability.
You went public via SPAC in 21. The share price has been fairly volatile since then. You joined the company. Now you're going to bring some industrial rigor. You've just signed a deal with Saudia. Big Gulf carrier, brings quite a lot of credibility, obviously, into the business as well. Just talk me through kind of what the next big milestones are for you, how much money you've got, how much you've just done a capital raise as well, how much more money are you going to need? How important is it to get this aircraft flying and actually to be able to demonstrate to people that is going to be a realistic probability in the near term?
So the aircraft is flying since a couple of years. We have 2 demonstrator aircraft. This is almost forgotten, but they are almost the same size. They are the same physics like the Lilium jet is, but the Lilium jet is going to take off early next year. I think people will be blown away by the aesthetics, but also by the performance of the aircraft. And this is what the market wants to see. On the other side, they also want to see that we have commercial success. And you just named Saudia. Saudia is a state-owned carrier. Saudia is, I would say, a carrier with very high ambitions. And being selected by them... This is a very noisy plane.
I was about to say,
if this was a Lilium jet, we would not be interrupted at all. No, basically you wouldn't hear it. At the distance it was just flying by. You would not hear it. No, I think commercial success, demonstrating the technical abilities of the aircraft, and our aircraft is the biggest, the fastest, lowest operating cost, and this is what people are going to see very soon once we are going to fly. Yes, and it will also help us in the financial market. While we are now looking, as you mentioned, we look into the US, we look into France. We have very intense talks with the German government also, which is going to help us raising some funds, which will not be dilutive, which is also good news, I think. And we are exploring a couple of other opportunities.
You have enough money for now. You are presumably going to have to go through multiple rounds, though. How does the process work? How did, in terms of, you went public via SPAC. You've gone through that process. You've now raised additional money. What are the next fundraising milestones you're looking at?
So we are still active in the marketplace. We still talk to investors. We talk as well to our incumbent investors, and we have some big names behind us. We are talking with the German and the French government. We should have decisions rather sooner than later. But we are also looking into debt-based solutions. So there's quite a big instrument to play. We have until now only played equity market. We have raised 1.5 billion from the equity market so far. I think in the future it may be less equity, it may be also public funding from the state support, and it may be non-dilutive funding. And also we are taking in pre-delivery payments. So with the Saudi deal is one piece of evidence that it really works. And we are going to get down payments from customers, which we can also use to carry on developing the aircraft and industrializing the aircraft.
I spoke a moment about you bringing rigor. You were at Airbus for a long time. You understand the industrial process. You understand the regulatory process that aircraft have to go through to get from A to B to C to actually be delivered to customers. Where is Lilium now in that process? How much rigor is there?
Yeah. So Airbus for sure is a very professional company, and we can see it here behind us. Lilium, a startup, and the startup for sure is much more agile. It's faster, shorter decision making. Everybody knows everybody, and this is good because otherwise, such a groundbreaking innovation you would not bring to life. Airbus would, I think, have more difficulties bringing it to life. On the other side, when you want to certify, when you want to industrialize, you also need to bring a lot of the professionalism of a company like Airbus into a startup company. A startup alone would never certify such an aircraft with a startup mentality. You would never build up an industrial system. You would never engage with the suppliers that we have engaged with. So my target is always, I'm always saying we need to be a professional startup. And I think we are now, maybe we are 90% there. Could be a little bit more professional still, but we want to keep the agility and the innovation power because we are going to make more planes than the Lilium jet in the future. We want to update technologies, latest battery technology. So we need to keep the momentum of the startup whilst when we want to deliver this aircraft in hundreds and thousands potentially in the future, we also need to have the rigor of Airbus.
Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us. Thanks very much. Klaus Rowe, the CEO of Lilium from the Farnborough Air Show, where we've got some great political interviews lined up a little bit later on. We're going to be talking to key US senators. Glenn Youngkin's going to be joining us from Virginia as well. We're going to take on what US politics is going to mean to this air show throughout the day. For now, though, back to you.
Thanks, Guy Johnson, at the Farnborough International Air Show. It's not just the political guests, loads of conversations coming up with aviation leaders as well. We're going to be speaking to the CIO of IAG, the Turkish Airlines chairman, and the CEO of Qatar Airways. So a busy day for Guy Johnson. But coming up on the programme, as Biden bows out, Kamala Harris wins endorsements and donations. But will she tie up the Democratic nomination? We'll discuss that next. This is Bloomberg.
We're operating in a very volatile environment. So JetBlue has a very large presence here in New York, and there are air traffic control challenges. And so we've had to overinvest in hiring excess crew members and building flexibility into our planning process. And so over time, we hope to wean some of those investments back as the operating environment around us stabilizes.
We made the decision early on that we were only going to invest internally on key differentiating technologies, and clearly the powertrain is the key differentiating technology. So our investment is a recurring investment with respect to the powertrain team, the battery team, which is part of it, the engine team, electric engine team, which is part of it. And we also have a lot of non-recurring costs with the other components because we're not developing those internally. We're using the existing aerospace defense supplier base for most of the other components.
We invest a lot in the offices, that you feel home, that you can actually be at your best yourself, and people work very differently. We take a lot of input from the sports world, actually, the athlete spirit, right? Building a sports team that can perform at the best, but also talking a lot about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities at On. It's very important to have a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back now. World leaders have paid tribute to Joe Biden after the US president announced that he will not be standing for re-election in November. President Biden is the first sitting president since 1968 to drop out of a presidential race. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Berlin for a gauge then on the international reaction to this momentous news. It is a slice of history out of the US. Ollie, what have we been hearing then from European leaders reacting to President Biden's decision?
Yeah, I think it was a lot of reaction of reverence and respect for Joe Biden for actually stepping out of the race, and something that we sort of came to see in Europe as a sort of reliable friend, whether it's Olaf Scholz, whether it's Emmanuel Macron, in the form of Joe Biden. And I'll give you Olaf Scholz, given that we are in Berlin, in his remarks, saying that thanks to Joe Biden, the transatlantic cooperation is close, NATO is strong, and the U.S. is a good and reliable partner for us. His decision not to run again deserves respect. Now, in the things that he enumerated there about close transatlantic cooperation, a strong NATO, and a reliable partner for Europe and for Germany, that stands in rather stark contrast to what came just before Joe Biden in the form of Donald Trump, who was particularly towards Germany very, very critical about a great number of things, some of which he was actually right about that did actually bear out, whether it was paying 2% towards NATO, concerns around Russian gas. But it was really the way in which Donald Trump went about it, where he put a lot of these feuds out publicly, and there was a lot of sparring. And that is something that Scholz and the German government were very happy to get a reprieve from. But we also look at the other countries this morning who are really dependent on the United States, namely Ukraine. Zelensky really saying that it was thanks to him and the support that he granted during the most sort of dramatic moment of their history. We also heard from Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, who is again appreciating Biden for all of his support throughout the war with Gaza and Hamas. Where things begin to get interesting is, I think, for many of these leaders, they look at sort of who is going to come next, and they look at Kamala Harris. And I don't think that they think that much about President Harris. I think they probably think more about candidate Harris and her ability to take on Donald Trump, which is really going to be the main focus, because from a policy standpoint, I don't think there's going to be a huge divergence between the sort of Harris foreign policy and the Biden policy.
Yeah, that's interesting. It would be good if you could expand on what her foreign policy actually would look like. And just, in terms of these European leaders, I do think it's important to point out it's different tipping your hat to Joe Biden on his way out and actually giving him influence in these final months as president.
Yeah, Lizzie, and I think that is, well, it's going to be very interestingly tested, right, tomorrow when Benjamin Netanyahu, again, one of the sort of key figures for the United States in the international stage, where he's going to go meet with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, right? And so in terms of where the sort of policy proposals are and where they sort of stand, as we know, Kamala Harris has been much more of a sort of domestically focused politician coming from California as a prosecutor. Much of her international experience, so-called, was with the southern border and dealing with the migration crisis, which really hasn't been a a huge winning topic for the Democrats and for Kamala Harris. But she has stood in for Joe Biden at the Munich Security Conference. She was in Europe just days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. She's been very outspoken on the issue of NATO and Ukraine and Russia, very consistent there. Similar on Iran and China in terms of consistency. Where you do see a little bit of divergence, and this is interesting, again, given that Netanyahu is in D.C. and will meet with both of them, is she was one of the first high-profile politicians in the United States to come out and call for a ceasefire and really been sort of very critical of some of the ways in which Israel has prosecuted its war, though, of course, always supporting throughout the right to defend themselves. It also, the question of foreign policy may be a weak point in taking on Donald Trump, who, of course, has already served as president and dealt with a lot of these leaders one-on-one.
Really fascinating context. Bloomberg's Oliver Kirk joining us from Berlin, giving us the take not only from the Middle East, but from Europe as well. We appreciate that so much. I want to dive into more of that and really expand on that analysis and bring in Tina Fordham, founder of geopolitical advisory firm Fordham Global Insight. Tina, of course, I'm sure you've been following, like the rest of us, this tick by tick. Before we dive into some of the policy implications, I just want to take a moment to really emphasize just President Joe Biden has been a career politician for 40 years and counting, spending so much of his time on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And before we dive into kind of the international implications further, I want to get your take on whether this signifies a more drastic turn away from a candidate who is a career politician. We've seen this in other parts of the world. The UK, for example, being a career politician isn't always a good thing. President Trump certainly isn't one either. Tina, is this the start of the end of career politicians?
No, it's not the start of the end of career politicians, and Kamala Harris has been in government for a long time, and of course she's been the vice president sitting in the White House, so that wouldn't be how I characterize this, and I want to suggest that we resist the tendency to overthink what's just happened in this race. Basically, American voters have been offered an alternative to Trump, and Harris's task is really about mobilizing those never-Trumpers and various other sort of constituencies to form a new coalition. So I would not suggest that we apply the same lens to this race when the playbook has just been torn up.
Can she do that, though? Can she not only unify the party, but unify the country, especially when Ollie, for example, was diving into some of the details around foreign policy? One of her criticisms is that she doesn't really have a very strong foreign policy record. What would you say to that? How does she fight that allegation?
Well, first of all, I mean, the people that I advise most closely are international investors and the global C-suite who are looking for the chances that Trump doesn't win, right? Especially when it comes to European security, Asian security, the U.S. security umbrella. So the assumption should be that a President Harris would maintain that broad continuity and commitment to U.S. participation in global institutions. The detail of her foreign policy is not going to be what makes or breaks her chances in winning this election.
And good morning, Tina. Lizzie here. Our last guest, Thomas Gift from UCL, made the point that Joe Biden now is a lame duck. That's pretty obvious. But I wonder whether it's responsible for him to stay as current president if, by his own judgment, he isn't up to being the next president.
I mean, this is punditry, right? Biden is going to go down in history as a one-term president. That's not a short list that any U.S. president wants to be on. He'll want to finish out his now the presidential race. There's an opportunity, a short one at that, to change the guard in the Democratic Party.
And so what can he hope to achieve in these last few months in the White House?
Well, given the new decisions by the U.S. Supreme Court, if he wanted to, he could ram through all kinds of things. It remains to be seen whether he'll take the opportunity to do that. But remember that the executive branch of the U.S. government has just been massively strengthened by the U.S. Supreme Court. I really think the focus will be between now and January, because remember that Biden will stay on through January, in maintaining party unity and in really showcasing what Harris can do. But most of all, Harris should be judged on her ability to unify this coalition. That's why the vice presidential nominee will matter more, in my view, than it usually does. And what I would say to your viewers is, instead of thinking, can a Black woman actually be elected as the U.S. president, in contrast to well, the U.S. has never voted for a female president, let alone a Black one, but whether the country wants to have a second term of Donald Trump or not. And that's where perhaps there are some commonalities with what we've just seen in the UK. Keir Starmer didn't set the world on fire with his charisma, but the opposition to the incumbent Conservative Party ruling for 14 years was enough to put the Labour Party in office.
Tina, you mentioned the companies, the executives that you advise. What are you hearing from them in terms of how they adjust and how the polling is informing your view as to how it stacks up in November, with all the caveats, of course, that apply?
Well, this is the fifth U.S. presidential race that I've covered professionally as a political analyst, looking at the impact on financial markets. And it's still very early. We've had 2 July surprises when it's really an October surprise that matters most. So what I'm advising is just simply the historical fact that political polling for presidential races doesn't really have much predictive value until much closer to the time, September, October. Remember that Hillary Clinton was 4 points ahead and predicted to be the winner, and it was a couple of developments, the Comey report, her alleged fainting spell at a 9/11 memorial, that changed that trajectory. So markets have been getting ahead of themselves, seeing Trump as a sure thing, and I've been cautioning for a long time that there are just too many wild.
Okay, Tina, unfortunately we're having some issues with the connection. Sometimes happens in live TV, but we really appreciate your analysis and your insights as we try to get a better steer as to what the implications are, of course, of the decision by President Biden to step away as candidate of this Democratic Party and hand the reins to, of course, Kamala Harris. That is the aspiration from Joe Biden. We'll see, of course, if that gets reinforced by the Democratic National Committee and Convention as well. Tina Fordham, founder of Fordham Global Insight on US politics. We appreciate it. Here's what else we're going to be looking out for then this week. Of course, the focus today, above and beyond the politics, we've got Guy Johnson on the ground. He's going to be weaving this into his discussions as well at the Farnborough International Air Show that is happening, of course, today and through tomorrow as well. He's going to be speaking to a number of US senators about the politics and how that transmits into that crucial airline sector. We've got the Alphabet earnings story as well. Reminder that this is still earnings season. And so for those who want to focus on the fundamentals, Alphabet reports later this week. Euro area consumer confidence in terms of the softness or not of the European consumer in a growth environment that's looking maybe a little bit more challenged, and how that ties into the thinking of the ECB. LVMH reporting as well, key gauge in terms of the luxury demand without exposure to China. European banks reporting, Deutsche Bank, BNP Paribas, Banco Santander and UniCredit. That takes us back to the ECB conversation, of course, in terms of how banks prepare for lower interest rates. And Benjamin Netanyahu addressing Congress on Wednesday. Pretty fascinating timing, of course, given what some would characterize as this lame duck president now, and the implications for the geopolitics of the Middle Eastern region. And you've got another luxury earnings on Thursday with Kering. Hermes over in France, of course, reporting as well. And then G20 finance ministers meeting in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And then on Friday, the Paris Olympics begin. We're also beginning data out of the US as well. Paris Olympics, I believe, maybe Kriti Gupta might be going along.
It's all in the name of journalism, investigative journalism. I have to see it. Also, I feel like Americans are the only ones excited about this. We're gonna have this conversation later. We gotta end it for the opening trade. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Kamala Harris began shoring up support for a White House run as Joe Biden's exit from the race leaves the Democratic Party scrambling ahead of his virtual roll call and convention. Meanwhile, the markets are pricing in the Trump trade as policy changes on both sides of the aisle still remain fairly hazy. In the meantime, Ryanair slumps after cutting its forecast for fares in the key summer period. We are live at the Farnborough Air Show with more on the outlook for aviation. In the meantime, a quick check on these markets here. You are seeing green across the screen on equity markets across Europe. Stocks Europe 600 higher by 0.5%, but already elements of that Trump trade weakness when you look at the Chinese yuan, the Mexican peso, strength into the haven currencies, and of course gold hitting that record high. A lot to digest. Let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Good morning and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. Look, it is a historic moment that we are seeing in the United States, having ripple effects across the world as Joe Biden, the president of the United States, chooses not to pursue a second term in office. And then, of course, throwing his weight behind his vice president, Kamala Harris. In the meantime, getting the endorsements, winning the endorsements of the Clintons, Nancy Pelosi, and several other key diplomats. We are still holding out for President Obama. But let me just give a moment for this historical kind of day and 24 hours in U.S. political history. Simply this idea, it has not happened since 1968, with plenty of challenges ahead for Kamala Harris within her own party and on the U.S. political stage ahead of 2024. In the meantime, Democrat donations have indeed surged, with the senior figures in the party rallying around Kamala Harris after, like I said, U.S. President Joe Biden said he would abandon his re-election bid. Bloomberg's Vonnie Quinn reporting overnight out of Washington for us. Vonnie, how do these next 24 hours and beyond look?
It's going to be busy, Kriti, and I'll tell you what, the shock of the 2 p.m. post on X from the president, that'll be past, and we'll be looking forward to the next steps. And We know that we're going to get comments from Kamala Harris at 11:30 a.m. local time. That's just a few hours from now. We'll also have heard from some potential vice presidential hopefuls on the morning shows in the United States on Monday morning. Those include Governor Andrew Beshear of Kentucky and also Roy Cooper of North Carolina. And of course, there'll be plenty of speculation as to who Kamala Harris might choose, given that she is very much now the front runner to take over that position. That said, the Democratic Convention Rules Committee is also going to meet on Wednesday. They want this process to unite the Democratic Party and to be transparent and fair. That's a direct quote. Open as well. They're going to have a meeting and they're going to stream it live so everybody will see how this framework to select a new nominee comes into being, because don't forget, we are in pretty uncharted territory. And if there's one thing that we learned throughout Sunday with all of the endorsements that came flooding in, particularly from the delegations, which was very important, it's that this Democratic Party wants to move forward in a united way and also wants to continue raising money. You mentioned the donations. Small dollar donations hit $70 million, the biggest one day for small dollar donations this year. That will hopefully continue for the Democratic Party. That's what their wish is. And then, of course, the big donors, they'll want to see more come back into the fold as well. Some of those who had been on the sidelines waiting or hoping for President Trump to step down as the next potential president, they may come back into the fold. And we already know that people like George Soros do continue to support Kamala Harris as the frontrunner.
It's certainly something we have a very, very close eye on. Bloomberg's Vonnie Quinn keeping an eye on the tick-by-tick as we, of course, see how this all plays out. We thank you so much for the reporting out of Washington, D.C. I want to get a little bit more analysis here and bring in Leslie Vinjamuri, Director of the U.S. and Americas Program over at Chatham House. Leslie, a wild 24, 48 hours in American politics and everyone outside of the United States watching what's going on. I want to start with what actually fundamentally changes from a policy perspective if indeed Kamala Harris wins the Democratic nomination, or do we simply expect more of the same that we've heard from Joe Biden?
Well, given that she is quite unknown when it comes to policy other than supporting the president's policy, I do think that we can imagine and should expect continuity on most items when it comes to the economy, to climate, to support for Ukraine. The big question, the big difference will potentially be on America's support for Israel, which we know has been deeply controversial. We've got that visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu to Washington, D.C. We'll wait and see whether Vice President Kamala Harris intends to meet with him. But this has been an extremely divisive issue in the United States, especially amongst younger Americans. And those voters will be important in swing states as well as across the country. We've heard the stories about Arab American voters in Michigan being reluctant to support Joe Biden because of his policies in the Middle East. So this might be a change. But the other really significant difference is that Kamala Harris, while she will be largely embracing President Biden's policies, she simply doesn't have the depth of experience, the years working these issues, and that is, an opportunity, and it's also, a potential weakness. So much, I think, will become more known in the weeks ahead. And another question, of course, is who she chooses to surround herself with. Most of us are focusing our curiosity on who that vice presidential candidate would be, assuming that she does secure the nomination. But there are also broader questions. Will she change foreign policy teams? Will she appoint new people or carry on with Biden's team, many of whom have years and years of experience and are very committed to President Biden's agenda?
It's fascinating that we talk about where she's going to put her focus. There's been a lot of speculation of whether her VP pick may ultimately be Roy Cooper out of North Carolina to get some of those swing votes in North Carolina and Georgia as well. That's, of course, just one take out of the many, many options. But, Leslie, I'm really curious about what her foreign policy record may actually be. It feels like that's where a lot of criticism is coming, especially given that she was formerly a senator out of California. She, of course, came under a lot of criticism from the Trump campaign and the Republicans broadly for how she's handling or at least viewing and talking about the border crisis, which is a hot topic issue in the states. What credibility does she have on that front?
Well, you know, this is going to be a challenge for America in the years and decades ahead. President Biden is an outlier. He's probably the leader with the most foreign policy experience. And that just simply isn't reflected in any of the other potential candidates. Kamala Harris does carry the baggage of having been assigned the portfolio of dealing with the southern border as really her first challenge when she became vice president, and it didn't go well. And undoubtedly, at a time when Trump has decided to make immigration his #1 calling card after the economy, they will double down on attacking Vice President Kamala Harris for her record. But she's also associated with an effort along with President Biden to pass spending to deal with the border that we know Donald Trump blocked from behind the scenes. And she will have to articulate her policy and her vision for how she's going to deal with a real problem, but also how she's going to manage the very toxic politics that are going to surround this campaign. And as we know, immigration and immigration policy is a concern, especially in the United States. It's a concern across Europe. Europeans will be looking to see whether they have potentially a good ally and partner when it comes to questions of managing the rallying cry from the far right to close off borders, or whether there can be a pragmatic, sensible, realistic set of policies for dealing with the southern border. And we haven't seen that to date, partly because it's just simply very, very difficult to work Congress. And we are all very focused on the headline race in November, but as there are lots of races that are up for grabs in the Senate and in the House, and that will matter for immigration policy.
It absolutely will. And Leslie, let's talk then about, and I think for an international audience, we really want to know what the odds are of this kind of potential ticket swap if indeed Kamala Harris does get the Democratic nomination and is going head to head with President Trump, which of course we're still waiting for that virtual roll call and then the Democratic convention to follow to solidify that. Leslie, I'm curious what the odds actually are here. Look, she is not only running as a woman, but as a woman of color, of both Black and South Asian descent. She's been a first in many of the roles that she's taken on, the very first senator of South Asian descent in American history. But when you look at the polling odds, she doesn't have that much of an advantage over President Biden when it comes to President Trump. Does that change by November in your point of view?
Well, first of all, if Kamala Harris was running against a normal, ordinary, centrist Republican, I would be very skeptical about her prospects. But she isn't. She's running against former President Donald Trump, who is an intensely polarizing figure, who has chosen a running mate who doubles down on an agenda that is very polarizing, that relies on the promise of tax cuts and deregulation to get otherwise a very significant group of wealthy Americans who would be very reluctant to support what is an agenda that has some very polarizing elements. And whether he can credibly signal that, remains to be seen. But Kamala Harris, in this context, in an America in which we're seeing an extraordinary demographic change, young voters that want a reason to turn out, that are much more diverse, that care about climate change. Donald Trump and his running mate have rejected the climate agenda. They're in the wrong position on Israel and Palestine. So there are a lot of things for Kamala Harris to play for. And as you've suggested, we just have to wait and see. She may stumble. More likely, she will not stumble because she's going to have so much energy around her. The one thing that unites the Democrats is their intense desire to defeat former President Donald Trump. We saw this in the last presidential election. That's why they consolidated around President Biden after South Carolina. Yeah. And I imagine we will see this again.
It's certainly something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. Leslie Vinjer-Murray, we have to leave it there, Director of the U.S. and Americas Program at Chatham House. We thank you so much for your analysis. Some of the issues she's talking about, of course, hanging over not only news flow today, but of course in the aviation sector as well. Coming up, we are live at the Farnborough International Air Show, where we'll discuss the consumer story, the politics, and of course the orders being put in. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
Intelligence covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
This is The Pulse. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. Ryanair shares are slumping as much as 13% this morning. It's marking the biggest intraday decline all the way back since the middle of 2020. This comes after the Irish budget carrier cut its outlook for ticket prices in the crucial summer travel period. Of course, passenger demand, a major topic of conversation over at the Farnborough International Air Show underway in southern England. Many of the industry's high flyers are there, as is our very own opening trade co-anchor, Guy Johnson. Guy, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk about the impact that politics is having on this industry. Let's talk about the potential for a Trump presidency and what that will mean for aviation's journey to sustainability, to carbon neutrality, to net neutrality. Let's talk about what is going to happen here and what impact that could have, because this is the story of the last 24 hours, Joe Biden stepping down. Lauren Riley is the Chief Sustainability Officer at United and is sitting next to me. What do you think? Is it going to be harder to get United to where it wants to be in terms of its targets under a Trump presidency? Is that your expectation?
Well, let me start by saying, isn't it extraordinary that I'm here with you today at an air show talking about sustainability? Because sustainability is business strategy. Yep. Business strategy is affected by politics. And I gotta, tell you that United has been a long champion of a future of sustainable aviation, and I don't see that deviating. Our commitment to net zero by 2050 is one that we stand behind, and we expect to get there without relying on the use of carbon offsets. So that means innovation, that means technology, but yes, it does mean policy. And I expect that to continue, and we're going to continue to advocate that in the United States and globally so that we can achieve our goals.
What impact has the Biden administration had on this journey, though? The Inflation Reduction Act has, according to most people in this industry, had a major impact. That could be rolled back. What impact would that have?
Oh, it's been extraordinary. The Inflation Reduction Act really was historic. It really put a marker in the ground, in particular for hard-to-abate industries like aviation, that it's time to change the way we fly. We need to tackle the emissions associated with flight. And really how we're going to get there is through the use of sustainable aviation fuels. For the first time ever in U.S. federal legislation, we have tax credits aligned with investments in sustainable aviation fuels. Those are the fuels that we can use today that are derived from waste products or renewable product and allow us to have up to 85% less emissions on a life cycle basis. Huge. And the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the federal policy coupled with different state level incentives, is allowing us to address the premium associated with greener, more sustainable, low-carbon aviation fuels like SAF.
So if that goes away, that's a problem?
Well, if it goes away, I think we'll see probably less innovation. But corporates like United and our customers are really looking for a future that addresses those emissions. So I don't think the ambition will stand down. We need to move from innovation to scaling, and that really is going to require collaboration across the value chain. I don't think that's going to stop.
The Trump administration 1.0 was pretty committed to the oil and gas industry. Trump 2.0 might be equally as committed to the oil and gas industry. How committed is the oil and gas industry to sustainable aviation fuel and that scaling process that you talk about?
Well, we need the oil and gas industry. We need their infrastructure. We need their logistics. We need their investment in the next generation of low-carbon fuels. They need to be at the table so that we can find a way to scale and commercialize what is really a nascent solution right now, which is sustainable aviation fuels.
Just give me a sense of the scale. You talk about needing to scale. How much do we need to scale? What is the mountain that must be climbed here?
Well, it's tremendous. So last year we had about 150 million gallons of sustainable aviation fuels produced worldwide. 150 million gallons. United alone, as a single operator in 1 year, uses 4.25 billion gallons.
Yes.
So it's less than 0.1% of United's total fuel consumption in any given year. That is simply not good enough, and we need to get it to 100% by 2050.
And you're going to need government to do that.
And we need government policy and incentives to do that.
How different is the picture on either side of the Atlantic?
Oh, it's quite interesting, right? The carrots and sticks. So we certainly have carrots in the United States with the incentives that we see. In the EU, in the UK, and other regions around the world, we're starting to see mandates come online. What's interesting is that I do think those two policy constructs are quite complementary. In the United States, we're seeing a lot of early stage innovation, a lot of new tech startups that are looking at different pathways, different technologies to enable more efficient production of sustainable aviation fuels. In the UK and the EU, we're actually seeing the mandates drive scale. So suddenly we're in a space where some airlines are able to actually secure long-term offtake, long-term fuel supply for sustainable aviation fuels, which means there's confidence in the market and we can actually start scaling up sustainable aviation fuels. So they complement each other.
Isn't the smart way to kickstart the sustainable aviation fuel story in a much more meaningful way to remove the advantages that traditional fuels have? Carbon taxes, taking some of the tax advantages away from jet fuel, from kerosene. Isn't that the fastest way to get to where we need to go?
Well, I think there's many more efficient ways that we can get to where we need to go.
Okay.
And I would love to see that happen. But in today's environment, we actually need to take other alternative pathways, like incentivizing the change that we want to see, which is where the incentives and then mandates in some regions really are going to work together to really address that need. Would I love to see a carbon price out there? I sure would. But I don't think that's going to be realistic anytime in the next couple of years in the United States for sure. So how do we work around those constraints and realities so that we can actually continue to accelerate the progress that we need to see?
Final quick question.
Yeah.
What advice would you give Kamala Harris if she were to be president in order to make this process happen more quickly?
Well, progress is happening everywhere across the board, including how we impact the climate. And I would encourage Kamala Harris to continue to lean into some of the activities and commitments that we've seen under the Biden administration. We need to continue to make sure that we hit our goals of the Paris Accord. And I look forward to an administration under her or other that can help us support our ambition to net zero 2050.
Lauren Riley, thank you very much indeed. The Chief Sustainability Officer at United Airlines. Guys, back to you.
Bloomberg's Guy Johnson at the Farnborough Air Show having those crucial conversations and braving the weather for us. In the next hour, though, Guy Johnson will be speaking to plenty of more people in the political space. Kansas Senator Jerry Moran and New Hampshire Senator Jeanne Shaheen, as well as the CEO of Qatar Airways. Plenty to coming up, including tributes pouring in from around the world for Joe Biden, praising the U.S. president for his decades-long role in global affairs. We're going to get some of the reaction and insight coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry. And
crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Middle East, and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
A historic moment in U.S. politics, ripple effects around the world as President Joe Biden chooses not to seek a second term in office, throwing his weight behind Kamala Harris with a major international reaction. I want to bring in Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Berlin to take us through some of it. Ollie, what are you hearing? What should we be paying attention to?
Yeah, listen, when we think about Joe Biden, his stature in American politics and how long he's been around, very well steeped in all of the issues and having, built a lot of long-term relationships with a number of these leaders in these countries, it's a significant change going into what the global leaders are expecting here. You had Olaf Scholz out on Twitter. Again, there's a lot of sort of reaching out saying that they really respect his decision, but also talking to some of his accomplishments about how transatlantic cooperation is now close. Olaf Scholz saying NATO is stronger and the U.S. is a good and reliable partner to us, is what he was saying. And that really comes in contrast to some of the discussions that you had with Donald Trump in the previous administration, particularly with Germany, where you saw the tone in many of the arguments be done very much in public. That is something that is going to be missed, certainly by Olaf Scholz.
And certainly ramifications for the defense story as well across Europe and arguably China as well. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook joining us in Berlin for some of that insight and analysis. We're going to get even more of that coming up on the program as we talk about the next steps for the European security picture and beyond. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key. You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. Let's get to your top stories. Kamala Harris in the limelight after President Joe Biden chooses not to pursue a second term, leaving the Democratic Party scrambling ahead of its virtual roll call and convention. Meanwhile, markets pricing in the Trump trade as policy changes on both sides of the aisle remain hazy at best. And in the corporate space, Ryanair slumps after cutting its forecast for fares in the key summer period. We're going to digest what that means for the stock and, of course, have live programming throughout the day from Farnborough Air Show. But I want to come right back to our top story this morning and just emphasize what a big deal it is, a crucial moment in American politics in the United States, having ripple effects across the world as President Joe Biden chooses not to pursue a second term. This has only happened once or twice in history, most recently back in 1968 with Lyndon B. Johnson choosing not to pursue that second term for a lot of the same reasons that Joe Biden is coming up under a lot of pressure, low polling odds, wars in the region, and of course, racial tensions that remain at a high. There's a lot going on here. But for a career politician of 40 years who with specialty in the likes of foreign relations, specifically on Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the ripple effects around the world are crucial, especially as we talk about two wars specifically in this region. That's where I want to go next and bring in Atlantic Council Senior Fellow Elizabeth Bra, who of course is watching the ripple effects very, very closely. Elizabeth, I can't emphasize enough how historic and unprecedented in the modern era of politics this is. I'm sure a lot of European leaders kind of trying to figure out what a Kamala Harris presidency may actually look like. Your initial read on the situation?
They are desperately trying to figure out what it means, because we should remember that while she's been vice president now for almost 4 years, she is not a foreign policy type. She's not a foreign policy expert. I remember her from back when she was a district attorney in San Francisco when I was living there. She is a prosecutor. She concerns herself with crime in America. What are her foreign policy views and security policy views? We don't know, because that's not her background. And now European and other leaders have to figure out, they basically know where Trump stands, they basically know where Biden stands, but what are her views? And if she's a nominee, what will she do and if she wins, what will she do as president?
Well, you tell me, what will she do as president? Because to your point, that is her criticism. Whereas, and to be fair, nobody has the foreign policy experience that Joe Biden does at all, Trump included, but even plenty on the Democratic Party simply as a function of his age and focus on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But Kamala Harris has none. So what does a leader sitting here in Europe or a leader sitting in Asia do?
In the first instance, they hope that she will essentially be a continuation of Biden's foreign and security policy, because at least then you have a way of understanding where things might go. But if she decides that she will try to chart her own course, then all bets are off. And I think that is a risk at the moment. That we should remember that Trump's foreign policy and security policy is very erratic at best. So this is the reality now for foreign leaders, that they have really no way of knowing where America will stand on crucial issues.
So it is erratic at best. But when we look at the actual implications, it feels like the core theory of pulling away from China, having NATO spend more, for example, those are quite similar on both sides of the aisle. There is bipartisan agreement that those policies are what's needed for the future of America. The execution of those policies is where we see the volatility on the Trump side, and perhaps a little bit more incentive-driven strategies like the Inflation Reduction Act on the Democratic side. That being said, does Kamala Harris have the respect that she needs to operate on the international stage, especially when it comes to things like securing funding for whether it's Israel, whether it's Gaza, or whether it's in Ukraine?
Well, she has a very small footprint on the international stage. The most she has done until now is essentially appearing as a substitute for Biden at various high-profile events. But it has to be said that lacking foreign policy experience is not a bad thing, because Washington types who have spent their whole careers in foreign and security policy tend to form their views early on in their careers and carry those views with them, ideologically shaped views, for the entirety of their careers. So we can see Biden formed his views on various things very early on in his career, and that's what still guides his policies today. Whereas you can come in as somebody like Bill Clinton, who really was not a foreign policy type. He came in as a rookie in foreign policy and actually did quite well, because he had to approach all kinds of new issues on the basis of not having had to take a position in the past.
So the polling odds here very strongly favor President Trump and have been for quite some time. Yes, Kamala Harris is polling better than President Biden, but still at a significant lag to the numbers you're seeing on the Republican side. I'm curious, though, when it comes to other European leaders, and I have one in particular, Viktor Orban, that comes to mind, who's been very vocal about not only supporting President Trump, but forging a relationship with him, to the point that he, right after the NATO summit in Washington, spent time at Mar-a-Lago and convened with President Trump. Is that the kind of thinking other European leaders should have as well in these next 3.5 months or so, these next 100 days or so, to forge a relationship with both sides of the aisle? Is that a pragmatic solution?
It's pragmatic, and frankly, it's inevitable. And we have seen, for example, the new government here in the UK. While it was in opposition, the Labour Party spent a lot of effort and time trying to meet with Republicans in Washington, knowing that they may obviously form the next government and also the majority in Congress. It is the reality of U.S. politics. You have to, the U.S. role in the world, you have to be flexible and pragmatic and work with whoever is in charge, because you'll need them.
I want to bring it back to the defense story, though, because, of course, continued aid to Ukraine, whether it's through NATO or through other mechanisms, is crucial, and for a lot of these European agendas. I had a conversation with the U.S. ambassador to NATO a couple of weeks ago, and she made the point that even as European countries are pulling forward their defense, Sweden, Norway, Poland going up to 5% GDP, arguably, there is still a crux or a benefit for the United States, and that so much of that increased spending ultimately benefits the American defense industry, even if it's not, the aid isn't coming from the United States specifically. Where do you stand on that? The role that U.S. defense as an industry may have, even if the government itself maybe takes a step back in a Trump 2.0?
It is obvious that the U.S. defense industry has benefited from increased defense spending in Europe. If you look at Germany, for example, with the Sondervermögen, so the special fund that was set up to essentially equip the military, a lot of that money has gone to U.S. defense manufacturers simply because they had the products available for the Bundeswehr, so the German armed forces, to buy, and that's what's needed at the moment. You can allocate all the money that you want, but if the weapons aren't there for you to buy, then it has no effect. So U.S. defense manufacturers have really benefited from this increased defense spending, and they dominate the global market anyway, so it hasn't been all bad for America. And since you mentioned the IRA earlier, the Inflation Reduction Act, if I can link that to the defense story. So sometimes I think the U.S. forgets how much it benefits from its allies, and conversely, how its actions may hurt its closest friends, even when it's not intended that way. And the IRA is such a story, set up obviously to bring green jobs to America through enormous government subsidies. But what has happened is that European companies have said, well, rather than manufacturing, we are reducing manufacturing or other activities in China, but rather than bringing that manufacturing to Europe, we'll bring it to the US. Yeah. To states like Arizona, for example. And what are European countries supposed to do about that? And I don't think the U.S. Congress or the White House sometimes realize how much their actions harm their closest allies, and as a result, is America standing in the world? And that's something that hopefully Kamala Harris, now that she's on a foreign security policy crash course, will spend some attention on.
Certainly, as we know, of course, European countries, to your point, ramping up their defense spending, but maybe not at the pace that they initially wanted to. Atlantic Council Senior Fellow Elizabeth Braw, we do have to leave it there. But a fascinating conversation in terms of the ripple effects that a Kamala Harris presidency may mean for Europe and the defense story. But what happens to the markets, the Trump trade after Joe Biden's exit from the 2024 race? We're going to dive into what's priced in and what's not. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Was going to keep Great World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
If it is Kamala Harris, there are two VP candidates who I think would be very solid for her, both Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona and Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro.
Joanna Maska, CEO of Global Situation Room, who has also previously served as the White House Director of Press Advance for former President Barack Obama, speaking to us earlier. And look, a lot of the focus here is going to be on that VP story. Does that help Kamala Harris's odds against President Trump in a general election, were she to be the Democratic nominee? Or does it simply hinder it? Does it overshadow it? There are a lot of candidates who can fit that bill. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Chad Thomas to have that very conversation. Chad, you heard Joanna Maska there talking about some potential candidates. Josh Shapiro has been named, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, among several others. What does Kamala Harris need in her VP to help her close the gap in some of these polling odds?
Hi, Curdy. Well, she has a very tight timeline ahead of her. First, she needs to, of course, secure the nomination and get on all the ballots across the U.S. For international viewers, it's good to remind people that while the election takes place on the same day in November, each state sets out its own rules around how you get on the ballot. And many of the states, including people looking at Ohio, say that the Democrats really only have a couple of weeks to make these decisions. So first and foremost, she's focused on securing the nomination, and then she'll be looking at some of the potential people who could be her VP candidates, some of the names that you mentioned, and a number of the governors around the U.S. She'll certainly be looking at. It's interesting that both Gretchen Whitmer and Pete Newsom came out in support of Harris already last night. So they were some potential rivals for her for the actual nomination, but they came out and said that they back Harris. And so now let's see who she actually decides to pick when it comes to the VP. The convention's only 4 weeks away, so she has to move quickly here.
Well, the convention, then there's a virtual roll call as well. You mentioned the Ohio ballot deadline as well. What needs to happen before that Ohio ballot deadline, and what needs to be kind of solidified from Kamala Harris's party?
Well, that's why they're talking about this virtual roll call, so that they can make sure that they make it on the Ohio ballot. There's some legal discussions going on what the exact deadline is, but the Ohio state branches of government are controlled by the Republicans, and the Democrats are very concerned that if they don't name a nominee soon, that could be a problem for them. So they're trying to move very quickly in that regard. And the one thing that Kamala Harris has going for her here is that she has control over the Biden-Harris campaign coffers and also their campaign operations that are already in place around the country. You already saw her changing the X handle that was for the Biden campaign to @Kamala HQ. So they're moving very quickly here to try and secure the nomination and move forward with the campaign.
It's certainly something we're going to be watching very, very closely. And what the kind of dissent actually emerges within the party. We should mention she has the crucial support of Clinton's, of Nancy Pelosi, among many other senior Democrats in the party. Barack Obama still has not formally endorsed her, and there's several others who still remain fairly quiet. So we'll, of course, keep an eye on that. Bloomberg's Chad Thomas bringing us that crucial context. We thank you so much. And in the meantime, we're also talking about how this shows up in the markets in particular. Remember, we had the big rotation last week, some calling that the early signs of a Trump trade. This morning, you're seeing it show up in the FX space. Let's get a little bit more analysis on that front. Maria Weitman, State Street's head of equity research, joins me this morning. Maria, pleasure to have you on the program. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. What is the Trump trade?
Yeah, good morning. I mean, Trump trade, to be honest, it's really difficult to pinpoint at this stage because lots and lots of Trump policies are kind of quite inflationary. So probably the simplest trade is curve steepener. But on the other hand, we have central bank that is quite very, very close to kind of winning the war on inflation, and they were very close to cutting interest rates. So that's potentially kind of offsets each other. But I would probably say that in terms of Trump trade, I mean, probability of President Trump 2.0 was there for quite a while. So I suspect market kind of moved in that direction. So maybe the kind of announcement over the weekend probably kind of somewhat in the price already.
It's an interesting one, especially because arguably for those who are looking for a Trump trade would say this might have been something that's been moving the market all year long. It isn't something that's just now emerging. How would you classify that rotation into small caps? If you were to take the politics aside, the rotation into small caps, into more kind of energy-friendly, some would argue Republican-friendly sectors as well, like energy. What's the explanation for that rotation?
Yeah, no, to be honest, I think you're absolutely right. So the trade that, I mean, probability of Trump was there for some time. But on the other hand, we have a very, very interesting situation happening with kind of underlying fundamentals, right? So we still have the majority of earnings growth coming from technology stocks. And those stocks, so they have a lot of quality in there. They have very, very strong balance sheet, but they're extremely, extremely expensive. And from what we know from State Street custodial database is that institutional investors are very, very crowded in those tech stocks and super underweight small caps. So now we're getting kind of on one hand, the Trump trade. On the other hand, we're getting more confidence on rate cuts as well. So market is really excited to rotate into small caps. They're super, super cheap. But they have kind of this earnings problem as economy slows. So there is this kind of dynamic happening. And I think a lot of the rotation we saw in small caps last week is really related to higher probability of policy easing. So that potentially was happening. But I would personally caution against like this kind of wholesale rotation into small caps. I think that still the kind of issue of earnings is really, really important. We know that underlying earnings in small caps are really challenging, especially as the economy slows. So that to me is probably really important thing to watch. So all eyes on earnings season.
It's interesting we talk about the earnings picture, and we're kind of going sector by sector here, Maria, so bear with me, especially in the context of chip stocks. And this is kind of a fascinating one for me because, yes, it's part of the tech trade, and yes, it's part of the NVIDIA kind of AI enthusiasm that we've seen. But lately, in the last couple of weeks, that's a trade that's been unwound quite a bit, largely being done through call volume, through the options volume, where you saw call options push it to the upside, put volume push it to the downside, and magnify some of the hits and arguably some of the declines in the S&P 500. Some would argue that chip stocks have traded like defense stocks in the Biden administration because so many of them are getting contracts from the Biden administration as a part of the CHIPS Act and the IRA, in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, I should point out, for this part of the world. How much of that is accurate in your view?
Yeah, no, that's a really important question to understand, and particularly now ahead of earnings season, and it's like interesting parallel to last earnings season. What we saw is that ahead of earnings, given very, very strong performance of technology stocks and chip stocks in particular, and kind of very extended positions investor had. We saw that ahead of last reporting season is that investors really sold technology stocks, maybe taking profits, maybe like lightning positions ahead of earnings, and that was kind of an important driver in kind of April, May time. And then tech stocks reported, earnings were fantastic, and people kind of went back in. So I wouldn't be too surprised that something like that happening. I mean, we see less selling pressure in institutional investor flows that we track, but I would imagine retail investors could be potentially kind of more aggressive on binding those positions. But again, as I said, I mean, we need to wait another couple of weeks to see earnings in the sector. All the indications, all the kind of pre-announcements are quite constructive. We still see considerable amount of money moving from non-tech sector to technology sector with kind of AI kind of euphoria. So that's still happening. That's still supporting cheap earnings. So we're kind of staying with this large cap technologies trade.
Certainly something we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on. Maria Weitmanis, State Street's head of equity research. We thank you so much for that additional analysis. Okay, so we've done the domestic politics. We've done the market analysis. Let's talk a little bit about what a foreign policy platform may look like under a possible Harris presidency. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to The Pulse. I'm Kriti Gupta in London. Policy is hazy right now in terms of both sides of the aisle. You have a Trump 1.0 agenda, a Biden 1.0 agenda. We don't actually know how that translates to a potential Kamala Harris presidency or even a Trump second term, as both may be taking a little bit of a step back from the roadmap that we know. But for now, let's dive into what that means on the foreign policy stage and bring in Bloomberg's Oliver Crook joining us from Berlin. Ollie, before we get into the foreign policy, talk us through the reaction throughout Europe on just the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, we're bringing to a close a political career of about 50 years, half a century in the form of Joe Biden. And it's really was sort of marked on the international stage, his presidency, as a sort of bringing back to sort of kind of traditional communications and dealing with allies, particularly in Europe, which is not something that we really saw under Trump. So for many of the leaders here, they're deeply grateful for that and having sort of reinstituted that kind of diplomacy, but also having done a lot in the terms of NATO and the sort of transatlantic alliances. I mean, Olaf Scholz put it quite nicely and put it quite succinctly. Thanks to him, Biden, that is, transatlantic cooperation is close, NATO is strong, and the USA is a good and reliable partner for us. Now, that stands in somewhat of contrast of the Trump presidency, who was intensely critical of a number of European countries, not least of which Germany. But we also look at the reactions of other countries who are really uniquely positioned in needing the support of the United States. Ukraine, Zelensky, a lot of gratitude, and you have Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, some of the same. They will now be looking at sort of Kamala Harris. I think that they're actually more interested in candidate Harris than President Harris, because President Harris will probably be a lot like President Biden. But candidate Harris, can she beat Donald Trump? Because really there you have a very sharp contrast in dealing with international affairs and the multilateral global order.
And just very quickly, does anything change on the foreign policy front, or is this really just a Biden 2.0?
I think it'll be Biden 2.0. The one thing where I think it'll be kind of interesting, and particularly interesting because Netanyahu is on his way to the White House right now, is on the question of Israel. She was one of the early and most senior government officials to talk about a ceasefire and to be critical of Israel. So I think that would be an interesting meeting to watch, particularly given that all this upheaval, this is the first world leader to go walk into that.
Certainly something we're watching very closely. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook giving us the international reaction in Berlin. That does it for the polls. There's plenty going on. Green on the screen when you look at these equity markets across Europe. Bloomberg Brief is up ahead, and then they're taking you into that U.S. programming story. This is Bloomberg.
The linear business is not going anywhere. The sports business is moving and is going to figure itself out between digital
and linear. It's an unbelievably healthy market. They all have to be in it. They all want to be, every single one of the players want to be in it because of the audience. We have two assets in the sports business that don't have are year-long, don't have a season. I don't believe prices are going down. You're going to figure out the bifurcation of the rights and give things up, not give things up.
How long do you think it is before Netflix actually jumps into sports?
You know, they're in sports right now, but they just do the shoulder programming.
Yeah.
I think their point of view, and you'll ask Ted tomorrow, is we build up the, we don't want to be in the bidding of rights and then not have any long tail. So I'm not sure. They did bid on Formula One, but ESPN got it. So I think that was a smaller package, meaning smaller economics. So we'll see.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg.
Good morning from our global headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Cranny alongside Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set the agenda.
An election reset. President Biden endorses VP Kamala Harris as he steps aside. Donations surged past $50 million. And the Trump trade challenged. The dollar splits, the curve flattens as the election shakeup raises volatility. And we'll get reactions from Republican Senator Jerry Moran and Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen in the next half hour. Good morning, man. It's great to have you back.
Danny, good morning. I leave you for 1 week and the entire political system in the United States of America just does a somersault. And again, the debate is going to be whether we have an open challenge at the Democratic convention, or is the Queen rising, who it is, Kamala Harris, in terms of the charge at the Democratic Party. Last week, it was ground zero. The bond market was ground zero in terms of the reaction function post the debate, post the assassination. And again, this morning, we look at this reappraisal. Winshaw say this: if Kamala Harris is on the ticket, it dims the odds of a Republican sweep. And that is why you see this repricing from the tariffs, the immigration policy, etc. That is the risk in the bond markets. You also have $183 billion of twos, fives, and sevens coming down the pike this week. NASDAQ, you finally got your great rotation. I went away for 5 days, and you got that heft into the Russell index and that drop in the NASDAQ by 4%. NVIDIA claws back some of the 9% losses that we had last week. But again, it's going to be an interesting one. Julian Emmanuel says the correction has begun in time and price. We get a little bit of insight this week in terms of the tech spending. Alphabet will hit the numbers. And this was the paragon that displayed the Trump trade, or the red sweep, as it were. Bitcoin, it just touched a 1-month high this morning, Danny. So a lot of volatility to come in the countdown to the Democratic Congress.
You put it really well, Manis, because it is this catch-22 for the party. Do they have what many see as an undemocratic coronation of Kamala Harris? But on the other side of things, you could have a very contested convention that would expose already what we've seen, that is rifts in this Democrat Party. Because you've had the split-screen programming, you've had the RNC in the show of unity, all of Trump's former rivals lining up behind him to endorse him. What happens if that's not what we get from the Democrats? Already you have a good sign with the biggest fundraising day of this cycle, over $55 million for the Democratic Party. But is that thrown into question when you have the likes of Joe Manchin weighing a race?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see who does stand up, as it were, and be counted on this. There was one of the most watched TV events was Trump's acceptance speech. And I love what Mike Novogratz had to say about this. An open convention. It's a mini bake-off, and it's going to get more press publicity and coverage than anything in the whole world for the next month. I think he has a point, which is if you really want to challenge the narrative from the Republican Party and from their candidate, this is a prime opportunity to really tell you, if it is Kamala Harris, who is she, what does she represent, and where's she going to take the country?
Does it look like a bake-off or a UFC cage match? I think that's part of the questions that we're going to have to see. Exactly. A bake-off sounds lovely. It sounds very peaceful. Well, anyway, this is our top story because President Biden's historic decision to exit the White House does kick off a 3-month sprint to the November vote. Keep in mind, the DNC is just a couple of weeks away in Chicago. Bloomberg's Vonnie Quinn is in D.C. for us on what to expect next. Vonnie, let's talk about the possibility that this is an open convention. What could it look like, and who could possibly challenge Kamala Harris at this point?
Well, that's just it, Danny. I think the possibility is actually dimming. Throughout the afternoon on Sunday, you saw this bevy of endorsements come in from really key figures, everybody from AOC to Elizabeth Warren, Jim Clyburn, the Congressional Black Caucus. And at one point, there were state delegations saying, we are endorsing Kamala Harris. And that particular element is important because that was one of the areas that the Republicans were going to attack on. They were actually threatening to bring legal action because, of course, it was the president, President Joe Biden, who had secured those primary votes from the states. Well, if all of the states come together and rally and project unity as the party seems to want, well, that will sort of take the air out of any argument from the Republicans on that score. That said, you mentioned Joe Manchin. He did say that he might try to re-enter this race to an aide who then has reported it in the press. We will see. He's supposed to be on the U.S. morning shows in a couple of hours' time, and he's going to give Fox News an interview tomorrow as well, but he would have to re-register as a Democrat. It's also not clear what kind of demographics he would appeal to versus Kamala Harris, right? So we will see. The other point to make is that it was really interesting to see the lack of people coming out and trying to challenge Kamala Harris. If anything, you had people trying to potentially position themselves as VP pick. And again, we're going to be hearing from some state governors in the morning, in a few hours on some of the U.S. television shows that are obviously trying to put their names in the hat, right? And most of these are from swing states. Josh Shapiro, he's not going to be on the morning shows yet, as far as we know, but he is one of the key names to watch. There's also, of course, Roy Cooper. There's the governor of Kentucky. There is the governor of Minnesota as well, Timothy Waltz, and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. They're all in the list. Gretchen Whitmer has suggested to aides that she wouldn't want to run this time, that it's a complicated race. Gavin Newsom has also said he's not going to do it. That would be 2 from California, and that's not what the Democrats need right now.
It's interesting if they go for somebody perhaps who is a foil to Vance. Now, Vonnie, follow the money. In the end of the day, it sort of comes down to that. Danny mentioned the figure. It's over $50 million. It's maybe near $60 million that's been raised by the Democrats in the past 24 hours. But the mega donors are out there, and they will have a huge say in terms of where we go next. So what has been the response mechanism? The likes of Soros is a hard hitter when it comes to the funding of the Democratic Party. Follow the money for me.
Yeah, exactly. Soros has always said that he is going to continue to back Kamala Harris, so that potentially will bring in more big donors. You mentioned that huge amount of fundraising, the biggest day so far this campaign, in fact, 3 times the previous biggest day, which was right after the debate, almost 70 million, in fact, and that was small donor dollar donations, which is really interesting. It shows how much the base of the party, the grassroots members, have been energized by this new name that's come to the fore, even if they know Kamala Harris. They're going to need all that money, though, Manus and Danny, because Trump has been out fundraising them, right? Or at least he did in June. We won't have the July figures until August. But in June, there was about a $30 million gap between the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign. $128 million raised by Trump. And that was before the assassination attempt. Yeah. So we'll have to see how much more money we can see flow into the Democratic coffers. They'll certainly be out fundraising in force over the next few days.
Bonnie, you had mentioned that one of the key attack lines the Republicans had used was using their unity against that of the Democrats, of a divided Democrats. If we do have the show of unity, not just that, but the line of Joe Biden's age, if that's no longer usable to a GOP, to a Trump campaign, how does their strategy need to change in the coming days to react to a possible Kamala Harris presidential candidate?
Well, we already know that they have in place a plan to attack Kamala Harris as being weak, right? The former President Donald Trump has been on Truth Social all day long, couldn't help himself, continued to put out posts suggesting that Biden was weak, but that Kamala would be easier to beat. Now, bear in mind, this is not what MAGA Republicans had been saying right before today's announcement or Sunday's announcement. MAGA Republicans had been suggesting that Biden should stay because he would be easier to beat. Well, now they've turned the tables. They've decided that Kamala will be easier to beat if she is indeed the nominee. But we know that one of the reasons the Trump campaign was trying to fundraise so hard was because they have put a fortune into attack ads, and we'll start to see those rolling out over the next few days, absolutely no doubt, even before it's fully finalized that Kamala Harris is the nominee, should she be the nominee. And that will be definitely part of the strategy. We also obviously know that they may try an attack on the legal front as well, as I mentioned earlier. We'll see if that actually goes forward.
Okay, and as we sat down to do this show today, Danny and I were just chatting about the role that Kamala Harris has as that border czar, and that is one of the sore points of this campaign. Vonnie, great to have you with us this morning. Thanks for working late and long for us in Washington, Vonnie Quinn. Other stories, there are other stories, believe it or not, trending on the Bloomberg terminal this Monday morning. China caught investors by surprise with an interest rate cut overnight. The PBOC got the 7-day reverse repo rate to 1.7%. It's the first reduction in almost a year, and the attempt is to prop up growth.
Deutsche Bank is bidding to become one of Wall Street's main European rivals for serving America's rich. The head of the bank's U.S. wealth unit plans to add as many as a dozen senior private bankers this year. Deutsche Bank reports their earnings on the 24th.
Ryanair cut its outlook for ticket prices in the crucial summer travel period. It joins Lufthansa, Delta, and other airlines in a warning to investors. The CFO spoke to Bloomberg about the customer outlook.
The consumer is a little bit more frugal, a little bit more cautious about how they're spending their money, and they want to get away. Ryanair is the lowest cost, so we can afford to have the lowest fares. And we're happy to hit the traffic targets, and if we have to price accordingly, we will do.
Coming up in the show, we'll hear from the Republican Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas and the Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, live from the Farnborough Air Show.
And later this hour, we're going to be catching up with Anna Rosenberg. She is the head of geopolitics at Amundi on the presidential race. Here on Your Brief.
multi-trillion-dollar industry. There's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
It's Bloomberg Brief. I'm Manny Scranley alongside Danny Berger in New York. Well, the Democrats are cheering on President Biden's exit from the election race, scoring more than $50 million in donations just on Sunday alone since the announcement. Let's get the reactions from U.S. lawmakers who are at Farnborough Air Show. Guy Johnson is there. You're talking politics and planes, Guy. Good morning.
It's the perfect combination, politics and aerospace. What more could you want on a Monday morning? Manus, thank you very much indeed. Yes, welcome from a blustery Farnborough Air Show. This year's event obviously has been overshadowed by the political developments that we've seen in the United States overnight. So let's get a take now on what that ultimately means, not only for the country, but also for the aerospace industry. I'm joined by Senator Jerry Moran, Republican from Kansas, and Senator Jeannie Shaheen, Democrat from New Hampshire. I'm going to start with you, Senator. Understandably. Obviously, the news overnight comes as a shock, but not as a shock. Is Vice President Harris the right choice, do you think, now to take on Joe Biden's mantle? Do you think others should be given a choice? I appreciate you've been over here for the last few days, but you must have a view on what is happening here.
Well, first of all, it's nice to be here at the Farnborough Air Show. Senator Moran and I are co-leading a bipartisan delegation from all across the United States. We're mostly appropriators, so we fund airplanes like the ones we see behind us. But we're also on the Armed Services Committee, some of us. So it's exciting to be here to see what's happening and to promote United States innovation. On politics, I haven't been in the United States for several days, but it's going to be a very interesting process. People are very excited. I think Vice President Harris has moved very quickly to build support, but the delegates to the convention will decide ultimately if she gets the nomination. So I think we'll see a lot of activity in the coming weeks.
Would you support her?
We are waiting for the president to address the nation later this week. President Joe Biden has done an excellent job investing in America over the last 4 years. He deserves a tremendous amount of respect and credit for his willingness to step down in what he believes is the best interest of the country. So I'm going to wait to hear from him.
But do you have a candidate in mind, I guess is the real question?
I do not.
Right, so you at the moment are reasonably agnostic on who you think ultimately should be his successor. We'll wait for the plane to take off so that we can hear your answer.
Well, no, I think it will be important to have someone who will carry on the mantle of the president, and clearly the vice president has done that, but we're going to wait and see.
So a continuity candidate would be something that you would be looking for?
I think that's important.
Okay. Let's look at it from the other side of the aisle. We're sitting here in Europe. There is serious concern over here about what a Trump 2.0 presidency would ultimately mean. We all heard what J.D. Vance said the other day at the RNC. There is a concern that America is going to become more isolationist. Is that your perspective?
It is not my hope, and it's certainly nothing that is foretold. That's not going to happen if we get the right policies in place. We've, for 75 years, Republican administrations, Democratic administrations, America has been hugely engaged in NATO, supportive of the cause, and at a time in which Putin has invaded Russia, Russians have invaded Ukraine. It is not a time for America to back off of its commitment around the globe. My experience in being here and talking to foreign leaders is that they have significant determination, but it takes the United States to have success. And so as a team, Europeans and Americans, NATO's and our allies have a role to play in the world. And I think there's a justification for us making certain that we do the right things in a way that we share the burdens with our allies.
Yep.
But I don't expect America to walk away from the world in any administration.
So you voted for Ukraine aid in the past.
I did.
Do you think that aid is at risk?
I do not. But I mean, again, President Trump, when he was president, made it pretty clear that he expects our European allies, our fellow NATO members, to do more. And that was absolutely the right thing, to encourage and, in fact, to insist that they do so. And we've seen results of that. It's happening. And again, I think there's a path forward in Ukraine for success, for a victory. And I think that it's important for us to continue to pursue this cause.
And I think it's important to point out that that aid package passed overwhelmingly in both the House and Senate with strong bipartisan support. So while it took longer than any of us had hoped, it got there with a lot of strong bipartisan support.
Do you think that a Democratic government in the United States, a Democrat government in the United States would be less isolationist than a Republican administration?
Look, I expect whoever the next president is to do what's in the national security interests of the United States. Our role in the world, our role in NATO, in supporting the Ukrainians in this war, the unprovoked war that Russia has instigated in Ukraine, our support for the Indo-Pacific, for providing a counterbalance to China. All of that is in our interest, and whoever's president, I'm sure, is going to do what's in the best interest of the United States.
Let me make this point that the world is going to change. I mean, as politics is changing in the United States and you focus upon what's happening in the U.S., we're going to have additional challenges in the next 100 days, in the next 4 years. And as the world, our adversaries are aligning against us, from Iran and their proxies, Russia, the South Pacific, and China. So when you ask about whether or not the United States is going to be an isolationist country, one, the answer is no. But two, we're not going to have a choice because the challenges are going to be so great to our own nation.
But the priorities are important. Is Asia, is China a bigger priority than Europe? You talked about burden sharing. What does Europe need to do to share the burden adequately?
So a number of my colleagues were opposed to aid for Ukraine, Republican colleagues, because they said the focus should be China. But the reality is what we demonstrate with our European allies in Ukraine determines what happens, what response, what happens to the South Pacific and China is activity. So the world watches to see if we're capable. And we need to demonstrate that. And it's not just about Ukraine. It's about American security, and it's about making certain our adversaries, present and future, know that when America's committed to something, they're there for the long haul.
Benjamin Netanyahu is going to address a joint session in a few days' time. You sit on foreign relations. What do you want to hear?
I would like to hear him talk about what he plans to do to end this war. I would like to hear him say that they're going to increase humanitarian aid to all of those Palestinians affected in Gaza. I would like to hear him say that he's going to initiate elections in Israel so that the Israeli people who have been demonstrating against his leadership understand that there's the potential for an option. I would like to hear him say that he is going to figure out how to resolve some of the challenges with southern Lebanon, so that we don't see an increased war in southern Lebanon. So I hope he will talk about all of those issues. I would be surprised.
Yes, that is quite the list. Senator Shaheen, Senator Moran, thank you both indeed for joining us here at the Farnborough Air Show and braving the weather with me. It's great to see you both. Thank you very much indeed.
Weather.
Very British weather.
Great to be back with you. Thank you.
It's nice to see you both. Danny Berger in New York. Let me hand things back to you.
Guy, thank you very much. Braving the weather and a lot of jets taking off, too. Guy Johnson there at the Farnborough Air Show. Important to hear from two senators on the subcommittee for defense. Coming up, Delta gets called out by Secretary Buttigieg after canceling a third of their scheduled flights. We'll have more on that, speaking of airplanes, for you next.
times in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
It's your Bloomberg Brief. I'm Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny in New York. Okay, let's get you some of your front page news. A look at what's making headlines around the world. First up, the Washington Post has this, that the director of the U.S. Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, is facing new calls to resign. That's from a bipartisan group of lawmakers. It's after we saw this drip feed of news that top agency officials repeatedly denied requests for additional resources and personnel sought by Trump's security detail before last weekend's assassination attempt.
And next up, you have a deadline looming for Warner Brothers Discovery. Monday is the deadline to match proposals for purchasing the next round of broadcast rights for the NBA. Pricey rights, they are expected to more than double in value to roughly $75 billion. $75 billion over 11 years. That's a lot of money for sport.
And people are willing to pay up for it. It brings the viewers. They need it.
Look large.
Okay, Manus, we need to end on this. The New York Times says this story, that Delta canceled another 1,300 flights on Sunday and delayed another 1,600. First of all, it was very uneven with what airlines were able to get out and which still had issues. I mean, you look at Delta, planes were out of place. You had the personnel trying to catch up, already really diminished personnel post-COVID. Yeah. So it took all weekend for them still to try to sort this out.
So then why did American only cancel 100? So, you know, you've got to... I think what this whole story does is it throws into mind concentration risk. You are so exposed to one major provider. What do you do in these disaster recovery scenarios? I got back fine. Aer Lingus did not have a particular problem with this.
We're very thankful for that, Manus. It's good to see you back.
Back in the seat.
Everything's right with Manus back.
We're operating in a very volatile environment. So JetBlue has a very large presence here in New York, and there are air traffic control challenges. And so we've had to overinvest in hiring excess crew members and building flexibility into our planning process. And so over time, we hope to wean some of those investments back as the operating environment around us stabilizes.
We made the decision early on that we were only going to invest internally on key differentiating technologies, and clearly the powertrain is the key differentiating technology. So our investment is a recurring investment with respect to the powertrain team, the battery team, which is part of it, the engine team, electric engine team, which is part of it. And we also have a lot of non-recurring costs with the other components because we're not developing those internally. We're using the existing aerospace defense supplier base for most of the other components.
We invest a lot in the offices, that you feel home, that you can actually be at your best yourself, and people work very differently. We take a lot of input from the sports world, actually, the athlete spirit, right? Building a sports team that can perform at the best, but also talking a lot about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities at On. It's very important to have a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
This is Bloomberg. From our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny. Let's set your agenda.
An election reset. President Biden endorses Vice President Kamala Harris as he steps aside. Donations surge past $50 million. Trump trade challenge, the dollar slips, the curve flattens as the election shakeup raises volatility. And we'll discuss what it means with international business leaders at Qatar Airways. The CEO joins us live from Farnborough International Airshow.
What does this uncertainty injection do to these markets? There's going to be a lot of information to absorb over the next week. Some of that curve flattening has taken a breather this morning. We're barely changed on your U.S. 10-year yield. It is a trade that has been challenged nonstop with the push and pull between economics and politics. This morning, it's unclear which way we go. S&P 500 futures, they go higher, up by 0.4%. Does the rotation continue to live? How much of it was positioning, CPI, and how much of it was politics? Potentially, when we all get scared, we run back to the safe corner of the big cap tech, and that is NVIDIA. That is up this morning. Meanwhile, Russell 2000 futures, they are higher, but not as much. Again, that rotation isn't playing out. For markets, all roads point to PCE data on Friday, GDP on Thursday, PMIs, and a big week for earnings, Manus.
Yeah, and we have a bunch of bond issuance coming down the pike as well across the curve. The question is this: the political chaos that you have at the moment, how toxic is it? How toxic is it for volatility? And do we now question whether the red sweep, and that's what really was driving the markets in the earlier part of last week, which was not just a presidency for Trump, but a red sweep, and whether that has potentially been rocked.
It's a good point. It's the down ballot races that matter, because that had been the concern that so many people raised to Biden. The Pelosi's of the world saying that not only are you under threat, but the down ballots are under threat.
Indeed. Well, one woman that is not under threat, but she's been working like Billy all weekend, it is our very own Anne-Marie Jourdain. She joins us now. And of course, we're going to kick off a great deal of debate. You're not going to get any sleep for the next 3 weeks. Time's short. Tension is high. Run us through the choreography of what Kamala Harris has got to do to galvanize the Democratic Party behind her.
Well, the first date is going to be August 19th. That's when the DNC kicks off. But potentially, before Biden dropped out, there was talk from the DNC that they would hold this virtual roll call vote. If that happens, then potentially we go into the DNC with already the ticket picked. Obviously, to get there, she also needs to pick a vice president. A lot of reports overnight that yesterday she made a few calls to prospective potential running mates. You want to look at some of these governors, especially in swing states like North Carolina, Roy Cooper, Andy Beshear of Kentucky, and Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. These are three men to really hone in on, and potentially they could be her VP picks. Now, what you're seeing happen overnight is people thought potentially there'd be a lot of debate. Who would get the nominee or potential nominee? Biden, after he decided to drop out in that letter, about 30 minutes later came out and didn't endorse Harris. And then the endorsements came flooding in. Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, potentially someone who many were talking about taking the top of the ticket, came out and said her position in this campaign has not changed. She is going to help elect whoever's on that ticket. You had Gavin Newsom come out and endorse her. You had the Clintons come out and endorse her. And then I imagine today you're going to have more of the top ranks in Congress come out because they were mum yesterday on this. Hakeem Jeffries, Schumer, potentially take a look if they come out. So you do see Democrats coalescing around her. And then, of course, there's the grassroots money. Some $50 million. And this is what Greg Velia has to say this morning. Harris gives the Democrats a lightning bolt of energy and crucial momentum against Trump. So it's basically a revamp of the Democrats. And there is energy behind her. How much does this stand? And also, of course, how do voters place her against Trump, who has been leading in all the polls?
And I think that's why the VP is also so important in that, too. But when we have reports, for example, that Joe Manchin is considering rejoining the Democrat Party and running, I mean, what would that do to this race?
Honestly, nothing. I mean, she has the support now of so many important people. People are going to view this as just noise. You were a Democrat, you decided to be an independent, now you want to get back in the race because all of a sudden it's open. Earlier, too, on Sunday, before the reports of that, and his team came out and said that is true, he is looking at potentially becoming a Democrat again. He had told Margaret Brennan that he does think, on Face the Nation, that he does think there needs to be a new generation of leaders. So I think a lot of Democrats are talking about this as very rich and precious.
So let's work on the assumption that there's a bit of volatility, a bit of noise, but that Kamala Harris gets there. What does that mean? I mean, this is the sort of the worst case scenario for the Trump campaign because it had been so focused on the acuity of Biden, his age, etc. How do they pivot? What's it going to mean? Because this lady, this is a fighting, talking lady. She's not going. She's going to take him right on head to head.
Well, already you have Democrats coming out and saying it's the prosecutor versus the felon. That's how they want to try to paint the picture of what this race will be. I just got back from the RNC, and one thing I heard from a lot of Republicans is they want it to be Biden. The Trump campaign has already ran the data about what it would mean to go against Biden. What was interesting, Trump's 93-minute speech that I stood the entire time for on the floor, he only mentioned Biden twice. And then he kept calling it under this administration. Under this administration, potentially they were prepared for this to happen. But this is going to be a challenge. She is a woman. She is a black woman, also of Indian descent as well. This is someone who they're going to have to change how they talk about some issues, especially issues like abortion, women's reproductive rights. Trump did not talk about it once at his speech. This is something that Joe Biden has struggled to talk about, being a Catholic. He doesn't really love to talk about abortion. This is something that they leaned on Kamala Harris for. At the same time, Biden also gave, talking about the root causes of immigration to Kamala Harris, they're going to say that she did not do a good job on that, and that is one key issue for voters.
It potentially makes J.D. Vance also a bit of a more awkward pick because you don't have that wide reach that a Nikki Haley would have.
Potentially, Trump would have chosen a different running mate had he known this, but also at the same time, they look at Vance and they say, put him in the Rust Belt for 3 months. Pennsylvania, he is going to be basically living in Pennsylvania.
Which is maybe why Josh Shapiro is an interesting candidate for VP for Kamala Harris. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Anne-Marie Hordern, she will be back on air about 20 minutes time for surveillance. They're going to cover this a lot, obviously, so tune in for that. In the meantime, let's bring in Anna Rosenberg, Amundi's head of geopolitics, for more. And it was only a week ago that you and I were discussing, will Biden stay in? He's not staying in. And you write that it's likely it will be a smooth transfer of power. How important is that for a party that has seemed so divided over the past 2 weeks?
Well, it's essential, really, for them to have a shot at winning this vote. Simply, if there is now a civil war, right, within the Democratic Party, which seems unlikely given that we had all this endorsement already behind Kamala Harris, that would be very bad for the Democratic Party because they're already starting with a major disadvantage. To have a change on the presidential ticket so late into the race is a big disadvantage, right, for any party. And they now have to make up for that. They still have a shot at it, right, despite there being, I think, a consensus that Trump was a shoo-in overall. They now need to put on a very slick performance. They need to stick together and to campaign in a very coherent way. They need to appeal to a broader audience. And the first step to doing all of that and to having a shot at winning this election is to have a smooth transfer of power and to be very disciplined.
How important, Anna, good morning to you. 25.5 million people watched Trump's acceptance speech. He stood through the whole thing of 93 minutes. How important is it at this Democratic convention that it is one of unity, cohesion, and a clear path forward under Kamala Harris, rather than a spectacle of a party which is riven by division? How important is it that it's a one-woman, on-the-ticket clarity narrative?
So it's important that it's going to be a spectacle, right? Because the Democrats now need to get a lot of visibility. And frankly, they're already getting that. Because it's only a few months into the vote. Yes, Kamala Harris has name recognition because she was the VP. But nevertheless, you need a lot of visibility because Trump clearly has a lot of visibility. Biden had that too. So you can have a spectacle. You just need to have a spectacle of unity. That is quite important. And that's what they will need to focus on for the next couple of months as the race continues. And in a way, I think there's one added advantage of this transition of power for Kamala Harris, is that she now needs to pick a running mate who can appeal to the broad voter base that she does not directly appeal to, right? Yeah. So you will likely have a white centrist male being picked by that. But she actually has a second running mate, if you will, and that is Joe Biden, because he's going to, in a way, campaign for her. And that means she has two people backing her up, which is a significant upside.
Anna, a lot of people are going to be trying to understand, one, what the polls say, two, if this changes policy, and three, just how it changes the odds of this race. As we try to understand this, what do you say to clients? Should they be making investment decisions over the next week or over the next few weeks ahead of the DNC to try to get their hands around, is there some sort of Trump trade that I either want to put on or back off of?
I think at this point it is too early. Even what we have seen so far in terms of the Trump trade, there is a lot of uncertainty of what the second Trump administration would look like. There seems to be an idea, only because J.D. Vance is an isolationist, that this is the kind of foreign policy that we can expect from Trump. However, we have to keep in mind that there are three different foreign policy influences in a possible Trump administration. We have the restrainers and isolationists like Vance. We have the primacists who want to continue to see the U.S. being, the world police. And we have the prioritizers who want to make sure that every foreign policy goal is geared towards China. The next Trump administration will have to balance all these three different influences. And the second Trump administration, right? And as of now, it is not clear which of these influences is going to come out on top. So frankly, we don't know what the priorities are going to be like for a possible second Trump administration. Is it going to be to make America great again in the next 5 years, which means significant fiscal spending to inject into local manufacturing? Or is battling inflation going to be the majority priority? Those are the kind of questions we have to ask right now. And as a result of that, I think it's too early to know what this means for markets. So right now, it's sit tight and watch the space. There's a lot of uncertainties, and we have to see what happens with this transfer of power first.
With this level of volatility, Anna, last week we saw these Trump trades on steroids, more so at the start of the week with the steepeners. With Kamala Harris now on the ticket, is that just a headwind to Trump-like trades, or is it a body blow? From a risk point of view, should you be more cautionary rather than proactive in the Trump-like trades that we saw take hold last week?
It's a headwind, I would say, at this point, right? I think that there is still significant hurdles to jump through for a new Democratic nominee. But we have to say that right now, we don't have a base case for this election because simply it is all, we have to see how this new ticket unfolds. Who is on her ticket? How does the transfer of power unfold in order to make a more confident call on what the outcome of the election is? So I would say hold your horses right now.
Okay, hold our horses, hold our breath, and get through the news flow. Anna, thank you very much. Anna Rosenberg there. Head of Geopolitics at Amundi, framing the narrative. Let's get to Farnborough International Show, where we can frame the narrative a little bit further. Guy Johnson is sitting down with the CEO of Qatar Airways. Guy, good morning.
Manas, thank you very much indeed. Badr Almir is the new CEO of Qatar Airways. It is fantastic to speak with him and have him join us here at the Farnborough Air Show. Nice to see you.
Very good to see you too.
Friday was a busy day for the aviation sector.
Yeah.
Talk me through the effects on your airline. Talk me through the effect that you're still seeing. Is there any effect that we're still seeing?
I'll talk about our airline and our airport. Thank God we were not affected out of our base in Doha. Everything was moving smoothly. Our on-time performance on that specific day was around 87–88%. But we were expecting some delays after our wave, because our early morning wave is basically going to Europe and the US. So we were expecting some delays for our flights coming back from Europe and the US, because the airports were getting busy, so many flights were getting cancelled. But luckily, it was better than what we expected from
What's the lesson?
Lesson, you always have to have plan B. If technology fails you, you need to go back to you need to have, again, you need to depend on technology, but you have to have plan B.
Ryanair this morning downgrading its demand expectations, its pricing expectations. What are you seeing in terms of demand and pricing?
You know, we have recorded record profit last financial year.
Yep.
And we keep getting asked this question. And we continue to say no, demand is there. However, the proof is in the pudding. Our first quarter of this financial year is another record profit. It is way more than the net profit that we have recorded in the first quarter of last year, and it is also exceeding our
So is demand
budget.
accelerating?
It is, from what we see, it is.
Okay. You are going to unveil in an hour or so your new premium class cabin, your first class cabin, your business class cabin. It's what you've got. It's the Q Suite, and it's going to go into the 777X, which is an aeroplane that we're all waiting for.
Yeah.
It's the new Boeing, and we've been waiting for quite some time. And I'm wondering, kind of, if you're prepared to wait that long to put this new product into this new aeroplane. Does it have to be the new Q Suite with the new 777X?
You know, we're putting the new Q Suite on both aircrafts, the 777X and the 350.
So it's going to go in the new 350?
Absolutely, yes. And the 777X, the date that we have now from Boeing is around first quarter of 2026. 2024 is already over, so you're talking about 1 year, a year and a half.
You're confident on that date?
Yeah, we got a confirmation and a commitment from Boeing that they will be able to deliver the aircraft on this date.
So where do we see it? Where do we need it? Where do we see this new Q Suite first? Is it going to be on the 350 or the 777X?
It will be on the 777X.
Right. And if it's delayed any further, that changes. You'll put it into the 350.
Yes.
We're also expecting a big order from Qatar. We thought it might come at this air show.
Yeah.
There were rumours. There was some expectation.
There's still rumours.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a big order.
Yep.
So we want to take our time in evaluating the bids or the offers that we received from Boeing and Airbus.
Yeah.
We're busy evaluating both offers. We're in continuous discussion with both manufacturers, and we're aiming to conclude the deal, the decision by, I would not say in this year, maybe in the beginning of next year.
Where's the delay? Like, you're evaluating the offers, so you've got what you need, or are you still waiting for what you need?
We got what partially we got what we need.
Yep.
And the offers, but we asked for something different this time from both manufacturers, and this is where we're spending some time in the discussion with them.
Is it engines? Is it aircraft? Where's the challenge at the moment?
And no, there is no challenge. It's very clear what we are asked for, but the other element that we asked the manufacturers to bid for or to propose it for us, because it is something new, maybe in the industry or the way they bid for tenders. This is where we are in continuous discussion with them.
Okay. Back to the Q Suite. What difference is that going to make? Like, how do you think this is going to change the product that you are going to be able to offer, and how do you think it's going to keep you competitive?
You know, for us, the Q Suite, everybody knows the Q Suite. Either you tried it or you read about it.
Yep.
So it's been there for many years. It raised the benchmark for many years. And, we won so many awards. Our team decided to take a new challenge by basically push the bar once again, raise the benchmark, and to basically do some modification in the and I'm not talking about colors or fabrics or it's structural changes in the.
Okay, well that takes me to my next question perfectly. Structural changes, a reassessment of what the airline does. You've come in as the new CEO. You used to run the airports. You've stepped into the airline role now. All I hear about is you changing the culture in a significant way, structural changes at this airline in terms of the way that it operates. Talk me through some of the metrics you're looking at in terms of the effect that is going to have. You're loosening the way they work. You're giving them more autonomy. What effect is that going to have? What effect is it going to have on things like job retention? Talk me through the numbers you're looking for.
What we're trying to achieve out of this is to make our people in the company, feel they're listened to and they're part of the decision, and they're not scared or stressed to speak up their opinion. By the end of the day, we're getting the best, the experts in each field, in each area, and this is what we want to do. Basically, to have them talk about areas that matters for the company. This is on one side. So basically, it's a culture of empowerment and trust. And also basically holding people accountable and liable for decisions they make. On the other hand, we've noticed with some of the easement and some of the policies that we have in place for our staff that we see some good outcome of it. Previously, we had a problem in certain areas with the attrition of our staff. It was double-digit in percentage. 18-19% every month. This number dropped by 70%. So people want to stay in the company. People really appreciate working for Qatar Airways, and they see that their future is with the best airline in the world.
So staff retention is already improved significantly?
Absolutely, yes.
In terms of what that means in terms of your ability to deliver product and control costs, what effect will that have in terms of the bottom line?
By the end of the day, we're talking about numbers. Last year, we recorded, again, the highest profit in the history of the company. This quarter, we are recording the highest profit in the history of the first quarter in the company. We're talking about percentage-wise triple digits compared to last year. So this is a proof that we're looking at revenue plus looking at reducing cost and cutting costs wherever it is necessary. As long as it will not affect the customer experience.
I've got one final quick question. I'm going to get told off for this. Rwanda Air and some of the South African airlines and other areas, talk me through what we're going to see in terms of deals.
I was hoping to announce our investment in the South African airline in this interview. However, because of some final stages.
Which name are we talking about?
Again, it's one of 3 companies. And I promise you will be the first to know.
I will be the first to know. Badr Amir, CEO of Qatar Airways, sir, thank you very much indeed. Danny Berger in New York, back to you.
Guy, thank you very much. Guy Johnson there with the Qatar Airways CEO. And tomorrow, Guy's going to have an exclusive interview there at the Farnborough Air Show with GE CEO Larry Culp.
Coming up, Prime Minister Netanyahu heads to Washington. It's a big week for earnings. Remember those? Context matters every day on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
It's your Bloomberg Brief on this Monday. I'm Danny Berger alongside Manus Cramey in New York. Let's set you up for your trading day today. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrives in Washington today. He's expected to meet with President Biden tomorrow and then address Congress on Wednesday. Then we do have earnings. Alphabet and Tesla, they both report on Tuesday after the bell. And then we're going to round out the week with economic data, GDP on Thursday, PCE on Friday. Then later today, Vice President Kamala Harris will deliver remarks on the South Lawn at 11:30 a.m. ET. Manus, it is an event celebrating the NCAA championship, the college teams there. But will she address her run as president?
I think it's probably one of those unavoidable avoidables. Let's hope we get a little bit of news out of it. Danny, some stocks to watch for you. Nvidia is bouncing back. It lost 9% in its value last week. And obviously, you've got CrowdStrike. That story runs on as well. Apple is up 1.125%, and you're going to get Tesla numbers this week. So again, a little bit of a tech. I mean, it was a battering, wasn't it? It was that sort of shift from tech into the Russell. You finally got your capitulation moment last week. I went on holidays, and you got the Russell banging higher.
I basically had a party without you with the small caps doing well. But I had this skepticism during the whole thing of, does this last? And you see a little bit of this idea today that all these trades that people had put on that they really hoped would work at the start of the year, be it small caps, be it curve steepeners, that they finally found their excuse for it. Both inflation coming in and the Trump trade. But on a day like today, the question has to be asked, how sustainable was that? And you do see the curve flattening today.
Yeah, I mean, part of the narrative is this. You had this sort of euphoria. The bond market reacted much more virulently to the prospect of not just Trump, but of a GOP sweep. And so that, in many ways, infected that huge steepener in the curve. The question is whether Kamala Harris on the ticket really disembowels or is a headwind, as we just heard from Amundi. It's a headwind to some of those Trump trades.
And we have to keep debating the dollar. George Saravelis has a great note out today saying that a weak dollar policy is unlikely to work.
look at the number of women that want to learn the game, young girls that are joining on the tee, really an exciting time for all of us to really capitalize on this moment. When you look at women who are making most of the purchasing decisions in households, whether that's cars or that is home or financial services, and who are going to drive the wealth of the future, it's women.
Obviously, we have our car business and we need to have games here and all that sort of thing. But what else can we do? How do we grow the platform? The whole ticket pricing process. It used to be very yellow sheet of paper, maybe some numbers around it. There was not a lot of science behind it. We're now in the world and have been for many years, as most other similar businesses are, to dynamic pricing. So our pricing for a seat may change hourly if we see demand for that, all driven to maximize revenues.
The balance sheet is so important to the success of the team. And a big part of my role is to make sure that the balance sheet stays strong and that we are prudent stewards of capital. There are things that we can do that are irrespective of winning or losing. Take a look at the first budget that comes from one of the teams and ask questions about, do you really need to spend that much? Are you really shooting high enough when it comes to partnership revenue?
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure. Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Right now, people don't know her that well.
I think it will be an open process, but I don't see who runs against her.
There are some long-term implications, but I think in the near term, this is not something that's probably easily tradable.
The market doesn't seem to be interpreting Harris as a very strong candidate that could challenge Trump.
People underestimate Harris at their peril.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Let's try and get your trading week started. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now at a time where for many of you, it feels like last week never ended. Another weekend in American politics, Lisa, which will never be forgotten.
Unprecedented. I think a lot of people are talking about this. Unprecedented that you have the sitting president step aside this close to an election, just a little bit more than 100 days left before what we see in November. Key question here, why is this not roiling markets more, considering that it is unprecedented from a whole host of reasons?
The race for the White House resetting right now, and the list of Harris endorsements long and growing, with one notable absence. We do not see the former President Barack Obama's name on that list right now.
No, he came out and gave this tribute to President Biden, but also this really is how Obama does things. This is what happened 4 years ago, and he said he doesn't want to put his thumb on the scale. This was when the Biden camp really wanted Obama to come out and endorse Harris, and he waited. So this is how he does things. So potentially he wants to make sure that this is done right. Harris fully gets the nomination, gets the delegates behind her, and then he'll come out with an endorsement. People close to him say that he does want to get behind her, but he's going to wait. Maybe view himself as an elder statesman of the party. But also Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, when are they going to come out and potentially endorse Harris? Because yesterday, really, you had the floodgates opening to embrace her.
So that's the first question we've got to ask here on Wall Street. What happens now? Does the party get behind Harris, or do we see a real challenge? The next one, and I think a lot of you are all asking the same question, how do they differ on policy? Isaac Bortansky of BTIG writing this morning, the focus should be on electability rather than policy. Electability and not on policy.
And his point here, and I thought that that was a really important point, was that Kamala Harris is probably a little bit more progressive than Joe Biden, and yet Joe Biden's policies were arguably more progressive than some of his stated positions have been over the decades that he's served in office. So it means that there's not very much daylight in the policy. Question will be whether it does galvanize more voters down the ballot and bring more Democrats into the fold. This is sort of the big concern from a lot of people going into the election.
On a bigger scale level, this might explain why there's not a big shift, as well as this feeling that on the margins, Trump, as he said, still the favored candidate going into this race to win.
And Trump coming out and saying there's not a lot of distance between Biden and Harris. They want to paint her, as he did in his speech. He kept talking about this administration. Two things stand out for me, though. Grassroots momentum. Overnight, you saw what Harris bring in some $50 million when this came out. Endorsements, not just from individuals in the party, but you see some celebrities coming out, also throwing their weight, excitement behind her. And second, Pew Research had earlier this year the amount of double haters for Trump and Biden at an all-time high in this election cycle. She is a new name. Even though she's attached to Biden, she is a new name, and now she's going to have a new name, if she is the nominee, as a VP.
The enthusiasm is back in the party. That's what it feels like in the last 24 hours. If you think that energy was the only thing missing, big change. If you thought that age was the biggest problem, big change. If you think it's policy, if you think that's the issue, got to ask Lisa, how much change is there overnight?
This is the reason why the million-dollar question at this point really is who she picks as vice president. Does she pick someone who's from a purple or red state to try to create this feeling that she's catering to a broader centrist type of platform? Does she pick someone that hews more closely to the sort of progressive ideals? That's the reason why people are looking more to that to understand. You also asked a question yesterday in the special you guys did. It was a great job where you said if Donald Trump had known that Joe Biden was going to drop out, would he have picked J.D. Vance as his running mate? And that is going to be an increasing point going forward.
Potentially not, because J.D. Vance historically has been very anti-abortion. He's kind of tried to hone that in now. Trump doesn't even want to talk about it, didn't mention it once in his 93-minute speech. This is something she is going to lean on, especially if she wants to galvanize women to come out and vote. This is something that President Biden struggles to talk about. As a Catholic, he really doesn't like to talk about abortion. She has led that charge. Her one big vulnerability, which is a top issue for Americans, is immigration. Because of March of 2021, Biden said to her, I want you to look at the root causes of migration. And many would say that that was a failure.
If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Let's get straight to this price action. Equity futures on the S&P 500 firmer by 0.4%. There is a lift in the equity market. The bond market looks a little something like this. Yields are lower by about a basis point. The 10-year 422.72. Lisa, a lot to work through this week.
This week is going to be divided into three parts. Kamala Harris is speaking today at 11:30 a.m. and it sort of kicks off the progress of how this crazy development, this sort of crazy whipsawing of activity in the Democratic Party continues to evolve ahead of the August 19th convention. I'm also watching on Tuesday, big tech kicks off earnings. You get Alphabet reporting after the bell, really starting to gut check how much the rotation that's been happening also, by the way, in the past couple of weeks, how much that has legs versus a revival back to big tech. And then I think that actually jobless claims and continuing claims on Thursday might actually even supersede PCE on Friday, just simply because last week, what we saw was continuing claims climbing to the highest level going back to 2021 and a real remarkable rise. To me, those are some of the sort of hallmark moments in addition to bond auctions, which we won't get into.
Politics, data, bond auctions.
I'm not going to get into that. It's actually not that important this week relative to all these other things.
And the earnings as well. I just want to bring up Ryanair just briefly. Ryanair is down by 15% in European trading. That is another airline reporting a very difficult Q2, and we've seen that on repeat over the last couple of weeks.
Talking about having to lower prices, that essentially consumers are a lot more sensitive, although they're sort of tempering some of their guidance, saying just a bit more sensitive. That's the kind of information that might dictate the direction of markets more than some of the tumult in the political sphere, simply because people don't understand the possible policy implications, and it doesn't look like that might be that great.
More on that in just a moment. Coming up this hour, here's the lineup for you. Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy as President Biden steps aside. RBC's Lori Calvasina as investors rethink the Trump trade. And Kit Jukes of SocGen as the dollar slips following Biden's decision. We begin with our top story, plunging into uncharted territory. President Biden abandoning his re-election bid, throwing his support behind Kamala Harris, the endorsements flooding in for the vice president, and so too the donations. Democratic fundraising platform ActBlue calling yesterday the biggest fundraising day of the 2024 cycle. Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy joins us now for more. Terry, great to catch up with you again this morning. It's about process for us and what happens next. Let's start with this. Does this party get behind one candidate, or do you see a challenge coming?
Oh, I think they get behind one candidate fairly quickly. You know, they've done huge damage to their brand in the last month, and they need to recapture voter trust as much as anything else. And it does not do for them to have a big fight, particularly with the sitting vice president and this particular vice president with her pedigree and her background. So, you know, I think what you're going to have is you're going to have consistent nods to the idea that the delegates really need to be comfortable with the choice, but the party itself is coalescing pretty quickly around Harris. And as was said, the vice presidential nomination process takes up a lot of the oxygen.
Well, the DNC has come out and said that in due time, they're going to quickly let the American voters know what is going to happen next. Do they bring up the virtual roll call and basically go into August 19th in Chicago with the ticket in hand, ready to go?
I think that's still very much an open question, Anne-Marie, and it's a very good question. You know, they've still got this particular arrow in their quiver, and I think one of the reasons why, the key reason why Biden dropped out really is that they were facing a delegate revolt. So I think the answer to the question of whether they do the virtual nomination depends in large part on the degree of comfort that the delegates show. If Harris is there by acclamation, essentially, then they probably go forward. But again, the vice presidential pick complicates things too, and there may be a more open process for the vice presidential nomination than you've seen in past years. I think the last time the Democrats nominated somebody in an open convention for vice president was 1956, when a young senator named John Kennedy contested it and lost, but used it as a springboard for his 1960 campaign.
Reports that yesterday Kamala Harris got on the phone with Roy Cooper, Andy Beshear, Josh Shapiro. When you look at these three names, what ticket do you think sets her up better to compete with Trump-Vance?
I think what they need a geographic balance ticket, and they need frankly, I think they need a swing state governor on the ticket. That strikes me kind of as Captain Obvious analysis, but I think it is. It's absolutely essential. They've shown weakness in the swing states. It's capturable. They need somebody that actually kind of knows that ground and can speak center speak more than anything else. And it has a background of being successful with centrist voters, and that is how you counter today's small Trump advantage and the plans they have for Vance, obviously.
Terry, how do Democrats counter the Republican accusations that this really isn't the sort of democracy that they espouse, that basically there wasn't a real robust primary voting season, and to the extent that there was, it was basically just undermined in the shortest period of time ahead of an election in history? How do Democrats respond?
They won't respond. They'll turn the page absolutely as quickly as possible. Two things. One, the moment before Biden dropped out yesterday, Biden was down 3 to Trump in the two-day polling averages, and those polls are registered voter polls that have bigger margins of error than that 3-point spread. So Democrats have been bad-mouthing Biden's chances for quite a lot of time, but they are going to pivot on a dime, probably already have started to saying, well, you know what, we're quite competitive to begin with, and what Harris brings us is a great boost of energy and money. And as far as a candidacy goes, Harris is pretty much plug and play. I mean, she's really good on the issues that the Democrats think they can sway, not only excite their base on, but sway independent voters. And that's really the key to the election.
Hey, Terry, great to catch up with you again, sir. Terry Haynes there of Pangea Policy on the latest. If you are just joining us, your price action looks like this on the S&P, firmer by 0.4%. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Senator Joe Manchin is considering a run for president. The West Virginia senator, who turns 77 next month, is the first to express interest in challenging VP Harris for the nomination. He would, though, have to rejoin the Democratic Party to do so. He had left in May to become an independent. Manchin is expected to sit down for an interview with Fox News' Bret Baier later today, and before that, MSNBC's Morning Joe. A check on Ryanair shares falling this morning by the most in 4 years. It cut its outlook for ticket prices in this crucial summer travel period. It said that fares will be materially lower in the second quarter with a more cautious consumer. Ryanair saw fares drop 15% in the fiscal first quarter. It previously had seen fares flat to modestly up. Speaking of airlines, Delta is apologizing for canceling thousands of flights during the busiest travel weekend of the summer. Many of its systems failed following that catastrophic CrowdStrike outage on Friday. The CEO, Ed Bastian, blamed the impact on a significant number of functions that rely on Microsoft Windows operating system. That includes its crew tracking tool, making the airline unable to process large volumes of changes to flight personnel. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, rethinking the Trump trade.
The market doesn't seem to be interpreting Harris as a very strong candidate that could challenge Trump, and that actually is perfectly reflected in her approval rating.
That conversation just around the corner, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Was going to keep bringing World Cup. This is a three
as the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
So when futures started trading yesterday, I think the one thought we all had is, let's see where small caps are. This is where small caps are right now, positive by 0.1%. Lisa, the underperformance is notable. The outperformance in big tech up by 0.7%. The political considerations front and center.
The idea that the rotation trade really was the Trump trade. The idea that basically you'll have small caps outperform and you'll have big tech that could potentially underperform because of increased sanctions and tensions with China. Do we see a real reversal of that? That is one of the key questions of this week.
And this right here is one to watch. Under surveillance this morning, rethinking the Trump trade.
The market doesn't seem to be interpreting Harris as a very strong candidate that could challenge Trump, and that actually is perfectly reflected in her approval rating until we get clarity that this is the actual choice, and potentially there's a chance for Harris to resurface her image. That could be something that could cause her odds to go up. If we learned anything over the last 3 weeks, it's that things can change very quickly.
Apparently every single day. Here's the latest. Stock futures advancing, Treasury yields easing as President Biden steps aside and endorses Kamala Harris. Lori Cavacina of RBC writing this. If the change swings momentum back to the Democrats, it could be fuel for a short-term pullback that may already be underway. If Trump expands his lead, historical data suggests that stocks may avoid the pullback we've been worried about. Lori joins us now for more. Lori, good morning.
Thanks for having me.
What changed yesterday afternoon for this market?
So I think, and look, we, by the way, said those relationships we've seen all year between Trump and betting markets and the market, those could change, right? So we're in a little bit of a discovery process this week. Look, I think we got maybe a little bit more certainty yesterday. You know, we looked at the futures reaction last night. It was initially very muted. It's moving a little bit more right now. But really, investors have had a couple of weeks to be thinking about this, to be contemplating this. And I think at this point in time, right, we've seen a number of curveballs, a number of twists and turns. We just got another one. And so for me, what really changed is that this race is still an open question.
So let's sit on small caps and talk about how to trade them. You had cautioned before this rally not to be too underweight small caps. There's three pillars to it. It's earnings, we hope they improve. It's rates, people think they're going to drop. And it's Trump. People think it's going to be a small cap presidency. Let's just reflect on the moves we've seen in the last couple of weeks. How much was it about one versus the other, or was it all of the above?
So I'm not going to sit here and say the election didn't have some sort of role, right? Because if you go back historically, 2016, 2017, 2018, if you look at CFTC futures data, there were three big Trump trades. One was on him getting elected and excitement over the economy. One was over corporate tax reform, and one was over the trade war. So there's certainly precedents. And we did hear investors talk about that, especially non-U.S. investors earlier in the year. That being said, over the past week or so, what I think has really been driving the small caps in my conversation, it's been really more about the Fed. It's been more about inflation. Because I think, when we talk to investors about the Trump agenda, there have been concerns that it could be inflationary, that it could keep interest rates elevated, a bit higher, even if you get the cuts. Are we in a higher for longer environment? Those are things that kind of dampen enthusiasm for the small cap trade. So has it mattered? Yes. Was it the whole enchilada? No.
So basically, is the Trump trade essentially, or has it been sort of a fiction? And has it been much more tied to economic data that's supportive of a Fed rate cut and some other factors that kind of underpin some of the weakness that we've seen even in big tech?
So I would venture to say that in financials, there's probably been a little bit more of a Trump bid, because that's been the one sector all year I've been hearing investors say, if you want to buy something on a Trump win, it makes sense from a regulatory perspective, right? But if you think about energy, I think it's just been a little bit more complicated. And that's the one I was hearing investors question more last week, is if it really made sense on a Trump 2.0 trade this time around.
You brought two dolls into the office today, and you don't have to show them, but it's Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. You stole them from your kids. Good luck having that conversation. It raises this question for me. We hear analyst after analyst saying, we don't know how it's going to matter. It's not going to matter that much. We're seeing muted reaction. And yet you've got two props with you to take with you on your meetings that have to do directly with politics. And that's the bulk of all the conversations that analysts are having. So what are people asking? And what are you telling them other than, we don't know?
Look, I think the reality is this is a big pocket of uncertainty, and I think that's what happens in most presidential election years. And we do tend to see some sell-offs. We do tend to see some sort of uptick in volatility, and that is normal. So I think what we're trying to caution people is that as many times as we're all using the word unprecedented, historic, monumental, there is some normalcy to all of this. I also think, we've talked a lot on this program about kind of the investor reaction to talking about the election as staring at the sun. I think it has been a very, very difficult thing for people to talk about. It's been a very difficult thing for people to analyze. And what, maybe I have wishful thinking in here, but maybe with things having been so shaken up, now that we've got a VP pick on the Republican side, at some point we're going to know that on the Democratic side as well. Maybe it'll be a little bit easier to analyze policy going forward. I think investors, whatever their opinions are on things, I think that's what investors have really wanted to do, is be able to really focus on policy.
When it comes to policy, you actually ran a playbook for Harris during the 2020 nomination process. What differentiates her from Joe Biden?
So it's interesting, and I think a lot of investors are probably doing this right now, right? We do have a little bit of a playbook. And remember, we had all those candidates back in the Democratic primary in 2019, and we didn't analyze all of them. There were too many, but we looked at Warren, Sanders, we looked at Harris, and we looked at Biden. And we had, 2 pages worth of issues, and we mapped them to sectors. We did an enormous amount of work going through all of their commentary, on things like taxes and trade and that sort of thing. What we generally found was that you had sort of Warren and Sanders over to the left, and then you had Biden and Harris more, kind of on the center, and Harris was somewhere in between the two. And look, I think, her views have likely evolved, so I don't want to make too much of this. But I do think in general, I was sort of shocked when I looked on the page how many times I saw taxing financials show up for things not necessarily related to financials. So are people going to be digging that kind of stuff up? Perhaps. She seemed a bit tougher from our notes on energy than Biden had, more kind of in line with Warren and Sanders. And on big tech, and this was in focus for me because of all the, sort of kerfuffle in the middle of last week over what the Vance pick meant. We had just made some notes that it seemed like Harris was less onerous to big tech than Warren or Sanders, maybe more in the Biden camp. And, we had jotted down on the page, we need more investigation. We need to do more work here. Whereas the others were more in the camp of let's break them up. She wasn't quite there.
And this is why the performance in NASDAQ futures is particularly notable today. We spent the last week thinking about being short Meta and long Bitcoin off the back of a Trump presidency. Yeah. Kind of half joking, but ultimately seriously, because it feels like they are against big tech. If they get a second term, if Donald Trump gets a second term, do the earnings matter? I just want to understand what you're telling clients this morning. We go into Google tomorrow. Google's up by something like 27% so far year to date. Do the earnings matter when the politics begin to dominate as we progress through this year?
I think the earnings always matter. And I would say, our number one line right now, the phrase that gets stuck in my head is proceed with caution. And that can be in regards to the broader market and the potential for a pullback. But it's also, when I think about investors who have to make their year, right? Like as much as I would like to be a 3 to 5 year person and just think about these longer term shifts, we have a lot of people who need to get their portfolios right between now and the end of the year. So when we're thinking about that latter part and people are starting to really jump on this rotation trade and say now, I am in the camp that the seeds have been planted, the stage has been set, the pressures are there on valuation and positioning, but the earnings do matter. And I have this one chart where we look at the dominance of the Mag 7 versus the rest of the market on earnings growth. It was astronomical last year. That's how you got to these elevated PEs. That earnings dominance is expected to shrink. But the problem is, how do you get the rest of the market to catch up to the Mag 7? Or how do you get the rest of the market to catch up to those top 10 market caps? You need economic tailwinds, and those seem like they're dissipating a little bit right now. So that is the thing I'm struggling with. I really want to see which way the earnings go. If value, these kind of financials, energy, those kinds of sectors can really make their case that they're ramping up earnings growth despite these macro tailwinds that we've got, I think that supercharges your rotation trade. But if they kind of fall on the side and the big tech names, continue their dominance, maybe things get a little bit better, I can see investors going back there pretty easily.
Which brings us to sort of the 3 pillars of the week, which is the dominance of politics, this question around earnings, and then this issue of the economy and just how much that's not the tailwind that you're talking about. How much of a drawdown based on the extreme positioning that you see could we see in the equity market if we don't see the economy cooperating and it does continue to roll over?
So it depends on what you mean by rollover. Are we just kind of softening, or are we talking recession? If we're just getting a little bit of a softening, a little bit of a pothole, so to speak, I think that's worth 5 to 10% and maybe closer to 10. Anything more than 10%, if you look back the last 10 years or so, that's when we've gone into periods like early 2018 or later 2018. That's when we've gone into 2015, 2016, when recession risks are very real and very raw. And I don't see us really quite getting there.
Laurie, great to see you. Laurie Cavacina of RBC. Just on the earnings point, we mentioned this a little bit earlier this morning. We have to keep going back to it. The airlines have been so disappointed. It started with Delta. United followed up. It's not local. It's international. It's Ryanair as well. All these different markets grappling with a similar issue.
But trying to message it differently and saying that actually we're just coming off a pretty high base. It doesn't make sense if you look at how crowded airplanes are, which brings us to this idea it must signify a real pushback by the consumer. Friday, we do get personal income and personal spending as well as PCE. Do we see that reflected in some of the overall numbers at a time where a lot of the earnings are suggesting it really is an issue?
I know many of you have struggled with airports across the weekend off the back of the tech outage on Friday. Mike McKee struggling to get back to the studio. Mike's not with us today.
Yeah, well.
You see that?
You think that's the reason why?
Yeah, no, he said.
Okay.
Delayed planes. They were offering different flights.
That's really convenient. All
different airline. He flew Delta.
So did I.
And he said Delta had some very specific problems.
Yeah, well, it was kind of, that's something else. Microsoft is up this morning after all that. Can you believe it?
Coming up, Kit Jukes of SocGen on the dollar slipping following Biden's decision to step aside.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Here's a snapshot of the price action. On the equity benchmark on the S&P, firmer by 0.5%. The outperformance on the Nasdaq 100, we're up by 0.8%. The underperformance on the Russell, the small caps up by 0.25%. Some freezing cold, ice cold water poured over the small caps from Morgan Stanley and Mike Wilson this morning. Here we go. What's driven the small cap rotation? Will it continue? In our view, it was the combination of a soft CPI print and the rise in the odds of a Trump win, catalyzing a positioning-driven rotation towards small caps. They say this now: while we're respectful of still light sentiment and positioning in small caps, we see limited fundamental and macro justification for small cap outperformance continuing, Lisa, in a durable manner.
At a time when a lot of people are expecting the weakness to continue, and this is the key point. At a certain point, if you do get jobless claims continuing to tick upward, if you do see personal spending continue to go down, and something of the voice that we've heard from airlines continues to be represented in a number of other earnings, does that turn the tide on a business cycle that a lot of people have been waiting to turn?
Stay on the Nasdaq and let's sit there. Let's go from the small caps to the Nasdaq 100. Some real underperformance on the Nasdaq 100 over the last few weeks. The Nasdaq this morning firmer by 0.9%. We've talked a lot about this administration. If it gets a second term under Donald Trump, how much they'd go after big business, big tech. We went through the thoughts of Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. And Lisa, we've talked about this repeatedly. They would be the party, the government, that might go after some of these big names. How much did yesterday afternoon change that story?
TBD, right? A lot of people will see how much Kamala Harris does gain some clout in the polls. On the margins, it changes it quite a bit if you believe that this does re-energize not just the electoral base when it comes to who's president, but also some of the other representatives in the House, in the Senate, whether that changes the down ballot race. That will make a difference. What Lori Calvasina just said there, really important. Basically, in 2016, Kamala Harris was actually more friendly to big tech than even some of her other Democratic compatriots. So perhaps that explains some of the outperformance.
The Nasdaq picking up this morning. Let's switch at the board and turn a page and get to the bond market. The good news this week is the quiet period. No Fed speak. The Fed decision next Wednesday. Not this Wednesday, next Wednesday. In the bond market, the front end of the curve, the 2-year just in and around 450, 451.49. We've talked a lot about the tug of war between the politics and the data. Let's talk about the tug of war within the economic data. Retail sales good. Last week, upside surprise. Jobless claims, less good. The wrong kind of upside surprise. Let's try and work that out.
Well, what a lot of people are doing is saying it's Goldilocks, because what you do when you get confusion is you just simply go back to the tropes that have worked in the past. The concern that a lot of people have said is, and this is the reason why initial jobless claims to me is arguably the most important, that is possibly the one high-frequency data point that tends to be most correlated to a turn in the business cycle. Retail spending is hard to kind of get too much faith in terms of indicators, just simply because of what we're hearing from a lot of companies themselves. Mohamed El-Arian talking about listen to the companies. What are they saying? Consumers are pushing back. They're not spending as freely.
Seeing that across the board. Earnings season did not start well. Delta, Pepsi, others following up with a similar theme. We'll pick up on that in just a moment. I want to turn to foreign exchange. The euro right now not doing much against the dollar, just short of 109, 108.88. Under surveillance this morning, our top story, President Biden abandoning his re-election bid, throwing his support behind Kamala Harris. The vice president is the favorite for the Democratic nomination, but could face competition from independent Senator Joe Manchin, who is considering reportedly rejoining the party to run on the Democratic ticket. How much of a challenge are we about to get?
Well, this isn't really going to be a real challenge. He clearly wants something, and he feels the need to put his name in there. He's not even registered Democrat right now. But this is the shortest presidential race we're going to see in history. So if you want something out of this potential next 2.0 of this administration, you got to act quickly. It's a little bit interesting because earlier in the day, he said Biden should pass the torch. And then when asked if he would consider running on Face the Nation, he said no, it should go to a new generation. So I think that's really where he is. But he clearly just wants to, parties are moving right now. He potentially wants more of an open convention. He said that. So this is his way of trying to sway where the party is right now, because right now they are all coalescing around Kamala Harris for the most part.
If he wanted to make a move, and it's difficult for him to make a move, you've gone through the process, he starts from zero. Kamala Harris does not. Listen to some of these numbers. The donations pouring in for the vice president. Democrats raising more than $50 million just yesterday. ActBlue calling it the biggest fundraising day of the 2024 cycle. Harris also has access to the $96 million remaining in the Biden campaign committee's fund. This is the important point.
Which really is one key question for a lot of people. How is she planning to use that? How is she planning to advertise? Is this more going to be trying to cater to the general election? Does she afford that kind of liberty rather than sort of catering to partisan politics more significantly the way that the other candidates potentially have? This is the reason why Kamala Harris basically is the presumed nominee. Anyone else, as you said, does face an uphill battle. Key question now will be who will be her running mate, how much pressure there'll be on that.
Absolutely. To Jonathan's point, anyone else coming in starts from zero. She has access to more than $90 million on day one if she becomes the nominee. That is huge, especially given how short this cycle is. She has name ID, but she really needs to go out there and try to connect with voters, as well as introduce her potential running mate to the rest of the nation. So that's going to be important. But also $50 million overnight from grassroots. Greg Valliere says she has now re-energized the Democrats and the base that Biden was struggling to shore up. She's starting to bring them in.
Should we go through the list of potential running mates? Let's go through the list. The list looks like this. Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, a name I know you're all familiar with. Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan. Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. The Wall Street Journal reporting, and Anne-Marie mentioned this a little bit earlier, that she actually had talks with Shapiro as well as Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina and Andy Beshear of Kentucky just yesterday. So I think that's the list. There's like 4, 5, 6, 7 names there and maybe more elsewhere.
I would hone in into the one she spoke to yesterday. And as Terry Haynes says, she really needs to go for a swing state governor. So that would put Roy Cooper and Josh Shapiro at the top of the list. Josh Shapiro, very interesting because this is where Trump wants to take the fight. This is where he's winning right now in Pennsylvania. Also yesterday, already on Twitter from Republicans talking about what she said at that debate when she wanted to be the nominee going into 2020. She would ban fracking. This is very important when it comes to Pennsylvania. So maybe Josh Shapiro makes sense. Then you look at Kentucky, someone like Andy Beshear. This is Midwest. Very much. He lives in a Republican district. Can he be someone who takes on Vance? These are interesting names, but I would say these are the top 3.
When we were playing Republican VP sweepstakes, you called it The Bachelor, right? The Bachelorette?
I may have.
Here's another season.
What's this? It's another season, precisely.
Well, okay, how do they make it not that? How do they distinguish themselves from what we saw from the Trump campaign? Does it become that, or do they solidify a ticket really quickly? There's sort of this tension that I could feel in a lot of the different interviews over the weekend. On one hand, wanting to work quickly and coalesce around someone so that feels like that person has a mandate after an RNC that basically coronated Donald Trump and seemed to have a real degree of unity. On the flip side, how do you represent that this is a process? and it is a democratic one at that. And those are the two kind of competing aspects that will really determine whether we see The Bachelor on repeat or whether we see something else.
This is what Mike Novogratz was talking about, that they need to go into an open convention and make sure there is a real process in place so people feel like there was a backing and she wasn't just anointed. But they should make this like The Bachelor. What I think will infuriate Donald Trump and the Republican Party is the fact that it's going to be wall-to-wall coverage on who Kamala Harris picks. If they draw this out right before August 19th, they're going to go into this convention having a ton of media space. We already know what the Republican Party is looking at. Their ticket's done. The excitement in terms of where the news flow is coming is going to be from the Democratic side.
Who's handing out the roses? Biden, Harris? How does that work?
Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi?
Yeah, I think so. Carry on.
Let's turn to the markets. I'm happy to carry on. Move away from that. Equity futures on the S&P positive here by about 0.5%. The dollar just a little bit weaker, slightly weaker following Biden's announcement. Kit Juicer SocGen writing this. President Biden's decision not to stand for re-election hasn't made the outlook any clearer, but the reaction in the FX market is a reflection that the latest development improves the Democrats' chances if it changes them at all. Kit joined us now for more. Kit, I just want to start with this because I don't think it's that obvious. Are we saying that Democrats win and it means it's dollar bearish, and if Republicans win, it's dollar bullish? Is that how you see things?
I think it's how I see the bit between now and the election if it became very one-sided, in the sense that Donald Trump has been much more overt, at least in terms of wanting a stronger yen, a stronger Chinese yuan, a weaker dollar if you want. And if there are concerns about that, I think that he can get that and make it happen. Otherwise, no. You know, the bigger, longer-term picture, frankly, is whether, you were discussing it earlier, it's whether the U.S. economy is slowing from a really, really fast rate to have something that looks like the mid-1990s, where you might get a cut, but then you're going to get a hike, then you might get another cut, another hike, and 5 years later, you get a peak in the dollar, or whether we're back to 1985 or 2002, and you know, the U.S. economy is going to slow some, and the Fed's going to cut, and the dollar's going to go down a long way. We don't know the answer to that, whoever's president, and neither of them is going to be putting up taxes and cutting spending dramatically, unless I've missed the scoop badly. So it's that the economy will determine. But in the period between now and the election, definitely there was a sense that Trump is putting policies in place which would tend to be sending the yen higher, for example, and are intended to weaken the dollar in some form.
Kit, I appreciate the difficulty in trying to analyze basically a black box that is getting darker and darker by the day. Lori Calvasino is explaining how sort of difficult it is to get your hands around and how everyone just wants to look at policy. Has there been any concrete policies that this year, depending on who would win, would really change the trajectory from the dollar trade that a lot of people just assumed would be much stronger with Trump, but kind of has been range-bound over the past couple of weeks?
No, not very much. That's part of the issue. And in a sense, you know, we look at the economy, and you know, we had this run of negative data, negative surprises in the Bloomberg Surprise Index, and that's just bounced a little bit now, and that's what's determining it, is what kind of cycle it is. I think within the election as well, we must remember that it depends what kind of Congress the president, next one, has with them. If you have a completely free reign as president, it's very different from if, on the one hand, you've got a president who's inclined to increase spending, and on the other, you'd have one who's inclined to cut taxes, and neither of them can get it done if they don't have control of the whole program. So that part of it is still completely uncertain. So I think that's why my starting point is we get a gut reaction, but we also have to admit that the starting point is the strongest dollar we've seen in years. And so there's a vulnerability. You know, I'm not looking at dollar yen at 120 and thinking, you know, could it go down a bit, up a bit? I'm looking at dollar yen still in the 150s. I'm looking at euro dollar still under 110. So I think at the margin, certainly, if this becomes a story of policies that aren't intended to strengthen the dollar, then you might get a weaker dollar before the election.
Kit, we know Donald Trump says the U.S. has a currency problem, but not a single Republican at the RNC was able to really outline for me how they would fix it, how they would actually weaken it. What could he do in the first few months that would actually weaken the dollar?
He could appoint a Treasury Secretary who would agree coordinated intervention with the Japanese whose failure to get the yen to strengthen has been related to the fact they got no cooperation from the US. So it's hard to see what you could concretely do to strengthen the euro other than give your full backing to supporting Ukraine and so forth, to be quite honest. It's not hard to see how you could strengthen the yen if you turned what is that the Japanese trying to strengthen their currency into a bilateral, multilateral program to strengthen the yen. That would strengthen the Chinese yuan, the Australian dollar, probably the New Zealand dollar, that the whole region's currencies probably would start coming back if you took dollar yen down to 140, say. So that's the piece I can see. The European side of all of this, much less obvious. Europe needs more growth. That's that simple.
Hey, Kit, good to hear from you, sir. Kit Jukes there of SocGen on the FX market. I know it feels like a lifetime ago, but it was literally last week. We published that interview with Donald Trump, the former president, in Bloomberg Business Week. I think the headline of the last week still in the FX market is the former president believes we have a currency problem, which is why it's less obvious to me what these individuals actually mean to foreign exchange. I think there is a consensus out there, and it existed before we published that piece, and it's based on policy. Republican win, tariffs, inflationary policy, strong dollar. Democratic win, continuity, weaker dollar, rest of the world starts to improve. But if the sitting president starts to turn around and say, we have a currency problem, does it change that story?
This is the reason why there's a high degree of uncertainty. But as Kit Jukes said, the starting point is a very strong dollar. So maybe people will use that as an excuse to take chips off the table or whatever cliche you want to say. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really change things because the economic policy, the Treasury Secretary will be really what drives that.
The euro just a little bit stronger, just short of 109 at about 108.90. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social shortly after Biden's announcement. He used the opportunity to continue to go after Biden, calling him unfit to serve. Trump had addressed Harris in that Business Week story you were talking about, John. He previewed his strategy against her, saying, quote, I don't think it would make much difference. I would define her in a very similar manner that I defined Biden. China caught investors by surprise with interest rate cuts overnight. The country is hoping to prop up growth because there had been a notable lack of short-term stimulus in last week's major Communist Party meeting. Chinese banks followed the move about an hour later by lowering their main benchmark lending rates, making it less costly to borrow for mortgages and other loans. And another eventful Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri won his first F1 race at the Hungarian circuit, securing a McLaren 1-2 with teammate Lando Norris finishing runner-up. The result came after an awkward back and forth between the team and its drivers. Norris finally obeyed team orders and let Piastri pass. Now, it was a race dominated by heated radio messages, where Max Verstappen's engineer called his over-the-air complaints childish. The Red Bull driver ultimately finished fifth, with Mercedes' Lewis Hamilton rounding out the podium in third. And that's your brief, John.
McLaren sounded like the Democratic Party over the weekend, telling Lando to step aside, and let Piastri win. Do you notice that? Felt the same way. Up next on the program, passing the torch to Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump were to win in November, he will continue to sell out working families. Donald Trump has openly vowed, if re-elected, that he'll be a dictator on day one.
The conversation up next. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people. It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers. It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you You can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Starting the week in the right way for the equity market bulls. Equity futures positive here by 0.5%. Bonds rally just a little bit. We're down a basis point or two on a 10-year, 422.33. Under surveillance this morning, passing the torch to Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump were to win in November, he will continue to sell out working families. Donald Trump has openly vowed, if reelected, that he'll be a dictator on day one. Joe Biden and I trust women, and women trust all of us to fight for their most fundamental freedoms.
So here's the latest. Democratic donations surging beyond $50 million in the hours after President Joe Biden ended his re-election campaign. Vice President Kamala Harris moving forward with the endorsement of President Biden and the $96 million already in their campaign's account. The financial boost giving Harris the edge over any potential challengers for the Democratic nomination. Bloomberg campaign finance reporter Bill Allison joins us now for more. Bill, let's follow the money. You follow the money every single day. How do those numbers stack up with what the former president, Donald Trump's been able to achieve?
Donald Trump has had an amazing run of fundraising since that, actually since, he was indicted on the historic conviction in the New York courtroom. I mean, he raised about $58 million that day online alone. He's had a number of people who are signing up to support his campaign. We've reported that Elon Musk has pledged to put $45 million a month into a super PAC to help him get out the vote. So Donald Trump is doing financially very, very well. His campaign and the Republican Party started July with about $285 million in the bank. That's $45 million more than Joe Biden and the Democrats had.
Bill, what does it mean for Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket? We know that means she has access to the $96 million in Biden's war chest, but what kind of new donations could we see?
Well, there has been, a huge jump in online donations to Act Blue. We don't know exactly where those donations are going, but I think it's a pretty good guess that a lot of them are going either to the president, to her ticket, or to the DNC, which supports her. Democratic donors were on the sidelines for the month of for most of the month of July. They were talking about holding back $90 million that was going to go into the main super PAC that was going to support Joe Biden. Now we expect some of that money to come loose. Democratic donors were very, very uncomfortable with donating to Joe Biden, who they weren't sure could finish out another 4-year term. And now I think that what we're going to see is that they're going to be, energized, and we're going to see like a lot more money coming into Democratic coffers.
Okay, so she's what everyone is guessing is going to be the nominee, given the endorsement from the sitting president. But what if it's not her? What if it is a governor? What does that mean for terms of their access to some of the money that the DNC and Joe Biden has built up?
Well, the campaign money, I mean, basically, the only thing you could do with that is you could either donate it to, if another candidate were to win, they can't just take over that the campaign's money. That is, for this particular set of candidates, now just Kamala Harris. But so that money basically would be lost to the party unless whoever is running the campaign were to donate it to either the Democratic National Campaign. I'm sorry?
Carry on.
Oh, sorry. Campaigns can give an unlimited amount of money to a political party. So all of that could go to the DNC, which could be used for the election of their candidate. It could go to an outside spending group like a super PAC. So there would be options. That money wouldn't be entirely lost if somebody else were to get the nomination.
Bill, we apologize for that technical difficulty. We will get that remedied. We are also seeing that Joe Biden spent 93% of his money that he raised in June. And it raises a question, how did he spend the money, and how will it change in terms of how the money will be spent under, presumably, Kamala Harris?
So far, I mean, and I think this is one of the things that's a little bit lost. Democrats have spent so far about $450 million. That includes Joe Biden, that includes the Democratic National Committee, and all of that money really is to elect Joe Biden, to make the case for him. And that money can't be recouped. So in some ways, while they have, $240 million that they started June with, and obviously, or July with, and obviously they've been spending a lot of that on television, and I think they booked $35 million in TV time in July alone for Joe Biden from the campaign. So they got to change gears pretty quickly, and obviously they'll be cutting spots for Harris and making the case for her. And if there are other people who get in, there are some. I don't know that you necessarily need to be spending a whole lot of money. It's not like you're running in a primary in New Hampshire or Iowa or or on Super Tuesday. So I think candidates who do want to challenge and get in could certainly raise $10 million pretty quickly and use that to basically to try to influence the delegates and get their message out.
Just quickly here, Bill, where is the money coming from? How much is coming from big business versus smaller individuals?
So with the party money is largely coming from big donors, but this. As the Act Blue money shows, that's usually small dollar donors, not always, but so I think that there's more grassroots enthusiasm now than there has been, and all of this money is donated by individuals who work, but some of them do indeed work for big businesses, we just won't know until we see the campaign finance reports, which next come out on August 20th. So we'll see who's donating to her and if anybody else gets into their campaigns.
Hey, Bill, appreciate the update. Bill Allison there of Bloomberg on the latest campaign financing effort. The pressure on President Biden to drop out from within his own party, from what they were seeing in the polls, and what was happening with donors and the money. Just to give you an example, just an idea of how quickly the money was drying up. This was Bill's lead paragraph in his story over the weekend. Before his Sunday announcement that he was leaving the presidential race, Joe Biden's beleaguered campaign entered July with $96 million cash on hand after a spending spree last month that depleted about 93% of the money that it raised in June. That's how quickly the money was going.
And how it was not being replenished, as you point out, raises this issue of the $50 million plus or minus that was brought into the campaign in one day, basically, in the hours after Joe Biden stepped aside, raises a question how much of that was on the sidelines waiting for some change to take place before coming back into the race.
When we started the program this morning, our first question was, have we dealt with this? Is there a process here? Of course there's a process. Can this party get behind one candidate, or will we see a challenge? Senator Joe Manchin on US TV just moments ago, people pushing in the direction of me running.
Well, potentially these are some donors who want to see a very centrist candidate, or potentially just want to see an open convention, and they're going to go with someone who basically feels like he has the chutzpah to throw his name in the ring. We need to note, Manchin is an independent. He first needs to become a Democrat again and be welcomed back into the party in order to get the nod, which doesn't look like it's going to happen, but maybe he wants something.
The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance. Up next, with Wei Lee of BlackRock, Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners, Jim Bianco of Bianco Research, and Terry Wiseman of Macquarie from New York. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
You are also an owner, I should have pointed out, of 3 major sports teams.
That's right.
Right? And And you're the first woman, as I understand it, the first woman to own three major, have stake in three major sports teams. Is that right?
Yes, and we'll say African American.
You were approached by the owner then of the, I guess, the Washington Wizards and the Washington Caps about maybe buying the Washington Mystics, which is the women's basketball team. And what did you say?
Well, first of all, Zabe Poland. He did come to me and Susan O'Malley, and they said, Abe Poland says, look, I want you to be the face of the Washington Mystics. And I said, what do you mean be the face of? He says, I want you to buy this team. His health was failing. And I have to tell you, and a lot of women can understand this, we never get these opportunities. So that was the first thing that struck me, and I was flattered. I was really flattered. I said, well, Abe, what are the financials on this? And he handed them to me. He says, well, they're not making money. But I was still intrigued about team ownership.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
She's got problems there, but she's very, very strong on the social issue part.
Already you see so many endorsements coming in. I think the money will move immediately to support her.
Like all vice presidents, she polls pretty close to the president. But people are going to take a very excited, fresh look.
She needs to show that she is an individual apart from Joe Biden.
In this case, we've never seen really anything like what the Democrats are going through, but they have actually a wonderful opportunity to reset this race.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
We've got a very different race now. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance begins right now with a snapshot of equity futures this morning. On the S&P 500, firmer by 0.5%. The outperformance on the NASDAQ, we're up by 0.9.
And climbing as we go through the morning, as people reassess what Kamala Harris's entrance to the race mean. Is this a sort of question around how much the down ballot votes can really go to one party or another? Is this going to be the gridlock that people were hoping for that might tie people's hands? Or is this a Kamala Harris that's more friendly to big tech than either the Democratic Party aside from her or Donald Trump?
The Democratic Party has been a mess now for a number of weeks, ever since that debate at the end of June. Can they actually unite and get behind one candidate and move forward? Once they've achieved that, then we can have a real discussion about what the difference is in the policies of Harris and Trump.
And that's exactly what the Trump campaign is already trying to say. There's not a lot of distance, we heard from the Trump campaign saying, between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So they're going to want to paint her and attach her to the incumbent, Joe Joe Biden, but we have had really a groundswell of support for Kamala Harris overnight. Governors, those governors that many were saying could potentially be individuals to take the top of the ticket, are backing her. We're waiting on some few key names: Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. This is the leadership, if you will, from Congress. And also, Jonathan mentioned earlier, former President Barack Obama. The Clintons came out and endorsed her. Obama is waiting. But we have seen in the past, Obama likes to wait. He's always said he doesn't want to put his thumb on the scale because they want this to actually be a process, because people are already being critical of the Democratic Party, saying this isn't a process if you're just going to anoint Kamala Harris to be the top of the ticket.
A lot of this has spurred a lot of discussion of unprecedented, and there were notes overnight talking about the volatility that this would sort of create in markets because of how unprecedented this really is. We have seen the opposite this morning, and Laura Calvasina, I think, really did a wonderful job explaining why. If anything, this might be more certainty. For the past couple of weeks, everyone was waking up with the question, has Joe Biden stepped aside in the race yet? We have an answer. And you know what? The person who would follow up is more of a continuation candidate, not necessarily a new candidate.
So let's sit on the week ahead. We've got earnings for you, Alphabet tomorrow, we're here from Tesla too. We've got data for you, PC on Friday. And then you've got this, all of a sudden we start to watch this, an address today from the Vice President, Lisa.
And this comes at the same time that you're hearing all the other noise and that Joe Biden supposedly is going to speak on Wednesday. Sort of interesting that he's going to wait that long, whether it's COVID, et cetera. How much can Kamala Harris win the sort of hearts and minds, if you want to go to some of the political speak, of the electorate now that it's not just a name, it's not just an age, 59 versus 81, but it is actually a candidate in her own right who has run before, but has a bit more experience under belt.
Let's turn to the price action. Equity futures here positive by 0.5% on the S&P 500. In the bond market, yields a little lower by a basis point or two on a 10-year, 422.33. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Wei Li of BlackRock as stocks come off their worst week since April. Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners as President Biden bows out, and Jim Bianco of Bianco Research as traders reevaluate the Trump trade. We begin with our top story: President Biden making his exit, quitting the 2024 presidential race and endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. The decision follows weeks of pressure from party leaders to drop out. The election fewer than 4 months away. Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove joins us now for more. Josh, great to catch up with you this morning, sir. Let's just take a step back. What happened in Delaware over the weekend, the hours that led up to that statement that dropped out on Twitter at 1:46 Eastern time? No Oval Office address, just a letter. What happened?
Good morning. Yeah, it looks like he was huddling with some of his senior aides. These are people that were sort of pushing him the other way. At least that's what the reporting indicated. Steve Ricchetti, Mike Donilon, among others. Biden has a very close circle of allies, and it looks like they more or less just saw the writing on the wall. As recently as, you know, that morning and the night before, all signs were that Joe Biden planned to stay in this race and that his family wanted him to do that. And so a real 180 here. And a lot of the reporting now is sort of what sort of was the drumbeat to lead up to that. Nancy Pelosi seems to have been a pretty influential figure in that. But the pace and the velocity of the last, 24 hours has been remarkable. I mean, even after that announcement, we still haven't heard from Joe Biden, in the flesh, by the way.
Well, exactly, Josh. A written letter and not verbal remarks. Why? Why did the nation not see the President of the United States, the sitting president? Why did adversaries and allies not see the sitting president in focus with remarks explaining why he's stepping down and not seeking re-election?
He's still in COVID treatment. I don't really know beyond that. I'm headed to Delaware in an hour, Anne-Marie. I'll have an update for you as soon as I can to check on it. But yeah, we're watching to see what he'll say this week. And this is a tricky balancing act for Harris, right? She's going to run sort of away from Biden on certain issues if they become sort of political baggage. And now we've got this sort of juggling act. And it's going to be an interesting one to watch. I'll say, I think, right now, 3 o'clock, our editors at Bloomberg yesterday afternoon were asking, what are the rules? How is this going to shake out? What surprised me yesterday was just the absolute speed that Harris is consolidating support. The notion that this is going to be a contested primary is vanishing by the second right now. So with all due respect to Senator Manchin, it looks like this is absolutely Harris's to lose. It looks like it won't be particularly close, although anything can change. And so it's going to be full speed ahead, it looks like, going in. And, of course, part of that is because the campaign has already flipped over to her name and she's got the money behind it.
Josh, Joe Biden is remaining president until the election, even after the election, until handling the presidency over. A lot of people, including particularly Republican House Speaker Johnson, has talked about his resignation, what this means for the next few months. How much talk is there about that? Has that been fully shut down? Is this sort of move forward ahead, or is there this risk of the legitimacy going forward for the remaining months?
There are some Democrats who will tell you that they would, in an ideal world, prefer that Harris be the president running for re-election as the incumbent. In other words, Joe Biden step aside. But practically, there is just zero pressure, it seems right now, publicly, at least in the party, for him to do that. This is Republicans calling for it, not Democrats. It does not look like it would get to a critical mass that would make Joe Biden have to step aside. And remember, the theory of the case only like a couple weeks ago, or even a few days ago for Joe Biden, was that his presidency is doing great and he wants to, quote, finish the job. And so it looks like he'll start to do that here in the coming months. We're going to be interested, and that one of the big targets this week is learning, okay, well, he's only got a few months left. He's now to borrow from Kamala Harris, unburdened by what has been, or what, he doesn't necessarily have to worry about the election. Does that change what he does? Maybe on Israel and Gaza, does that put him in a different position? We've been watching for presidential actions on things like the U.S. Steel acquisition. A lot of balls in the air right now that Biden might still have to deal with, and if he's not running for re-election, that could change the calculus.
What can be? Josh Wingrove of Bloomberg, thank you, sir. We'll catch up with you when you get down to Delaware. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Wei Li of BlackRock joins us now for more. Wei Li, we've seen the moves in markets over the last few weeks into small caps, thinking about the banks and energy, and thinking less about maybe some of the big tech players. The point that you and the team have made over at BlackRock over the last week in your mid-year outlook, it feels to me that it's like just stick with what's been working. These AI themes are powerful and they're not going away, and you can focus on that and ignore the politics. Can we do that this morning?
Good morning. Well, it's been a very busy few weeks, both in terms of political development, and now we're entering the earnings season. I think it's really important, difficult, but important to cut through the day-to-day noise and really focus on the fundamental picture. And the fundamental picture remains that the earnings growth strength remains quite strong. And within that, tech is still expected to deliver the ballpark of U.S. equity market earnings growth. Yes, indeed, small cap had staged quite an impressive rebound. We think that that has been catalyzed by markets extrapolating recent macro trend, which is inflation is falling, and that led to markets getting excited about rate cuts. But taking a step back, again, cutting through the day-to-day noise and resisting the temptation to extrapolate near-term momentum of macro development, we're still looking at an environment of high for longer. So in terms of the discount rates that we will use to discount future cash flow, we're still talking about a rate that is higher than pre-pandemic levels. And when it comes to earnings, small cap, for over 1 year now, they didn't deliver any earnings growth. For this ongoing earnings season, they're expected to recover a little bit, but are still really lagging the broader picture. So all of that just to say there has been a technical rebound, likely driven by sentiment positioning for small cap, but we're not chasing that momentum because that rebound is not supported by fundamentals.
I've heard growth, I've heard Fed, I've heard earnings, I've heard no politics in anything you've just said, which is somewhat refreshing, I think, for a lot of people. Does this just basically mean ignore politics and go with those three pillars of what the economic data indicates, what the Fed does, and what earnings show?
I absolutely think politics are important, but it's important to cut through the day-to-day noise and focus on the bigger picture as it relates to politics. So when we think about kind of the potential scenarios, no matter who gets in the White House, no matter who wins the election, we're still talking about an environment where U.S. fiscal deficit is expected to stay very large at unprecedented levels, because neither candidate is talking about reducing the deficit on a sustained basis. And that, together with the potential for protectionist policy, with the potential for stricter immigration, we're talking about high for longer, especially also in the context of mega forces shaping the environment. So I think portfolios really need to think about positioning for higher rates compared with pre-pandemic levels. Yes, we're likely going to see the Fed starting to cut rates in September, but we don't think they can go very far because of the underlying inflationary pressure. So positioning for high for longer for portfolio is an important takeaway, even as we think about read across from politics too.
Wei Li, you say you want to lean into the risk, but I look back at the year 2000 when the market sold off some 8% from the time of the election to year end. What happens on November 6th, 7th, 8th, if potentially there is a contested election?
I think right now everything is kind of highly uncertain, and recent development potentially even adds to that uncertainty. So I wouldn't kind of speculate way ahead of time, you know, what could happen in later this year. Again, I really want to stress the importance of kind of analyzing outcomes along the lines of policy. What does it mean for fiscal policy? What does it mean for trade, foreign policy? What does it mean for the transition, the low carbon transition? What does it mean for immigration? This is how we're thinking about analyzing election outcomes. And all of that at this juncture, what we can say with greater certainty is, looking through all the scenarios, we're all talking about potentially higher inflationary pressure. We're talking about potentially higher rates, and that's what we can position for right now. From now until later this year, we're also talking about right now a pretty kind of a quieter environment, because we're entering summer, lighter liquidity environment. And this type of backdrop, I would say, potentially can mean exacerbated market moves, both on the upside and downside, and embracing for potential liquidity-driven market volatility is something that we need to kind of be positioned for. And at the same time, one more thing I will flag to your radar, which is that we're talking about Japan. Inflation likely re-accelerating. We're talking about end of July, Bank of Japan event being really a live event, their meeting being a live event. So far, a weaker yen has been a popular funding currency for a lot of the popular trades, you know, things that have done well. So if we're talking about a reversal, you know, we have seen yen strengthening for 3 weeks now. If we're talking about a reversal of this kind of funding trade, we could see some unexplained kind of moves of the popular trades, especially against the backdrop of lighter liquidity during summer, and that's something that we're on the watch out for. But as we cut through all of these potential kind of triggers for market volatility, the bottom line is focus on fundamentals. We're going through earnings season right now, focus on what is delivering earnings growth, and the AI theme is still expected to do most of the heavy lifting for earnings growth. We're talking about tech expected to deliver 18% year-on-year for Q2 earnings growth versus US ex-tech only expected to deliver 2%. So focus on where the drivers of revenue is, and that's how we're thinking about positioning for summer too.
Wei, thank you. Wei Li there of BlackRock, looking for a quieter summer. I'll take that. I think we'll all take that. Quiet summer.
Quieter when it comes to just the amount of volumes. What I got from her was stop putting a narrative in every big market move, because frankly, sometimes there isn't, and there's a lot of noise. Cut through the noise, strip out the noise, look through the noise, longer term, and that, I think, is what a lot of traders are trying to do. It can be very hard. It's very noisy.
Translate. Ignore the politics. I think that was the line coming from Wei Li of BlackRock just there. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here's your Bloomberg Brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Berkshire Hathaway has sold off another chunk of BYD. Now Warren Buffett's stake in the Chinese EV maker is under 5%. It was more than 20% 2 years ago, and that investment had returned Berkshire a 2,000% gain, but began reducing its holdings in late 2022. The less than 5% position means that Berkshire Hathaway is now no longer obligated to disclose sales. Deutsche Bank is bidding to become one of Wall Street's main European rivals for serving America's ultra-rich. The head of the bank's U.S. wealth unit plans to add as many as a dozen senior private bankers this year. Deutsche Bank reports earnings on Wednesday. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is heading to Washington this week. Netanyahu will meet with President Joe Biden on Tuesday, address Congress on Wednesday, and then meet Kamala Harris on Thursday. Ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas are still ongoing. The visit also comes in the shadow of Biden's decision to exit the campaign. And that's your brief. John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, starting the search for a vice president.
They need a geographic balance ticket, and they need but frankly, I think they need a swing state governor on the ticket. That strikes me kind of as Captain Obvious.
That conversation up next, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
The opening bout to kick off a brand new trading week, a little more than 2 hours away. Equity futures going into it positive by 0.5% on the S&P. Clear out performance on the Nasdaq, attempted to bounce back from a pretty tough, rough down week last week. The Nasdaq 100 up by 0.8%. Under surveillance this morning, starting the search for a vice president.
They need a geographic balance ticket, and they need but frankly, I think they need a swing state governor on the ticket. That strikes me kind of as Captain Obvious. They've shown weakness in the swing states. It's capturable. They need somebody that actually kind of knows that ground and can speak center speak more than anything else, and it has a background of being successful with centrist voters.
So here's the latest this morning. Vice President Kamala Harris reportedly speaking to potential candidates to join a new ticket for the Democratic Party. The Wall Street Journal reporting Harris had calls with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. Henrietta Trey's of Vader Partners writing this: the enormity of Biden's decision to step down and the drama that is about to ensue within the Democratic Party means all eyes and media attention will be on the palace intrigue process and the hunt for the next VP. Henrietta joins us now for more. Henrietta, I want to turn to the process. I want to talk with you about what the next month looks like going into August 19th at the DNC in Chicago. What are the key dates before that? What does this process look like?
Thanks for having me. The process starts around July 29th. There are going to be some behind-the-scenes rules committee and platform committee meetings before then. But around July 29th into August 1st, you start getting the delegates lined up, having an understanding of how they're going to vote. August 7th are some critical dates along with August 9th. And then we kick off into the convention when all of this will have been sorted and we'll know how the delegates are going to vote, whether the super delegates are going to need to weigh in, which would be on a second round. and then the convention itself occurs. Donald Trump announced his vice presidential running mate on the Monday before the RNC launched. I think we should expect a similar kind of flow from the Democrats this year. And obviously, as I wrote yesterday, the palace intrigue around who it might be, which state is going to get the nod, which electoral college map is what the Democrats are going to be working on. I suspect it's going to be a North Carolina, Georgia heavy focus versus just a blue wall or Rust Belt focus. And then Mark Kelly in Arizona, as I was just speaking with Tom Keene in Surveillance on, is a perfect example of somebody else who could help expand the map where Biden was losing ground considerably over the last couple months.
So is it your understanding that they will hold a virtual roll call vote before August 19th?
That is the plan right now. That has been what is scheduled. The virtual component comes from a string of things, all of which are basically expired now, including some issues with the Ohio ballot. And the dates have all been moved, sometimes very publicly so, even with Majority Leader Schumer weighing in and saying, hey, don't you dare try to pull this forward. We're going to take all the time we need to get to this convention and have the delegates vote live if we need to. But the roll call vote virtually is still scheduled to proceed, as far as I'm aware, in those early August days.
So let's talk about the VPs, Roy Cooper, Josh Shapiro, Andy Beshear. The names John mentioned that Kamala Harris, got on the phone with yesterday, according to the Wall Street Journal. What do those three men bring to the ticket?
I mean, knowledge of the states that the Democratic Party needs the most. I think there's a lot of merit to considering that we might be hearkening back to a time when the vice presidential pick and the name recognition they had on the ground in a key state is really critical to someone who's launching their campaign 105 days out from the election. Many folks, myself included, for the last several years have been saying that the vice presidential pick doesn't really matter from a geographical standpoint. Think Mike Pence in Indiana or even J.D. Vance in Ohio. Trump has got those states locked up. It shouldn't be too much of a concern. For the Democrats, and particularly for Kamala Harris, who has much lower name recognition than even Donald Trump, and all of those candidates that are listed there, name recognition is going to be paramount to setting the message about who they are. And that's already higher in those states. So for North Carolina with Roy Cooper, Shapiro in Pennsylvania, those all make sense to start with somebody who's already got an operation on the ground.
Henrietta, one of the big reasons why the vice presidential pick is going to be so important is people are wondering whether Kamala Harris is a true continuation candidate, basically picking up the torch from Joe Biden, or whether her platform is going to differ somewhat substantially in certain key areas. How much do you think that we're going to get a sense of this? What direction do you think she's going to go in?
You know, I'll be really honest. Next year, we're going to write a tax bill. So we could talk about Kamala Harris's position on taxes, but frankly, she wasn't on any of the relevant committees to be a tax policy expert, and she doesn't have the authority via the Constitution to write the tax bill in the first place. If you're focused on, you know, what is the platform going to be, call up the House Democratic Ways and Means Committee members, call up Richie Neal, call up their staff, and have those conversations and see what their position is. Helpfully, they already wrote this bill and they published it several years ago, and it is, you know, signed, sealed, delivered from the Democratic Party, ready to go to Kamala Harris, where that's the platform she's going to pursue on the tax front. With regards to climate and AI and emerging tech, I suspect the trade policy will be very similar to President Biden's. I wonder how many of the same USTR folks would stay on for a second Kamala Harris term. A lot of these agencies, I would say the Department of Commerce, for example, have built these robust platforms just in the last couple of years since things like the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure bill have passed, the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a lot of work that those same people still have to do. I suspect there wouldn't be a lot of turnover, and they'll continue their agenda.
Henrietta, this was great. Henrietta Trace there, Aveda Partners, on the process over the next month and the odds that Kamala Harris can get this done. Let's just sit on this. Is the energy going to come back to the party? Based on the reaction of the party in the last 24 hours? Maybe. Do you get rid of the age issue? Absolutely. Does it change anything? If we're only talking about a continuity candidate with more energy, what fundamentally does it change beyond enthusiasm of the base? This is Isaac Boltanski of BTIG this morning. Our foundational view remains the same. We continue to believe it will be a close race, and we maintain our view that Trump is the slight favorite.
The key will be down ballot. That is the reason why people are thinking maybe this causes a split Congress more likely than necessarily the top of the ticket.
We'll keep building on this. Coming up next on the program, Jim Bianco of Bianco Research, as traders rethink the so-called Trump trade. That's next. You're watching Bloomberg.
East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Sneak peek at the price action. This is what it looks like. The S&P 500 up by 0.5%. The Nasdaq 100 up by 0.8. The Russell up by 1/3. The small caps underperformed. The small caps outperformed last week. Listen to this. These were the scores last week. The Nasdaq 100 down by 4% almost on the week. The small caps up by 1.7. We're talking about almost 6 percentage points, Lisa, of outperformance on the small caps last week. So that gap we're closing today is like this big compared to the gap of last week.
So, and just sort of that extends what we've seen since June 27th. Just to put this into perspective, banks, smaller banks in particular, are up more than 10% since that time. They have been the big outperformers with the presumption that Donald Trump will consolidate not only his base, but others as well to win the election.
David George of Baird joining us later on in the program in about 45 minutes. He thinks you should fade that rally in the banks that Lisa just described. Switch on the board, turn from equities to bonds, leave behind that 4-day losing streak on the S&P 500 and get into the 2-year, 451.70. It's actually an interesting week ahead. No Fed speak, and I have to say the Fed speak that we have had over the last week was pretty consistent. We're getting closer to a rate cut, but we're not there yet. It's about the economic data. Retail sales last week better, jobless claims worse. This week another round of claims, Lisa, and PCE on Friday.
Another view on consumer spending at a time where we have a number of companies coming out and explaining they definitely do see softening consumer demand. This is the key issue that people are looking at. You hear one market participant after another coming out and saying, we don't want to focus on the noise. How do they strip out the noise? How do they focus on the policy when we don't understand the policy? They say either candidate, regardless of who it will be, will cause the deficit to be increased, so higher benchmark rates, and faces off with the fundamental economy, which is softening, but not soft yet. That really is what's going to dictate a lot of some of the trajectory. There also are bond auctions this week, which we haven't really talked about.
What have we got? What's coming up?
We've got $69 billion of 2-year notes coming up tomorrow. We've got $70 billion of 5-year notes on Wednesday, $44 billion of 7-year notes on Thursday. The reason why people care is because ultimately fiscal policy can't change that much that quickly. And a lot of it does matter on the composition of Congress. So people are looking to this. We heard Wei Li basically avoid any political discussion to talk about instead basically the bond options.
I loved how Wei navigated that in the last 30 minutes or so. Cut through the noise. But politics, cut through the noise. Cut through the noise. Just like that repeatedly. Let's turn to foreign exchange. The euro just a little stronger, dollar weaker today. Against the euro, we stand at about 108.87. Against the yen stronger again. Dollar yen down by about 0.4% in the yen's favor. 156.80 is where dollar yen is this morning. Under surveillance this morning, endorsements pouring in for Kamala Harris. Bill and Hillary Clinton, Senator Elizabeth Warren, and California Governor Gavin Newsom among the notable Democrats backing her, but former President Barack Obama falling short of endorsement, saying he believes Democrats will create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. That was notable yesterday afternoon.
It was notable, but likely what you see from the former president, Barack Obama, is that he doesn't want to put his thumb on the scale. He said this about 4 years ago. So I would say that he's just waiting for the process to play out, and then he's going to come with his full-fledged endorsement. What was interesting, though, is all the governors that everyone was talking about could be potential tops of tickets. Shapiro, Newsom, Whitmer, even Phil Murphy in New Jersey, they're all coming out and getting behind Kamala Harris. So it does feel like there isn't this infighting with the Democratic Party that many thought would happen if Joe Biden dropped down. A lot of that has to the fact that he endorsed her 30 minutes later, and now she has access to his cash.
All I can say is, currently on Predicted, Michelle Obama has about a 6% chance of running as a Democratic candidate. So anyone who's saying this is a conspiracy theory to get Michelle in, first of all, it's sort of clear that she doesn't want it. And second of all, it seems like that's not necessarily the likely outcome being predicted. I will just say, the idea of a contested primary, or basically a contested delegate kind of race, is one key question of how do you create legitimacy at a time when the candidate was pushed out, the closest ever to an election for a sitting president. That is unprecedented. How do you then create this feeling and counter criticism that this really does create kind of a clubby sort of inevitability of her election?
Undermining democracy. At the same time, you're claiming to be the poster child for it.
Well, some people would argue that the polls suggested that they would really want a bigger primary season, and 80% of people were hoping that Joe Biden did step down. So what is sort of the popular will is a good question. That said, sort of ringing a little bit hollow for some people.
81 million people voted for her attached to Joe Biden as the VP candidate when they won election in 2020. And I think that's what the Democrats are going to say. She was part of that ticket. You're voting for a president and a vice president who could assume that role.
Jamie Dimon got a mention yesterday afternoon on the special.
I heard that, yeah.
None of us bring it up. Honestly, it's always the political ones that bring up this stuff.
So how much is this a desire to see him in office? How much is it just that he's got a lot of name recognition? You know, Jeannie Zaino did say, because I'm on Bloomberg, I'll mention Jamie Dimon, because it seems like the de facto way that you have to go when you talk about politics.
These are names that just get thrown around all the time. Let's turn to this. Donald Trump, responding to President Biden's exit, posting on Truth Social the following: shouldn't the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud in that everybody around Joe, including the doctors and the fake news media, knew he was not capable of running for or being president? Framing matters. There are three different conversations taking place. There's the conversation Republicans want to have, and it's its fitness for office. And we've all heard the question, if he can't campaign, can he govern? There's a conversation the public's been having for a number of weeks, and you see it in the polls going against the president. And there's a conversation the Democrats have been having. And it's not been about whether he can govern for the next 4.5 years. It's about whether he can win in November. And that's what they're focused on, winning in November. And if you look at the letter, the president didn't exactly come out and say, look, my cognitive ability is not going to allow me to campaign in November and ultimately govern for another 4.5 years. They're trying to frame this in a very, very different way for obvious reasons.
Yeah, obviously, because the Republicans are immediately coming out with the pushback, and they're also going to try to paint Kamala Harris complicit in what the public views as a deterioration of Joe Biden's health. I go back to a poll CNN and SSRS did a few months ago. 55% of Americans rate and that Trump's presidency was a success, versus 39% think that Biden's presidency was a success. So all they really need to do, the Republicans, what you're going to continuously see them to do, and President Trump did this at the RNC. He kept talking about this current administration. He, by accidentally, slipped and mentioned Biden's name. He was not supposed to, but he kept saying the current administration because he was preparing for this potential moment.
You know, I think there are genuine and legitimate questions, though, about the president's health right now. I think we've got to ask, where is he? It is Monday morning. Yesterday afternoon, you pushed out a statement at 1:46 p.m. Eastern Time in Delaware. You don't hear from the president. You're told that maybe at some point this week you might get an address from the President of the United States to the nation. Still this morning, no real update. It is very, very strange to have a decision like this and then have nothing afterwards whatsoever and not hear from the president himself. We understand, of course, he got COVID last week and he's self-isolating, but he's still got people around him that stayed with him in Delaware over the weekend. It's very strange we haven't heard from the sitting president in the last 24 hours.
A lot of people are wondering why. Is it simply because he's sick and coughing? Is it because he isn't that into this and doesn't really want to throw his heart into it? There are going to be a lot of these arguments. What I find interesting is which one the Republicans are going to coalesce around. Because frankly, we've heard a lot thrown at this, whether it's this idea of disenfranchisement, whether it's this idea of, questions around why this hasn't been revealed earlier. What are they going to coalesce around at a time when they have to sort of jigger the playbook for the Trump campaign?
I think it's a good point you bring up, Jonathan. There's really no excuse for the President of the United States, given the fact that he ran an entire campaign from his house in Delaware when there was COVID and people were locked up. He could have got on a Zoom. He could have had a camera crew come in, set up in his house when he was isolating in a different room. There are ways the President of the United States could have presented himself to the American people and give this address over the weekend instead of this letter, which, to be honest, when I saw the letter, I actually said to people, potentially, was this a hack?
Bit of news from CBS. Here's the headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Senator Manchin says he's not going to be the candidate for president. We were talking about whether this party would unite behind one candidate. Would there be a challenge? Manchin's name got mentioned yesterday afternoon. According to CBS, I'm not running for office.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean that he's actually got what he wanted. Essentially, sort of this quick whirlwind that focused attention on him. What this shows is just how few potential candidates there are to run against Kamala Harris, really ultimately being the Democratic nominee.
We need to talk about this market as well. Investors rethinking the so-called Trump trade, considering whether President Biden's exit from the race boosts the odds of a Democratic victory. Treasury yields edging lower, the dollar slipping, and equity markets lifting this Monday morning. Jim Bianco of Bianco Research joins us now for more. Jim, do we need to rethink the so-called Trump trade this Monday morning?
If you assume that there was a Trump trade to begin with, yeah, you do definitely need to rethink that. Now, why do I say that? Look at what's happened in the last couple of months. Donald Trump was found guilty. That seems like 3 cycles ago. We had a debate. We had an assassination attempt. Now we've had a withdrawal. And if you look at stocks, bonds, yields, Bitcoin, you look at a chart of those over the last 3 months, show me where those events have happened, and you can't find them. So I'm not so sure at the top level there has been a Trump trade, or let's call it an election 24 trade, or that there will be one as we go forward. Now, if you want to drill down to go to the industry level or the specific stock level, yeah, there's probably some in there, highlighted by Trump media being probably the most obvious of those trades. But the reason that there isn't a Trump trade, John, you mentioned it before, whoever wins, we're still going to have a deficit. We're still going to have high government spending. We're still going to have the same problems that we've had now. We're going to have, regardless of which candidate that we get winning in November. And that's why I think that we've kind of overstated this Trump trade.
Well, have we overstated the potential volatility then on some of the unprecedented shifts that we're seeing in this election cycle? So many different notes last night, the night before, but really highlighting last night how there was an expected volatility in the works because of some of the upending of the race. Is that a fallacy?
Well, I think what they're mistaking is that there's a Paul trade in this market going on at the same time. I know you mentioned before about the dramatic outperformance of small caps and small cap banks surging. There's a better argument to be made that that's around the potential pivot for the Fed to cut rates in September, that's what drove that trade. Let's not forget, though, that last week, too, the stock market, as you mentioned, the S&P was down 4%. So there was already volatility building in this market. And this morning, given what we saw in the second half of last week, has been very subdued. You would expect it, even without this announcement, based on what happened last week, a bigger move in this market. So I don't think there is a real big, again, I'm talking about at the top level, at the market level, or maybe at the sector level, that you've really seen this play in the market. And lastly, I'll mention something Henrietta mentioned in the previous sector. Whatever the policy is of Trump, whatever the policy is of Harris if she's the nominee, needs 218 congressmen and 51 senators to agree with it. We're not electing a monarch. We kind of forget our, 8th grade government class, that we need both of those bodies to agree with whatever that they want to do. And I think that that's really more where the markets are focused.
You mentioned that on the sector level, it could have a bigger impact. And the sector level includes one of the biggest behemoths that's driven the market rally to date, which has been big tech. And we've seen big tech get a boost in part because there is this belief that Kamala Harris will be more friendly to big tech with certain types of tariff policies, et cetera, that she can do unilaterally than some of the other potential candidates. How much do you view that as having credence and having legs?
Well, I think there is a little bit more there, and especially if you were to focus on Tesla. For whatever reason, Tesla seems to be a stock that is kind of like a Trump trade stock. The stock was up 45% in 11 days after the debate. And because Elon Musk has been so tied with Donald Trump, he's giving him $45 million a month now for the rest of the election cycle. So, yeah, that's helped to push all of the Magnificent Seven stocks higher and some of the other stocks as well. But even if you were to take Tesla out, yeah, I think that there's probably more of a trade there. But not even there, I would say it's not as much as everybody thought, but there is more there than there is at the top level.
But Jim, can we sit on Tesla for a second? Isn't this a company that benefits from what the Biden-Harris administration has done when it comes to EV subsidies across the United States?
You could argue that, and then you can look at the stock price, and for months and months and months, it went down, down, down until June 28th, and it took off and went up 45%. So, I mean, that's an argument, a rational argument that makes sense, but the way that the stock is traded, look, we're in a meme stock world anyway, and so the way that this stock trades is it is starting to trade like Trump media as a meme stock. Now, it won't always be that way. There will be, at a minimum, the election in November, and it'll probably end, but it'll probably end before that. But right now, it does seem to be trading like that.
Jim, appreciate some of the clarity from you, sir. As always, Jim Bianco there of Bianco Research on the latest. Let's give you an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get across to Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle is facing new calls to resign, this time from a bipartisan group of lawmakers following the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Cheadle is set to appear today at a congressional hearing with questions on how the shooter eluded security at the Pennsylvania Trump rally on July 13th. The shooting had been dubbed a catastrophic failure for the Secret Service. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has been summoned to testify as a witness in a criminal investigation involving his wife, Begoña Gomez. Gomez is under investigation for suspicion of influence peddling and private sector corruption. No charges have been filed, and the government denies that she committed any wrongdoing. The court says the Prime Minister will have to testify on July 30th. Now, speaking of Tesla CEO Elon Musk says the company will have, quote, genuinely useful humanoid robots in low production for internal company use beginning next year. Musk posted about the development on X, adding that the EV maker will hopefully begin high production of the robot for other companies starting in 2026. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, resetting election bets.
Neither of them is going to be putting up taxes and cutting spending dramatically. There was a sense that Trump is putting policies in place intended to weaken the dollar in some form.
That conversation up next.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
I especially am afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Get to the stock market. Equity futures look like this, positive by 0.5 to 0.6%. In the bond market, yields a little bit lower, down 2 basis points, 421.74. What does this political mess, and we can call it that, what does it mean for foreign exchange? We'll get into that in just a moment. Euro dollar just south of 109, 108.87. Under surveillance this morning, resetting election bets.
Neither of them is going to be putting up taxes and cutting spending dramatically unless I've missed the scoop badly. So it's the economy will determine. But in the period between now and the election, definitely there was a sense that Trump is putting policies in place which would tend to be sending the yen higher, for example, and are intended to weaken the dollar in some form.
It's the latest. Foreign exchange markets digesting President Biden's exit from the race and its impact on the election. Former President Donald Trump already telling Bloomberg the U.S. has a currency problem. Terry Wiseman of Macquarie joins us now for more. Terry, it's great to see you, sir. We'll start this conversation with a quote from Deutsche Bank. This is what they've got to say. Tariffs and their associated stronger implications for the dollar are significantly more likely to be the dominant market outcome than policies to pursue a weaker one. How do we set this up? And this is what we've all been trying to work out. We did this with Kit earlier. Are we saying that Republicans, that's bullish for the US dollar, and Democrats, if they win, it's bearish? Is it that simple, or is that too simple?
All else equal, that's the case. There are a few reasons why Trump 2.0 might be more inflationary than another Democratic administration. I think you can break it down to immigration and restrictions on immigration. There's a prospect here that a Trump administration could potentially remove 1 million workers from the U.S. workforce. So that's the first thing. The second thing is tariffs. We are talking about 10% tariffs across the board, potentially 60% on China. I've seen some analysis that suggests that can boost CPI by maybe almost 1% over the course of 2025 or after it's implemented. And the third thing is the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 into 2025 or beyond if it's passed by Congress. Of course, this would require that Congress, and the House specifically, are Republican. I think that would happen if Trump wins. So you have three things there that conceivably could be more inflationary. I know that it's the common wisdom out there is to associate the Biden administration with inflation because that's effectively what we saw from 2021 to 2024, especially the first 3 years. But I think we're going to be looking at a different path for inflation under Republicans than Democrats, one whereby Republican inflation will be greater than Democratic inflation.
We've had fixed income strategists come on this program and say there's not much daylight between the two parties. Ultimately, they're going to issue more debt, and that on the budget side of things, all else equal, it will lead to higher yields. Are you saying there is a wide range of outcomes dependent on what the composition of government looks like, who owns what Congress looks like, who's in the White House, if we get a red sweep, blue sweep? Are they that wide, the outcomes?
I think to say that they are wide would be to say there might be a 150 basis point difference in the 10-year yield between a Republican administration and a Democratic administration. We're certainly not calling for that much of a difference. I think we're talking about prospectively a 40 basis point yield. Maybe under Democrats, the 10-year yield settles at maybe 435, 440. Maybe under Republicans, it converges towards 475 or 480. Those are the kinds of differences that we have in mind. But nonetheless, that will be positive for the dollar. The market will understand or come to understand that under a Republican administration, if you have more inflation, it will mean that the Fed's policy rates will continue to converge downwards, but not as fast or not to a point that they would converge to under a Democratic administration. In other words, the path for interest rates will be more shallow under a Republican administration than a Democratic administration.
John asked me earlier about Donald Trump's comment about the currency becoming a problem. Do you understand what the policy there is going to be, whether it's going to be strong dollar or weaker dollar to try to juice exports?
So I understand that what he's tried to do in the past is to try to weaken the dollar, and he's tried to do it by pressuring foreign countries to strengthen their currencies. That's clearly not what they're doing right now, right? I mean, if you look at China, for example, they're on a path to continuing to weaken their currency, and they're likely to do more of that if Trump becomes president, because they are going to be overly concerned at that point about the prospect for tariffs, and they're going to need to boost competitiveness. Now, will that create some sort of clash between China and the U.S.? Yes, it would. But the immediate implication of Chinese policy at this point is not going to be to strengthen the yuan in the face of these tariffs. It's going to be to weaken the yuan. And the Chinese are a very big economy in the within the global economy. What they do to their currency will influence what others. As they weaken their currency, will influence what happens to other currencies as well. So the path is still towards a stronger dollar, simply by virtue of what the Chinese might do in the face of these tariffs.
You know, John started by talking about this political mess, and I think a lot of people could say that very clearly, given the unprecedented nature of how quickly this was decided and how soon before the election. Is there anything in this noise, as so many people have described it, that undermines the idea of American exceptionalism, especially when facing off with the idea of stagflation?
Yeah, I certainly don't want to handicap this. We haven't even yet seen how the Democratic Convention is going to go. Let's also keep in mind that before we got to the 1960s, most of these conventions were brokered conventions, right? If you go back to Stevenson versus Eisenhower, this was a brokered convention. There was no candidate who had an outright majority necessarily going into the convention. There were pluralities, but not majorities. And it was at the time of the convention that you would actually find the candidate through brokering, through discussion, that the party would pick. So in some sense, we're going back to where we were many years ago. And no one would say, I think at this point, that was undemocratic back then. If anything, you can make a case it was more democratic. At least there was some discussion. We didn't have things like superdelegates, for example, at least not on the Democratic side. So I'm of the view that this is neither more democratic or less democratic than we had before. I'm a little bit concerned by the nature by which the news came out yesterday. It seems a little bit odd. I would attribute that to the fact that the president has COVID and probably could not do things the way he would normally do otherwise.
Does this make the DNC a market-moving event?
I think it could be a market-moving event if it's really disorganized, if we get to a point where there are street protests. It becomes a market event at that point because a lot of people, a lot of voters lose confidence in their ability to run the country because they can't even run a convention without disruption. In that sense, it could be a market-moving event. Yes, it could put the weight back onto the prospect that Trump becomes the president in 2025.
Terry, great to get your thoughts.
My pleasure.
Terry Wiseman there, Macquarie, on foreign exchange and the political considerations over the next 4 months, and the next 1 month as well. Messy process, potentially, for the Democrats.
Especially given the fact that they have to coalesce around somebody and then organize a very different-looking Democratic National Convention. I do want to sit for a minute on this idea of what happens during the remainder of Joe Biden's presidency. There is a real question, and people are wondering about what kinds of international incidents there could be if people view the United States as having a weakened hand. There are a lot of issues and notes that I've seen coming out in response to that.
He's going to finish his presidency as a lame duck. I think what this administration would like to focus on, you can see that today, Jake Sullivan will be sitting down with the families of those hostages taken by Hamas. He would like to shore up some sort of deal when it comes to Gaza. That is what he's going to be focused on. But he's going to be having this meeting with Netanyahu as a lame duck president. That is what it is.
Some news this morning from Senator Manchin speaking to CBS, an American broadcaster, in the last hour or so. I am not going to be a candidate for president. More on that story in just a moment. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance up next. Ed Mills of Raymond James, David George of Baird, Earl Davis of BMO, Matt Raskin of Deutsche Bank from New York. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
One of my greatest advantages, I own my company 100%. No board of directors. I make a decision, we move. And I had a guy say to me, runs a big media company. This guy ran a major division, Warner Discovery. Okay. It was just Warner Media at that time. He says, you know what, when we sit in our meetings, we don't talk about Disney. We don't talk about Paramount. We don't talk about Sony. He goes, you know who we talk about? I go, who? You. I said, really? He goes, yeah, you. I go, why? He goes, we are giant battleships, and you're like a little speedboat. And if there's gold on the beach, you run rings around us, get to the beach, take the gold, and by the time we turn our battleship around, you've already taken the gold. I go, that's right. I'm always gonna be that entrepreneur. I started my company from my dining room table 30 years ago. 30 years ago. And I started by calling every television station, asking them to carry my once-a-week show. On average, they all said no 50 times, and I worked through about 50,000 no's to get 150 yeses. That guy that was at that dining room table trying to pay his phone bill is that same guy today, 30 years later. That fire is still in my belly. I still run scared, and I'm still running after that vision of building the world's biggest media company.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
I think this will probably go down in history as one of, if not the largest financial crimes ever.
I cannot imagine a scenario where $8 billion just disappears.
Bankman-Fried has pled not guilty to multiple fraud charges.
Sam was just too important in the crypto community.
When someone says, I'm going to give $1 billion in the next 2 years, like that catches everybody's attention.
As time went on, their ideas got like weirder and weirder.
I don't think he even had almost a conception at some point that it was wrong or right. I think he just had the mentality that he has to win.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
Sue, Mark.
Are you in? I'm in.
I'm in. We're in.
Will this be the last of its kind? No. This is the nature of capitalism. Get over it.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Right now, people don't know her that well.
I think it'll be an open process, but I don't see who runs against her.
There are some long-term implications, but I think in the near term, this is not something that's probably easily tradable.
The market doesn't seem to be interpreting Harris as a very strong candidate that could challenge Trump.
People underestimated Harris at their peril.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance begins right now. Let's start with the price action. Equity futures firmer, positive by around about 0.6% on the S&P. The outperformance on the NASDAQ by about 1 full percentage point. A couple of questions we've got to work through. What does the process over the next month look like? We also need to work out who is actually going to be the nominee. This is what we understand so far. We've got the big endorsement from the president himself for Kamala Harris, the vice president. We're waiting to see if we get a challenge from elsewhere. The only piece of information I can give you in the last hour, I can tell you who it won't be. According to a conversation with CBS, Senator Joe Manchin saying, I'm not going to be a candidate for president.
And we heard the collective shocked face of everybody who kind of sort of anticipated this. Questions now, did he get something in response to actively stepping down? And will he endorse Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Bigger issue will be how much of a market-moving event, at least for me, this all will transpire to be when it comes to whether it's a continuation candidate or whether it's truly a new candidate running on a different platform with different policies. A lot of people saying it's more of the former, not the latter.
Well, this is the big issue. She's going to have to put some distance between her and the president when it comes to issues that are really not resonating with the American people. Goldman Sachs this morning, though, say the odds of Democrats winning the White House edge up with Biden stepping aside and putting her forefront. Also, what's been edging up, the cash that is rolling in. You look at these grassroots donations, about $50 million so far rolling in because she is, in some ways, a fresh face. She is younger, still attached to Biden's policies, but she is a new face in terms of the Democratic ticket, being the top of the ticket, and she's going to bring in an even fresher face when it comes to the VP pick. And wall-to-wall coverage will be about the Democrats and what their ticket looks like. And I have to say, that might start to infuriate the former president, who loves media coverage.
Hold on a second. How do you put distance between the president and yourself when you're the vice president and you've served under him for this long.
She's going to start to talk about different issues than he would normally talk about.
So it's a shift in emphasis.
I think it's going to be a shift in emphasis. She already has been the one that goes out and talks about women's reproductive rights. She is going to lean hard into that, especially given the fact that this is a weakness on Republicans. When you ask voters, most notably in a lot of polls, who do you trust, say, when it comes to the economy? They say the former President Donald Trump. Reproductive rights? They say Democrats.
People are trying to sniff out any difference. They find tech might be one place, and that's the reason why the tech outperformance today is particularly interesting to me. Is there this feeling that she will be more friendly to big tech companies based on when she previously tried to run for president and some of the discussions that she had at this time? People are trying to parse out that daylight, however small it may be, John.
I'll tell you how the market's passing things right now, or at least market participants. BTIG, fundamental view on all of this hasn't changed. Okay, that's one. Here's another one. This from Oxford Economics. Biden's decision to drop out of the election doesn't warrant any immediate changes to our election scenarios, nor the policies we anticipate the Democrats pursuing if they were to win in November. What does this really change? And I understand that the Democrats wake up, for many of them, with the decision that they wanted on Sunday. Got all of that. And I understand that maybe they're excited. I think that's captured by the amount of money that's come into the campaign. But on the policy, on the polls, are we really sitting here and saying that Biden was doing badly in the polls and really badly in the swing states purely because of how old he was and how low his energy he had? Are we really saying it's down to those 2 points and it's not about policy?
How much of this is because people are expecting Kamala Harris to be the next president and seeing her as a much more likely candidate versus galvanizing turnout for the election? That's why we talk about the down ballot, how much this really was to sort of shift the odds of a Republican sweep, which is something that people said was much more likely after the debate.
When it comes to energizing the base, she's able to do that overnight. So the propensity of people to go out and vote that were potentially thinking about voting for a Democrat went up overnight because there was more interest in her. But the policy, to your point, there's going to be a different emphasis, I think, with Kamala Harris, but the policy is not going to change. And I go back to this poll a few months ago. When you ask people, this is what CNN put out, when you ask people who had a better presidency, former President Donald Trump or Biden, it was 55 versus 39. At the moment, it looks like when it comes to top two issues, immigration and the economy, they trust the former president.
Let's get into the price action, about an hour and 25 minutes away from the opening bell. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Equity futures get a lift. They're up by about 0.6% on the S&P. Yields are a little bit lower, down 2 basis points. The 10-year, 421.74. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Ed Mills of Raymond James as Kamala Harris becomes the likely Democratic presidential nominee. David George of Baird weighing in on the Trump trade for the banking sector, and Matt Raskin of Deutsche Bank as investors look to reprice election risk. We begin with our top story. American politics rocked once again as President Biden backs out, endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. Rising stars being floated as a potential VP pick, including Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. All this as Democratic fundraising tops $50 million in just a handful of hours following Biden's announcement. Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian joins us now for more. Jordan, this party has been a mess now for weeks. Can they clean it up and really start to go forward with a focus to win in November and beat Donald Trump?
Well, Jonathan, I would say in the roughly 24 hours since Kamala Harris became the nominee that she's done a lot to galvanize support on the Democratic side. She's made about 100 calls to stakeholders. She picked up some key endorsements, not only from President Biden, but from congressional leaders, battleground state lawmakers. And we haven't seen another candidate rise to the top here. And you have to remember, we have like a 3-week sprint until the Democratic convention. Whoever is going to challenge her, if someone's going to challenge her, they have to act fast if they hope to have a chance.
Jordan, why have we yet to hear from the President of the United States?
Well, Emery, he came down with COVID last week. I would discount that his illness, despite the rosy picture that the doctor's painting, would have something to do with that. He got dinged over the past few weeks for sounding pretty sickly in public appearances, and so I think part of the White House's calculation is they wanted to seem as healthy as possible the next time he comes out and speaks publicly.
Jordan, how are his closest allies, cabinet members, et cetera, handling this, given the fact that it has been a huge sudden shift in tone after many weeks of asserting he was staying in the race?
It's interesting, Lisa, you've seen a lot of cabinet members, top congressional leaders quickly rally to Kamala Harris's side, but you're also seeing Republicans seize on that and say, hey, you guys were painting this rosy picture about the president's mental fitness and health for the last 3 years, and now you're just on a dime pivoting to Kamala Harris. Like what happened? Did you hide something for the American people? So as the party seeks to quickly coalesce around Kamala Harris, you're going to have this line of attack coming from Republicans.
Jordan, we're knee-deep in a race, and I understand why, but I think I've got to ask you this question. Where is the president, and why haven't we heard from him in the last 24 hours? Who wrote that letter? Where did it come from? Why have we had no follow-up? And when are we expected to hear from the president? Is it strange that we still have nothing on the schedule for this week?
Yeah, I think, again, the COVID is part of that process. We have heard from senior officials that he is going to see Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu when he comes to town this week in some capacity. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens middle of the week. And yes, I think for such a monumental announcement, you would expect to hear from the president personally. In that letter, which was crafted by President Biden and members of his senior staff, were told, there was a line in there that suggested that he's going to speak to this at some later date. So perhaps when he recuperates, he'll be able to speak personally about this huge decision that he made.
Well, I think we all wish him well. Jordan, thank you, sir. Jordan Fabian there of Bloomberg down in Washington, D.C. Joining us now is Ed Mills of Raymond James. Ed, great to come back on the program with you and catch up. Let's talk about this. What are you telling clients about what the next couple of weeks look like in this country?
Well, I think we have a lot of unknowns here and a lot of known unknowns. So we're looking to see, are Democrats going to coalesce around Kamala Harris? It seems like a yes. We want to know what the process is. We still have this uncertainty over the ballot deadline in Ohio for August 7th. That's before the Democratic convention. There's some quirks in their law that it might be able to kind of get pushed to the convention, but do Democrats want to wait that long? We want to see exactly who Kamala Harris, if she is the nominee, chooses as a vice president. And then we want to see how the American people and polling data react to that. So until we have those answers, what we've told clients at Raymond James is that we're not changing our election odds. We're not calling for a major market correction. We could see a stalling out of the Trump trade. We certainly have seen tech as a source of funds for that Trump trade. But do we see a stalling out in the Russell 2000, in healthcare, and energy, the financial services names that have done well since the debate? Certainly very possible. But this is still Trump's election to lose from our perspective. And if that Trump trade gets put back on, there's a lot of room to run. So it's not as if it's over. It's more of a pause. Let's reassess and see how the next couple of weeks play out, John.
If it's his election to lose, the former President Donald Trump, what does he need to do next to make sure that he is still out there campaigning? Because the RNC is over. He had his VP pick at the same time now that all the momentum is building on the Democratic side.
Yeah, Anne-Marie, I think it is holding the rallies, keeping the momentum coming out of the convention, highlighting kind of what he would like to do. I think it was really interesting over the weekend that I know that clients at Raymond James have been asking me a lot about Project 2025 and what a Trump policy agenda would look like. He threw that under the bus over the weekend and is saying that that's the extreme part of the Republican Party of the far right. He also kind of obviously throws the far left under the bus, but understanding for the American people what a Trump 2.0 would look like and kind of building on that momentum, making sure that the swing states that kind of he looked like he had the lead in, he keeps that lead. And then also I think you're seeing kind of within a couple of hours yesterday, one of the Trump-aligned super PACs coming out trying to define the opposition, trying to define Kamala Harris. And so what type of narrative do they bring? Do they try to say that she was untrustworthy with kind of her views towards Biden? And does that play out into kind of how voters should perceive her? That would be job number 1, 2, and 3 in my mind.
I did hear the former president talk about Project 2025, and he said it's the far right, it's the extreme. But how can the American people believe him, given the fact that the individuals behind Project 2025 are linked to him and his former administration?
Yeah, so Anne-Marie, it's the question of the day because of the question is going to be how much is personnel become policy. Our expectations when we've talked to a number of folks around DC is that President Trump, if he were to win, the transition would look so much different than it was in 2016 when he didn't anticipate to win. But that said, a lot of these policy proposals are trying to get a lot of eyes on them, raise money for some of these think tanks. Ultimately, we would expect that a former President Trump reappoints a cabinet of rivals. And certainly there's a transactional nature to former President Trump. And so we'll go back once again, Anne-Marie, to this idea of take Trump seriously, but don't take it literally. And the literally is kind of those words of it. Certainly portions of that agenda would absolutely be adopted, but Trump as the transactional individual makes it not a kind of copy and paste for the next administration.
Ed, over the past 24 hours, how many calls have you fielded from clients? And what are the main conversations? What's the thrust of the topics that people want to know about?
Yeah, so what we did immediately last night is hosted a conference call. Had almost 500 clients sign up for that at 9 o'clock at night on a Sunday. We polled them, and I think overwhelmingly there was the expectation on the call that Kamala Harris was going to be the was going to be the nominee. Looking to kind of get a sense of market impact. Overwhelmingly, clients still think that it is Trump's to lose, but people want to know a lot about process because they have been paying so much attention, Lisa, to this Trump trade. How much does that stall out? How much do they have to change this? They want to know a lot about who the vice president might be. Someone that we've highlighted is kind of going up the list. I don't know if he would be selected. Mark Kelly. I was with a group of people yesterday, non-political, and I gave the list of possible VP picks, and overwhelmingly everyone was excited about Mark Kelly because he was the one known figure to the average person out there compared to some of these governors. In DC, we might get excited about some of these governors because they're from a swing state and how they are polling in their individual states. But their appeal outside of the state, I think, is a really interesting conversation. And does that give someone like a Mark Kelly a slightly higher chance than I think the market has been predicting? So those are the real questions, Lisa, that we've been getting over the last 24 hours.
Ed, let's just finish with this. And I want to talk about what I think has become a really lazy narrative over the last few weeks. If you listen to the reaction yesterday from certain quarters, it was as if the only thing holding back the president from winning in November was his age and his lack of energy. And Ed, I take real issue with that because two of the top issues, you survey, you poll anyone in this country, what comes up repeatedly as the top two issues, the economy and immigration. And they have been losing issues for the president repeatedly for the last 12 months. And I struggle to see how that changes with the vice president taking over the top of the ticket. How does that change it?
Well, especially, and this is what you're going to hear a lot from Republicans, is that job number one that was given to the vice president was the border. And so if that is one of the top two issues, you had the number two person in this administration as her number one job. That's a political liability here. So what I have told folks at Raymond James is that, yes, there is a kind of chance that there's significant upside to a Kamala Harris candidacy, but there's also a chance that there's significant downside. And what we've been debating is, did Trump peak too soon, or is he still going to build strength? There is a real chance that if Trump is building strength, that this is a massive red wave, that the number of swing states only expand from now, and as much as some people were excited yesterday, they get really nervous in a week or two. That's certainly possible. But I think people were looking at the fact that President Biden was running well below other swing state Senate candidates.
Yeah.
And that needed to be the change. And at the very least, can they try to have a shot on goal in the House of Representatives? Try to keep some of these Senate seats so it is not a wipeout in the Senate that could be generationally impactful for any potential future Democratic nomination or majority in the Senate. I think that was first and foremost the concern here.
Ed, that's a really, really important thing to highlight. Thanks for that. Ed Mills there of Raymond James. The takeaway so far this morning, Raymond James, we're not changing our election odds. Okay, 1, Oxford Economics. 2, doesn't alter our election scenarios. 3, BTIG, our fundamental view remains the same. The distinction that Ed drew at the end there, I think, is really important. Senate races, House races, and a race for the White House. 2 different stories.
If this galvanizes voters, it changes the down ballot. It changes the House. It changes the Senate, potentially. And that's where people are looking for some shifts, potentially in policy and outcomes.
So much we don't know. So much still to work out over the next month or so. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Staying with the presidential race, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin announced he will not, in fact, be running for president. Speaking to CBS News, the independent lawmaker walked back an earlier report from his office saying that he was seriously considering a run. The former Democrat also opted not to back Kamala Harris for the role. He called for a contested primary to choose the new nominee, something the party hasn't done since 1968. An investment partnership between Ray Dalio's family office and Abu Dhabi Royal Sheikh Tahnoon has been delayed. People familiar say that Bridgewater is still grappling with the legal terms of Dalio's exit from the firm. One open question: will Dalio use Bridgewater intellectual property if he goes forward with the tie-up? Dalio signed a non-compete when he left his hedge fund several years ago. Sheikh Tahnoon is one of Bridgewater's top clients. A check on Verizon shares this morning, down 3 1/3% in the pre-market. Second quarter operating revenue fell short of estimates. It saw fewer people upgrade their wireless equipment. The weak overall growth masked surprising gains in wireless phone customers and an increase in fixed wireless broadband internet customers. Verizon has been focusing on its fixed wireless product, which delivers internet over airways rather than through lines into a home. And that is your Bloomberg Brief, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes. Up next on the program, the morning calls, plus David George of Baird on how the Trump trade could impact the banking sector and why he thinks maybe this bank rally has gone too far, too fast.
Could face bigger challenges.
It was going to keep Rain World Cup. This is a three
as the economic picture,
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars. Only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
The opening bow, 1 hour and 9 minutes away. Equity futures going into that. A lift, positive on the S&P, up by 0.6%, up almost 1% on the Nasdaq 100. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Guggenheim downgrading CrowdStrike to neutral on the back of Friday's global tech outage. The analyst saying the event could negatively impact any new deals as CrowdStrike works to rehabilitate its reputation. That stock is down again this morning in the pre-market by almost 5%. Next up, JP Morgan upgrading Abercrombie and Fitch to overweight with a price target of 194. The analyst highlighting continued consumer demand, saying brand momentum is building internationally. We're up there by 2.5% in early trading. And finally, Goldman downgrading Lennar to neutral, the firm seeing less upside for the home builder in the coming quarters as it works on cost improvements. We're down by 1.4% there in pre-market trading. Let's turn to the financials. As President Biden bows out, investors are recalibrating their bets on the so-called Trump trade, including what it might mean for banks. David George of Baird saying the thesis holds little water, writing this, our valuation framework and through the cycle thought process suggests more limited upside in most bank names. We believe this replay of the Trump trade makes little sense to us this time around. David joins us now for more. David, let's get into that last line. Why does it make little sense this time in 2024 compared to, say, 2016?
Well, yeah. Good morning, John. It's good to see you again. So the Trump trade in 2016 was really the tax trade, in our opinion. As a reminder, corporate taxes went from 35% to 21%, and that's obviously a big delta and a big change. And the banking industry was the highest tax group in the S&P 500. So there was about a 12 to 13% earnings improvement on the heels of that tax reform in 2016. Given the fact that the U.S. is running 7% deficits in a highly functioning economy today, we think it's highly unlikely that you're going to see meaningful tax reductions in corporate America. And that's really where the upside in 2016 came from. And to set the context, John, we have been very bullish on regional banks. We've been on your show a lot over the last 12 to 18 months. We upgraded probably 13 banks, regional banks, specifically in the March, April, and May timeframe. And we've seen a complete U-turn in sentiment over the last couple of weeks, really since that debate. And again, we really think about banks on a risk-reward basis. And from our perspective, the reward today just isn't as compelling as it was a month or two ago.
So, David, have you reversed your call then to actually not recommend smaller banks anymore?
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. I would say we're neutral. We have been negative in the past, most recently in 2021. We're not quite at the level that we would tell market participants to short banks, but there's pretty limited upside from our perspective. And obviously, there's been a lot of movement in the Russell 2000, as you've said. And I think market participants, particularly in the mutual fund community, kind of came into this debate period maybe underweight or underrepresented in financials and banks specifically. So there was a little bit of maybe a rush to cover or a scramble to add exposure to financial services. So it's certainly not an overly expensive group today, but the upside, again, is just not as attractive as it was. And we've downgraded several names. We downgraded 2 last week, and we probably downgraded 8, Lisa, in the last couple of months.
David George of Baird. David, enjoyed the note. Thank you, sir. David George there of Baird on the latest on the financials, on the regionals, on this bank rally we've seen over the last couple of weeks and whether it's justified. And I think the important point they're making over at Baird, led by David George, Lisa, the difference between where we are now and where we were back in 2016.
And the fact that, frankly, either way, it's going to be a highly taxed group. And a lot of what people said has been fully priced and then some. The idea of the reversal and call is interesting.
Just more cold water. We had it from Mike Wilson and Morgan Stanley, again from David George and Baird this morning. Up next on the program, Matt Raskin of Deutsche Bank, Earl Davis of BMO, looking ahead to an interesting week ahead. No Fed speak. We're in the quiet period. Decision time next week. We get some data. Claims on Thursday. PCE on Friday.
This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.